Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Estoril here for the Estoril Classics 2023, with racing due to start very, very shortly. The Saturday racing timetable kicks off here with the 50s Legends, which are making their way out onto the track as we speak. We also have some pre-1986 F1 cars to take to the field before we have our three races, the greatest trophy, the Endurance Racing Legends, and the 60s Endurance. 4.1 kilometers around here in Estoril, and a fantastic twisting and turning circuit with a long straight all the way down to the first turn. My name is Kieran McGinley. Joining alongside me for the weekend, I'm glad to say, is the fantastic Mr. Adam Weather. Adam, welcome along.
Great to be here, Kieran. An absolute mighty variety that we're going to have across today. Starting off, of course, with these 50s Legends machine. A little bit of a misnomer. You'll find that a number of the cars were actually constructed in the early 60s, but based on 1950s design. As you said, Formula One. GT cars of the 1960s, modern, almost modern endurance racing cars out there on the circuit as well, all today. And then, of course, we had touring cars and some 70s Le Mans flavour to the event on the Sunday. This is a real treat for anyone into the historic racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to this one. And it is a pole position here for the Shelby Cobra 260, the shared car there between Spears and Greensall. 206.409 they set in the qualifying session earlier this weekend. So they will be taking their spot on the front row in their Shelby Cobra. Alongside them is the number 190, that Lotus 1960, as Adam was already alluding to, constructed in the 1960s, but still allowed to race in the 50s Legends racing here. But there you can see the two on the front row, then 300 Shelby Cobra looking to take its place on the start. And Adam, these 50s Legends, I mean, they look pretty good as well. We've got a couple of Austin Mini Cooper S's in there as well. Always fun to see those go around any track.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Mini came into existence in 1959. Was one of the biggest presents in the British Saloon Car Championship, as it was through the 1960s. I grew up watching one very specific VHS tape gifted to me by my grandfather, which was the 1964 British Saloon Car Championship. And in that footage, you had the Mustangs, the Ford Galaxies, all the big American stuff with the Cortinas and the Minis and the Ford Anglias as well. There was a lot of Ford representation at that time. A real kind of David versus Goliath situation, and that's a lot of what you see in these historic grids as well, and it's perfectly encapsulated by that front row of the grid. You've already mentioned the Shelby Cobra. Alongside it, the Lotus 19, which is a Coventry Climax FPF engine in that car, designed for Formula One machinery, Lotus Formula One cars. Quite the study in contrast from the big booming V8 coupe alongside it on pole.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the fact that Otto Restart and Jakob Vigo Holstein get the pleasure of driving that Lotus as well. The Shelby Cobra, the number 300, driven by John Spears and Nigel Greensall, sharing that car over the course of the race. Delaplanque there in the Austin Healey 3000 Mark 1 lines up in third place in the number 7. Now, Eugene there has had that elusive win. He's finished on the podium multiple times. I don't believe he's finished lower than fourth place this season so far in the series. But will today be the day that he can get the win? They can get the win from third place on the grid. I mean, Adam, there really is only one way to find out.
Yeah, limitless variables in any form of racing. Obviously, this race will take place over quite a distance, and with historic cars as well. You never quite know what's around the corner from a mechanical standpoint. I will say just quickly as they go onto this formation lap, Spears will, I am almost certain, not have been the driver in the car in the Shelby Cobra at the time of the pole position. Nigel Greensall, one of the consummate historic racers, I'm sure he'll have been in there for the pole lap. So it'll be interesting to see if the Cobra manages to retain that lead in the early going.
Yes, absolutely. Will be a rolling start as our machines line up ready to go as they head their away now on the formation lap. We do have a mandatory pit window. The minimum stop time is 2 minutes for this race, plus the time you're in the pit lane. So you've got to be stationary for 2 minutes in your pit box, as well as travelling down the pit lane. And you have to take that between 30 and 50 minutes in this race. So cars now making their way through, really to get some heat into the vitals, which shouldn't be an issue considering, I believe we saw the track temperature being 45 degrees Celsius. But we shall go through a grid read then. As we mentioned on the front row then, the number 300 Shelby Cobra, Spears and Greensill sharing that one. Alongside them is the 190 of Restart and Holstein. Row number 2 is the number 7 Delaplanque, alongside is the number 250, the Lotus XI of Watson and Richards. They'll be sharing the second row. Row number 3 is Mark Gordon. Alongside them is Romain Girardiel. At row number 4 then is number 53 Guy Grant. Alongside is the number 72 Francois Fillon. At row number 5 will be Simon Nobili, and alongside him will be the number 53, I believe, of Grant and Hales. Row number 5 then is the number 21 of Nobili and 84 Engrand. So I got that one in the end. Row number 6 is number 87 Ashworth 133. Alongside is Rocchietta. And row number 7 is the shared machine of Maris and Balthazar, and number 19 Cassina and Chiron. Row number 8 is the shared car 255 of Theo and Kind, and alongside is the 4 Austin Healy of Mistral and De Rocha. Row number 9 is the Verheens, the 94. Alongside them is the 49 Porsche of the Stevens built Will. Row number 10 then is the number 58 Lotus of Anderson. Alongside is the number 104 Austin Healy of the Chanterac. Row number 11 then is the number 40 of Julie, and alongside is the number 700 of Had Jumegran and De Rocha. And row number 12 then is number 70 Rafino and Pinson, and alongside the 110 of Richard and Jean. So that's all 24 entrants on the list then, as drivers now make their way through towards the end of the formation lap. Is there any driver pairing, or in fact solo driver, Adam, that springs to mind as one to watch out for this race?
Oh, I would be hard pressed to bet against the Shelby Cobra, but we'll have to see whether it can go the distance. It's got the most power to plant. It's got the most tyre wear in its future, I would suggest as well. So we'll see how it steads the course. But the race is about to get underway.
It is indeed, as the drivers then have to keep formation as they make their way on towards the line. The lights will go out and we will go racing as they'll make their way and head their way. Hurtle now. The race begins as they hurtle their way down towards the first right-hander. The Shelby Cobra out-dragged at the moment then as they make their way now down in towards the first corner for the very first time. And it's almost 4 wide. We are 4 wide, battling away for, I believe that was 5th place in the mix then. So everybody just making sure that they can make it through the first couple of corners with no real incident there. And we come away then, and that looks like that was a really good launch from the Lotus then. Restart and Holstein's looking to take over that lead.
Yeah, Delaplanque getting through into second place as well in the Austin Healy. That Lotus 19, it's quick in a straight line. As I mentioned, the Coventry Climax FPF variant on the engine. It's not a small motor, it's not an unpowerful motor by any stretch of the imagination. It's paired with a car that weighs 500 kilos, in fact a bit less than that. So no particular surprises that it is indeed quick in a straight line. And, well, yes, early lead, and quite a comfortable early lead, but not a comfortable run through the parabolica interior there from Holstein. Just had to collect up a nice chunk of opposite lock, didn't he? A bit of oversteer there on the first lap, maybe just still running on cold tyres a little bit.
Yeah, might just be running on those cold tyres. Of course, it's very much a limited amount of time you get to warm up the tyres. Even though the track temperature is 45 degrees, you still get those little bit of moments. Holstein just making sure they get the temperatures up there. Delaplanque looking for that elusive first win here at Estoril, as we're 1 hour and 20 minutes to the flag then, but a good start from Holstein means that he's getting away, trying to build the lead. It was 1.7 seconds at the last timing line, so looking to try and make use of that early pace and try and stream away from Delaplanque. Spears is in third place, and it's Gerardel and Watson going side by side, and there's Watson up the inside in the number 250, getting the position through the final corner and up now to fourth place.
Yeah, the little Lotus 11, a slightly elder vintage car, of course, than the Lotus 19 in the lead of the race. Very different in terms of specification as well. We see a few of them running on the UK historic scene as well, as we do, of course, the Jaguar E-Type, and the first of them is the car that runs 5th place overall at the moment, Nick Finberg at the wheel, with the first of the MGBs just behind as well, Roman Gerardel in the 1963 vintage MGB. Of course, so many of the MGBs that were racing 20 years ago had been widened and exaggerated somewhat from their original specification. But I think with every passing year, we seem to get more of the cars kind of brought back to original specification. Of course, this series, like many others, the cars have to be in compliance with the FIA Appendix K historic regulations. And I think that increased kind of insistence from the governing bodies at major events, such as the Estoril Classics, to have cars that are truly in keeping with how they were in period, means we're getting more and more of an authentic look back at what this racing was like in period.
Yeah, which is brilliant. We want to see that kind of racing, try and take a trip back to that racing period as well, and try and get to what the racing probably would have been like in that stage as we head in towards the chicane, then really slowing those cars down as we followed through John Spears as he makes his way onwards and upwards then, as a bit of side-by-side action we go then, as still the number 7 of Delaplanque now finds himself under pressure from John Spears then in that Shelby Cobra, as they now make their way through the long right-hander through that final corner. So it's fair to say for Eugène Delaplanque, it's not going to come easy. We've got a 3-car battle here for second place. In the meantime, though, Jakob Vigo Holstein has just decided to stream away with this one. Absolutely commanding lead so far. But here comes then John Spears, who looks to go round the outside with that power, with that grunt underneath the engine, trying to get through. But later on the brakes is Delaplanque through in towards the first corner. Get back onto the power then. In that sense, don't rule out David Richards either in the number 250, trying to find his way through as they head their way through in towards turn 2.
That was a great illustration, wasn't it? The Cobra just absolutely speared past, and then you saw its nose dip probably a good 100 meters before the Healy. Needed to get on those brakes early. Just about making the corner. Very, very different machinery. Delaplanque actually out of the S's towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. The last 2 or 3 corners of the lap, it looked like he missed a gear at one point, and that's why they were almost side by side just before that long final corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Again, a big straight line speed section down behind the back of the paddock towards the Parabolica interior. Spears trying to invite himself to the inside there of Delaplanque, but couldn't quite get it done on this occasion. Of course, they're all in different classes. You can see on the timing screen the top 7, in fact, are all in different classes, but it's the overall battle that their drivers are focusing on. Clearly, Spears wants this second place. He keeps drawing alongside, but can he find his way through? Maybe he's done it here.
Maybe trying to go up the inside here, but still no way through as they head their way towards turns 9 and 10. But a big launch up the inside from David Richards up into third place. He goes power down, and that Lotus 11 there making progress up the field. And this really is a case of each car has their own pros and cons here, and this is a circuit that is really testing each of those pros and each of those cons to their limit. The fact we're getting a really good three-car battle for second place this early on is really good to see. Through the final corner they go then, and so we make our way onwards to complete another lap. Holstein still in the lead. He's got a very commanding lead indeed, but David Richards now trying to find his way through, tries to tuck into the slipstream. Now we'll have to look around the outside. We could even be going three wide down in towards the very first corner. There's the number 7 of Delaplanque trying to brake as late as they can through in towards the first corner. So Eugene Delaplanque still leading, still in second place, I should say, in an Austin Healey Mark 1.
So you have a 3-litre engine being pursued by a little 1100cc, and then of course the big American muscle of Spears in the AC Cobra, but the Austin C-Series straight 6 engine in the Healey 3000 currently enough to retain that second place, but you do get the feeling that little Lotus 11 is on the forward charge right now. A good section coming up now after this Parabolica interior at turn 6 through Arella at turn 7 and towards Gancho, the S's. I think the 11 is probably the stronger car, so Richards may get the opportunity to get through on, if not this lap, one of the laps through this sequence of bends, but of course that's then followed by the long run down the main straight, which rather curtails anything that he gains through the twisties.
Yeah, I like that, through the twisties. I might have to steal it off of you. That's a nice phrase, but through the twiddly bits for sure. Just really in its own towards the chicane, we go 9 and 10, and then through the back end of the lap then, towards 11 and 12. Still Delaplanque trying to hold off that attack from Richards there, as John Spears just lurking in the distance at the moment. Through the final corner they go then. Delaplanque running maybe a little bit wide. That might allow an opportunity here for David Richards as he now makes his way on towards the start-finish straight. We haven't forgotten about Jakob Holstein. There he is, leading the way, and with a new fastest lap as well, 2-minute 2.554. Now leading by nearly 22 seconds at this very early stage of the race.
This Dane train only has one carriage at the moment, doesn't it? And it is Holstein in this 190 entry. The Lotus just disappearing up the road from everybody at the moment. Obviously a pure racing prototype where the likes of Delaplanque and Spears are running cars with road-going heritage. Richards did get past Delaplanque incidentally going into the third sector, but sure enough, on the main straight, Delaplanque has once again disappeared past, as one would perhaps expect. So Holstein continues to lead. 22.8 seconds is the gap already, and we're still in the first 10 minutes of the race.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. Holstein's got a really good gap there, so I don't think he let that little bit of a moment he had on the very first lap really get to him, because he's completely on the job right now and looking to try and just extend in this stint as much as he can through towards the chicane at turns 9, through towards turn 10, getting that power down, maybe even flicking the tail out Holstein as he makes his way through in towards 11 and 12 before we head our way through that long final corner. Pit window, you can see that opens in 20 minutes time. It will remain open for 20 minutes. It's a 2-minute minimum pit stop time. You do have to be stopped in your box for a minimum of 2 minutes. So the officials down there will be very much keeping a close eye on the stopwatches there, because they're all minimum pit times in these endurance races today.
Not far away from the lap traffic then, Holstein in this car, built to what in the early 60s at least was the Group 4 sports car regulations. I will say, if you take a trip through the FIA group system in the 60s, 70s into the 80s, it's a bit of a nightmare of changing distinctions. For instance, at one point Group C referred to basically production touring cars, and then obviously it became, well, sports prototypes. Bit of a drag race going on, and I'm rather surprised by the winner. Delaplanque's car losing out a little bit there to David Richards, but on the brakes, Richards is supremely brave, isn't he? In that Austin Healey 3000, just about gets the anchors on it and gets the car stopped. But actually, the little Lotus 11, quicker, of course, it's a very slippery aerodynamic body shape, but I thought the 3000 would maybe win the straight line battle. However, maybe not.
Maybe not this time anyway. So Delaplanque is doing a superb job at holding back David Richards at this moment in time as that battle for second place overall continues then as they make their way up the hill now. And still, John Spears still just looming at the moment, still sticking with that battle for second place overall as they now head their way onwards through and towards that slight kink of fire before they head their way down towards turn 6. Still here, Richards is trying to find that way past, can't quite do it at the moment, but take nothing away from Eugene Delaplanque. Finished lower than 4th place this season, and it's clear to see why, because he's managing to defend very, very well as Eugene.
Yes, giving off the impression of a very well-prepared car, isn't it? Yeah, it's a very impressive example of the Healey 3000, a very popular race car in the early mid-1960s, and Delaplanque, I'd say probably one of the fastest FI Appendix K examples out there, really. Obviously, a few of them have been modified beyond belief. I know of one that's got a 7-litre Corvette engine in it, which is slightly different from the historic circles. But yeah, no, in terms of close to original specification cars, Delaplanque is about as good as it gets in an Austin Healey. Of course, all of these cars are running tyres in keeping with what would have been run in period as well. There are manufacturers dedicated to building and developing tyres kind of akin to the crossply tyres that have been running in the 1960s, which is why there's a bit of a great equalisation between all of these cars, and that's allowing Spears to maybe challenge for 3rd place again. Not quite, though, able to duck past the nimble Lotus 11 on this occasion, the big Cobra. I'm very excited to see what happens once we stick Nigel Greensall in that car, though, because Spears is a very good driver in his own right, as we are seeing. But Nigel Greensall is one of those people that you can throw in anything, and I have part of an extended list of his cars in front of me. You can stick him in anything, and he will be quick.
Brilliant to see the 84. That's Benjamin Ongrand, who's trying to battle away here with Guy Grant as they make their way through towards turn 1, switching sides wherever they went as they head their way through and in towards turn 3 now. So they really are inseparable at the moment, hounding and battling away, which is we love to see there in that battle for 8th place overall. Now, they are actually in the same class, so they're battling for 2nd in class, so that's a very, very important position. Guy Grant is managing to hold off against Ongrand.
Well, it looked as though Grant was actually behind at the start line, because Ongrand was classified 8th at the first at the start finish line, but by the time they got to turn 1, it was the TVR Grand Tourer of Grant that was in 8th place. So they're having a really good tennis match, really. It's going from one to t'other and back again, as you said, switching sides down that main straight as well. And we see a lot of that. It's something that I really value about historic racing, is that there's a lot of healthy respect between these drivers. They're all, in the same paddock. They get the joy of doing, well, depending on your commitment, a half dozen to a dozen, automotive busman's holidays every year. They know the value of their cars. They know potentially the sheer exhaustion of trying to repair a damaged car, trying to find spares and the like, through circumstance and through camaraderie. There's just so much respect between drivers, and that does often mean you can see racing that's spirited, but a lot cleaner than what you'd maybe see in contemporary motorsport.
Yeah, it's that camaraderie as well amongst the paddock, which is fantastic to be a part of as well. As Holstein still extending that lead, though, 40 seconds it was at the last timing line to Delaplanque, with Richards now rounding off the top 3 overall. John Spears still within that range, as we see then, that's the 53, that is Guy Grant in that TVR, making his way through and towards turn 1, but there was a great battle behind them as well. There's the 192, that's Nick Finberg in that Jaguar E-Type, who's trying to find his way through. Now, he's 21 seconds behind. He's leading his own class, but when when you're a driver in these scenarios, you don't really focus on your own class. If there's a car in front of you, regardless of what class it's in, any driver wants to just be in front of that car.
Any fight will do.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. The minis will fight the Jaguar E-types, the TVRs will fight the Panhards, whatever. It doesn't matter. If you've got a battle on your hands, you're going to partake, and it's great to see. I must say the TVR Grand Tourers always catch me out a little bit because my introduction to just seeing one of the Healy 3000s making up some place here. This is a Fiat trying to get alongside on Grant, who, having lost touch with Grant in the TVR, is starting to fall through the pack a little bit, isn't he, in the MG? Fiat in another of the 3000s, though, on his way up the order, up his way, up to 10th place already, and looks like he could have 9th before too long. I believe that 3000 should be quicker in a straight line than the MGB.
But I have to say, Benjamin Engrand is doing a great job of holding Fillon back at the moment. There's Guy Grant making his way through the chicane. Back on the power he goes, then heading towards the end of the lap. But there we see that battle ensuing then between Engrand and Fillon, making their way through in towards the 12th turn of the circuit before they head through the long right-hander, the final corner. Through they go then to take on to the start-finish straight. And of course, that's a battle within class. That's for that runners-up spot at the moment. There goes the number 38. There's Didier Marie in that Porsche 356. He's being chased down at the moment by the 304. That's, I believe that's Jose de Rocha. But you've got Jose de Rocha in the car, but you've also got in the number 304, you've also got Jeremy de Rocha. So a J de Rocha, well, it's one or t'other.
Yes, it's one of those situations where the information only helps us so much, isn't it? I only have Jay DeRocher on my timing screen as well. It's not just you. But yes, it's wonderful to see that 356 out there. Actually, the 1964 vintage car. Might get myself in trouble here. I think the end of the 356 production run was early 66. It might have been the end of 1965, but there were a couple of overlapping years between the 356 and the early 911s, which of course came on song in 1964. But the 356 obviously kind of was the car that introduced Porsche as a brand. The Porsche family, of course, long established as one of Germany's engineering front runners, but the Porsche brand for sports cars was established and announced by that 356. Everything that came in its wake, everything that was celebrated just last week at Laguna Seca in the Rennsport reunion, can trace itself back to the 356. But look at this, the battle for second place. We've had a proper shuffle, haven't we?
We have indeed. David Richards now finds himself in second place now, and in all of that, Eugene Delaplanque falls all the way back down to fourth place. Now, there was a good sort of second between all the cars in terms of intervals, but now they're all bunched up together, and John Spears has now speared himself into second place with David Richards now in third, and then you've got Delaplanque down now to fourth place. It looks like, though, Delaplanque is now back up a position up into third, because he's just a pass. Oh, sorry, no, Delaplanque's still in fourth place. So that's David Richards trying to apply the pressure now to John Spears. And just when David Richards thought he might have got past Delaplanque, John Spears has now got back both of the head of both of them. This is for me to say, as they head their way now down towards the turn 8, turn 6.
And obviously, I think that's in part because if you're going to get compromised by traffic, chances are that's going to happen in the corners. And so if a car like the Lotus 11 gets tripped up in a corner where it makes its time, obviously before long, if that happens too often, something like the AC Cobra is just going to get straight back past. And Delaplanque either had made a mistake or did get held up because he's lost out to both of these drivers, of course. And yeah, the Cobra back up to second place. Remember we mentioned that 22-second gap? Well, we're now 22 minutes into the race rather than 22 seconds, and the gap is out to 55, Holstein against the rest of the field. So this battle for second place, almost a minute away from the race leader. Holstein really in his own postcode.
Yeah, it really is. And looking at the best lap times, it's 6 seconds the gap between Holstein's best lap time and Spears's best lap time. So it is a real gulf at the moment. But Holstein keeping his head down. Bit of traffic to contend with on the run down towards the first corner. John Spears manages to negotiate his way through. I believe that's Klaus Björglen Anderson, who's just in the midst of that, heading his way through in towards the first corner. But manages to keep himself out of trouble there. There's the Stevens' Porsche making its way through. That's looking to move up the order as and when. Not long until that pit window is open. It's just under 8 minutes to go until the pit window does open for this race. And Mark Jolly then in that Lotus Elite looking to try and close in on the next car ahead of him.
Yeah, Jolly, who has a slight study in contrast today, because he's also going to be driving later on in the Endurance Racing Legends in the Kyla K2, which was a IMSA World Sports Car, effectively a precursor to LMP1 in the 90s. So he's driving a high downforce V8 sports car and a Lotus Elite in the same day in the same car. Let's just hope he doesn't mix up his braking points, because one does not stop like the other.
You could make a song out of that, I reckon. Well,
Indeed.
there's Holstein then now has grown that gap to over 1 minute as he looks to continue on his run at the top then. Now 61 seconds is the gap. There's the 304 just briefly in the picture. DeRocha making their way through in the Austin Healey and just picking up now the race leader, heading his way now onwards and upwards. It's Jakob Vigo Holstein at Lotus 19. Gorgeous car then making its way through out of turn 3 on that short run now towards turn 4 before they can open up the taps then. John Spears and David Richards look like on the timing screen they're still battling away, still trading lap times at this point, and still, Adam, there is plenty of this race for that to unfold in.
Yeah, and it's telling, isn't it, that Holstein is just now overtaking the car in 13th place. So as it stands, only the top dozen are on the lead lap, and give it maybe 10 seconds, and then that statistic will be out of date. Holstein and the Lotus 19 doing a mighty job. The 192 car receiving a 45-second time penalty because of a track limit infringement. That is not going to be an insignificant abuse of the track limits. The 192 car being the gorgeous E-Type of Gordon and Finberg, the 3.8 litre Jag E-Type. So a car that started on the first 3 rows of the grid, currently sat 5th overall with a 45-second penalty. That would, if things were to finish now, knock that car out of the top 10.
Yeah, so a little bit of work to do then. I think Nick Finberg is behind the wheel. As we see a race leader make his way through and out of the final corner, there you can see lots of traffic to contend with for our race leader, but sticking to one side. And perhaps that's Mark Ashworth in the TVR looking to try and maybe pick up a little bit of a toe as well, just to help that top speed coming down in towards the first corner. Still Holstein looking to charge away now, kick of the rear as well out of the first corner. If nothing else, he's extending that gap by quite some margin, lap after lap, and I imagine he's got a massive smile on his face in doing so.
Oh yeah, it's a very well sorted car, the Lotus 19. It's as I alluded to, Group 4 sports car. It's very much developed for this kind of racing, for this kind of circuit as well. This wouldn't have been the kind of car you'd have seen that competitive at events like the 24 Hours of Le Mans or the 12 Hours of Reims. More for, kind of tight, twisting circuits such as Estoril, albeit, of course, Estoril quite open at parts. But this car would be better suited here than, say, at the Decamil Tour last month at Paul Ricard. I suspect not quite playing up to the car's strengths. But of course, saying that, we've also seen the car outdrag a Cobra in a straight line. So maybe I'm making a moot point. It's a very impressive car nonetheless, and clearly Holstein knows exactly what he's doing at the wheel. He's not a pro driver by any means. He is a businessman first and foremost, but he's been doing this for a while, and it shows, doesn't it?
It really does. I mean, he's now coming up to the back of Guy Grant then, as we still see Fillon and Engrand still battling away for that ninth place overall. Francois Fillon still looking to try and defend. And I did see there as well from Engrand that he tried to use that sort of bit of lappery to his advantage, see if he could try and take a different line. For Benjamin Engrand, it didn't quite work out that time, but still the battle for ninth place overall makes its way down towards the first corner.
Yes, and that MGB of Engrand losing out in a big way on a straight line. Unfortunately, both the TVR Grand Tourer and the Porsche 356 go storming through. So that's Marie up to 10th position into the top 10, but immediately losing out there to Ashworth and the TVR Grand Tourer. I just wonder if maybe there was a missed gear or something in the 356. It didn't look like it was quite accelerating as anticipated. Those two cars both running in the GT2 class, incidentally, so that switch in favour of the TVR Grand Tourer also means that third in GT2 goes in his direction.
Great to see some good battling out there, and as you say there, for Engrand, perhaps a missed gear down the main straight, lost him 2 positions, so not great for Engrand, as he's now down into 12th place. There's our battle for second place. Still John Spears ahead of David Richards as they now make their way down towards the first corner, and that lurch forward in Spears' machine as they now make their way in towards turn 1 just shows you full force those brakes have to go through to slow down Spears' machine. That's a Shelby Cobra, a fantastic machine is that Cobra. As we make our way now onwards towards turn 3, and still Spears here managing to get a little bit of a gap opened up over Richards. It was 1.8 at the line, but this part of the circuit here, especially the chicanes, that is where David Richards is really going to close back up onto that gap that Spears had extended.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you mentioned there the lurch forward, obviously quite common under braking. You'll see these cars with the way the suspension, 1960s suspension gives a lot under braking. There you see the front note, the nose of the Shelby Cobra dipping down. And I must say that's something I really love. I mean, as much as I do enjoy contemporary GT3 cars, you know, I'm still 25 for another couple of weeks. I have to try and like modern cars. It's just something about the theatre, the drama with which these cars are driven. The Peter Auto Facebook page, of course, the organisers of the majority of the championships, including the 50s Legends here this weekend. There's always some great onboards posted there in the aftermath, and any car like the Cobra, a big 60s V8, it's all done by just suggesting what direction the car should go into a left-hander. You initially turn left, and then you spend the rest of the time steering on the throttle, counter-steering to the right, all the way through the left-hander. I immediately think of somewhere like Pawn at Spa, or indeed the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, the final corner here at Estoril. There's something to be said for just watching that. It's so much more entertaining than a planted, downforced car. Pit window has just opened, and in the back of shot there, I spy that Delaplanque in the number 7, Austin Healey, has become the first to make a pit stop under the pit window.
Yeah, for Delaplanque, a good bit of timing for the pit window to open, because they lost what was that, a gap between the battle for second place there was 5.8 seconds for Delaplanque, so a bit of a loss of pace towards the end of that stint. So perhaps for Eugene a time to sort of hit the system reset, if you like, serve that 2-minute mandatory stationary stop and then rejoin the action. So 2 minutes here, you're looking at going a lap down, looking at the lap times, depending on the sort of class you're in. Perhaps maybe just over 3/4 of the lap you lose just spent stationary. So by the time you've made it back out onto the circuit, you will have inevitably lost a lap across the entire field. So the strategy here becomes how early or how late in the pit window do you leave your mandatory stop? I suppose if you're sharing the car and you're on equal terms, perhaps you might try and split the stint as evenly as possible. But that might get thrown out the window if it turns out strategy might take the forefront.
Yeah, exactly right. And obviously for the drivers that are going the entire race distance on their own, there's not as much of a performance variable to consider. Whereas with a team like Spears and Greensaw, potentially further back, Cloud Cassiner, Benjamin Chiron in their Mini, all manner of duos up and down the grid, of course, including our race leader Jakob Viggo Holstein will pass over to Otto Rietthot. And yeah, obviously for the number 7 car, for Deplanque, we know now what that car is going to do more or less in the second phase of the race. There are other question marks, though, further back in the pack, and that's going to be very interesting to watch.
Indeed, it is. That was a battle there for 15th overall between Georges Verkeerd and the 94, and that was the number 19. I believe that's Claude Cassina and that Austin Mini Cooper S. So good battle there at the time, heading their way down in towards the first corner. But Holstein still leading the way then. 1 minute 15 is the gap between himself and John Spears, as we have the best lap now for Georges Roquieta, 2 minute 14. As we see that battle, I think that was just appearing onto that little stretch there between Joaquin and Cassina as they make their way now down in towards the chicane, in towards turns 9 and 10, or eventually they will. But trying to open it up here, trying to open up that gap is Joaquin, but there's a mini-sized car right on his tail in Cassina. As there we go, up the inside, so nimble is the Austin Mini Cooper S. I mean, it's a fantastic thing to go racing. It can make the narrowest of circuits. It can run 2-3 wide, a fantastic car. And of course, did its best in rallying as well. It seemed to like the Monaco Rally, the Mini Cooper as well. It's still looking up the inside.
Incredible, isn't it? Now, obviously, the Jaguar E-Type turned heads initially at the Geneva Motor Show where it was launched, and I think oftentimes they'd simply just drive the prototype through the night to Switzerland. And now, not suggesting that a test driver from Jaguar and a test driver from Mini would have maybe reenacted this in France on the way to Switzerland in the early 1960s. I'm just saying there's a distinct possibility. And if not them, maybe a couple of British fellows in the mid 60s on a B road somewhere. I have to imagine.
Oh, Cassina brings that Mini in and brings an end to that battle, at least for now. But that's just a preview of what might be to come. Georges Verkeerd then continues on. Meanwhile, then we have our battle once again for second place overall. John Spears managing to keep that gap between himself and David Richards at a consistent pace. In fact, on that last lap, he's opened it up now to 2.2 seconds. So John Spears on the overall lap is starting to pull away now from David Richards as they head their way now down in towards turn 1. The leaders, or none of the top 11 as it stands now, have pitted in. Engron is into the pits now. You can see the left-hand side of your screens, but we'll see where Delaplonque will re-emerge after the pit stops have been concluded. Pit window still open for just under 15 minutes, so still plenty of time for our drivers to think about coming in. It gives them about 6 laps to think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of strategy at play, and of course, much less advanced than your typical modern day GT3 car. They will be, I'm sure, hoping against hope at the pit wall that the driver notices the pit board. Of course, that will be the line of communication to make sure everyone gets into the pit lane. And even with, the pit radios, with all of the technology in the world, even I think some of the cars, will have a dashboard that flashes pit at the driver in the modern era. you still see errors here and there. Um, Great example, I did the ADAC GT Masters at Lausitzring last year, and Schubert Motorsport managed to completely miss the pit window and gave themselves a 40-second penalty all the while. Spirited driving there from Spears through the Gancho S's. I'm just wondering if maybe he knows he's on the end of his stint and will soon have to pass the car and indeed its rear tyres over to Nigel Greensall.
Yes, absolutely. And why not just extract that last bit of fun out of the car and out of the stint to before you hand over? It seems like a good strategy. I think it's a really good one. Holstein still leading that way now, 1 minute 26, the latest timing line there. Still by no means looking to let up anytime soon. Still lapping about 5 to 6 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. So Holstein here is just making sure everything is kept under wraps. It's a cool, composed drive right now from Jakob Vigo Holstein.
Yeah, it really is. Maybe a bit less so, unfortunately, though, from the driver of the 72. That's Francois Fillon. I note that the most recent bulletin on the timing screen from Race Control notes a 90-second penalty for track limit infringements, which is significant, to say the least. So we'll have to see how that impacts that car towards the end of the race. Into the pits has gone David Richards in the 250 Lotus 11, so he'll now be handing over to Sandy Watson.
Yes, absolutely. Driver change to be undertaken there, as a good portion of the field are sharing their drives then. As we see then, that was that TVR Grantura Guy Grant heading his way through the final corner. There's Mark Ashworth there in a TVR Grantura Mark III, making his way onwards towards the start-finish line. Still onwards and upwards then, still no sign of either of those TVRs hitting in any time soon. So they'll make their way now down towards the first corner then. Guy Grant currently running 5th overall as we head our way down in towards the first corner. And Ashworth will have to try and get past the number 40. So that's Mark Jolly in the Lotus Elise heading our way through. So just a bit of lappery to contend with.
Yeah, the Lotus Elite of Jolly has already made a stop, of course. So Jolly out of position. He is a couple of laps down on the two TVRs, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything from a pace perspective, and that's often what you get with these long pit windows, of course. You often do have these intermingling sections of the race where the cars converge, and I'm sure that's a bit of a heart racer for some of the teams. We are now approaching the mid-distance of this hour and 20-minute race at the 40-minute to go mark, and I imagine things being equal, a lot of the drivers that are due to hop in the car for the second half will soon get handed the steering wheel. And I think a lot of teams as well, even if you've only got one driver, will simply opt for the easiest possible solution, and that's a pit stop in the exact middle of the race. So I expect that the pit lane is going to get quite busy in a couple of minutes.
Yes, as there is the 53 then of Guy Grant making his way through now. And what has now become the battle for 4th place. Both cars still yet to make their stop as they head their way in towards the turns 9 and 10 chicane. See some TVRs then tackle the chicane on their way through back onto the power. Now that's a problem there for a truck car that's just into towards the final section there. And just trying to pick my eyes out of that one.
Well, there's unfortunately, only one Jaguar E-Type, I think, in the field. In fact, no, there's two. So it's either the 94 of the Verkin family, or the Verkin family, or the Gordon and Finberg car. And if it's the latter, then that's a big story, of course, because that car's right up there towards the sharp end.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to keep an eye on it and see what the timing screen says as to who doesn't make it through in towards the 3rd sector timing line. In the meantime, though, we've still got battles on our hands up and down the field. Heading away, it's a great sight to see then as cars make their way through now. There's Didier Marie in the number 38, the Porsche 356. Following him through is the 49 car then. That's going to be Bill Stevens as they battle away.
I think we might find that it is, unfortunately, the number 192 Jaguar E-Type, because into the pits has gone Mark Gordon. And before he'd even gotten into pit lane, he'd lost 3 places in that final sector of the lap. So I think it is Mark Gordon, unfortunately, in the very competitive E-Type that started on the 3rd row of the grid. He and Nick Finberg potentially going no further.
That's a huge shame. We did see that car stopped just at turn 12. So we'll see if they were able to spark it into life, get it back there, but highly unlikely from what we saw there. Race leader though, Jakob Holstein brings the car into the pits then. So we'll that mandatory stop. John Spears though deciding to stay out at the moment in that number 300 Shelby Cobra. He doesn't really want to hand it over at this point. Nigel Greensill, I'm sure, will be waiting in the wings, but John Spears at the moment, I think it's out there in these conditions. And let's face it, these are scorching conditions. Last time we tracked the temperature, it was well into the sort of mid 40s degrees Celsius. So it is hot out there, and that's the understatement.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, oftentimes, as is the case in any form of racing that you could reasonably call pro-am, the AM driver, the gentleman driver, as we see, the E-Type is still stopped, and in fact the safety car has just been deployed. So that's big news, because obviously under green flag, the 190 car, the Lotus 19 that was leading the race, made its pit stop, and now Spears, if he so chooses, can make his stop under yellow flag conditions. So that is a big twist in the tail, and those that have resisted a stop so far could have an advantage thrown in their direction.
They could indeed, and there we see the unfortunate stricken 192 that has come to a halt. Mark Gordon was behind the wheel at the time, and unfortunately that car's going nowhere. It's stuck to the left-hand side just towards turn 12. With that safety car deployed, as you say, John Spears will be able to hit that car in, hand over to Nigel Greensill at a reduced loss of time. So he'll still have to stop for the 2 minutes mandatory, but that sort of effect that has compared to green flag running than it has at safety car running means that John Spears, in theory, will lose less time. And well, the fact that Reid Stott's now back out into the 190, this is going to close the field right back up. So that's near 1 minute 20 gap that Reid Stott had over his competitors is going to be wiped out.
Yeah, exactly. This is a big twist in the tail, and of course, a lot of this is now going to depend on how Reid Stott is able to drive that 19 versus what we're seeing from his teammates. Of course, it was an incredibly impressive stint in the 190 from Jakob Viggo Holstein, and it's a very quick car. I have no reason to believe that Otto can't match some of the numbers that were being thrown up. However, it is a twist, isn't it? And while they had already put a lap on a majority of the field, which is something of a consolation, I think only the top 4 or 5 will be drawn to the back of that Lotus 19. Yeah, it's still going to be a huge time loss, and yeah, it's a very big twist in the tail of this race. In about 10 minutes time, sadly, I have to pop out of the commentary box for an hour or so, juggling multiple commitments this weekend, and now I'm very jealous. I was very jealous anyway, Kieran, if we're being completely honest, but now I think you're going to have a grandstand finish here once this race is back underway, back under green flag conditions. I think this could go any of many ways.
Any of many ways. Well, at the moment then, Reid Stott does cross the line then to take back the lead of the race that Jakob Viggo Holstein did so well in just opening up that nearly 80-second gap, I think it was at the time, maybe even more than 80 seconds at that time. Now that lead is going to be wiped out. We see then the 87 Mark Ashworth and the number 38. So now Gabriel Balthazar gets behind the wheel of the Porsche 356, taking over from Didier Marie. So now that's going to continue in that battle. That's going to allow the Austin Mini Cooper then of Simon Novilli to take 6th place in the timings. as they head their way through. But John Spears still in the pit lane, going to hand over to Nigel Greensall. And with Nigel Greensall behind the wheel there, Adam, what can Nigel bring to the table? Is it possible? I mean, yes, it was 6 seconds per lap to the rest of the field, but I mean, if anyone can, surely Nigel Greensall can give it a go.
My exact phrase was going to be, I know he's capable of a lot, but I'm not sure he's capable of 6 seconds a lap. But we'll have to wait and see. If you're unaware of Nigel Greensall, watching at home, I'll explain to you his CV in as brief a detail as I possibly can, which is no mean feat in itself. Nigel has raced pretty well everything there is to race in the world of motorsports. He still holds a number of lap records in the UK from his time racing a Benetton, ex-Michael Schumacher Benetton B194 in the Euroboss series, also a Tyrrell and a few other cars. The Euroboss series in the 90s into the early 2000s was a veritable hotbed of kind of mid-90s, early 90s Formula One machinery, and Nigel Greensall was right there at the sharp end of it each and every weekend. Greensall also racing in GT cars, raced at Le Mans in a TVR Tuscan in 2004, has raced prototypes, has raced just about everything there is to race, historic Formula One cars as well, and even Fun Cup cars. He's well known as a hot shoe peddler in the Fun Cup endurance racing championships. But a lot of his time these days is dedicated to historic racing. It's dedicated specifically to coaching within historic racing. He's one of the best minds that you can really pick in the world of historic racing, and happy to say we're going to see him out a couple of times today as well. He'll be sharing a very impressive Corvette C6 ZR1 GT2 car with John Emberton a little later on in the Endurance Racing Legends as well. One of many cars that Greensall has pushed to its limits already on the Peter Auto package this year. And he is a very impressive historic racer, has to be considered one of the elite in historic racing.
Just having a look here, car 700 and 304. So that's 304 of Jose and Jeremy de Rocha, and the 700 of Richard Adjumigrian are under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. And normally when you get one of those warnings about under investigation due to speeding in the pit lane, you can normally predict what's going to happen next. But we'll keep an eye on race control and see how they deem appropriate action there. We have 31 minutes left on the clock then. Is the one, just as I say that, the 304 gets a 30-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. It's almost psychic. 190 still leading the way there. Otto Riedstadt now behind the wheel, having taken over from Jakob Riegel Holstein. Second place then now is the number 7, Eugène Delaplanque, who faded away on the latter part of that first stint, but has now got themselves back up there into second place in the running. Then it's David Richards rounding off the top 3.
And we're back to racing conditions. The green flag has been waved oftentimes, again, with it being historic racing, with it being customers looking to get the maximum out of their track time. They don't always wait for everyone to bunch together behind the safety car, which I imagine is much to the pleasure of everyone looking after the 190 Lotus 19, and Riedstadt in particular. Otto Riedstadt should have a decent lead still, even though he will have lost time, of course, the likes of Delaplanque and a few of the others that have made their stop during the safety car. In fact, I shouldn't say that, because of course Delaplanque was one of the first, if not the first, to make a pit stop long before the safety car came out. But nonetheless, the lead should be preserved somewhat there for the leading car overall then. I don't know what it is about the Austin Healey 100s in particular that is drawing penalties, but of course you just mentioned there the 304 Jose and Jeremy de Rocha, and then Richard Hadjimagran in the Austin Healey 104 as well. Both of them Austin Healey 104s, and both of them in the wars, both of them getting penalties. The earlier Healeys aren't having a good run of the luck on this occasion. 4-leaf clover required.
No, not this time. Not this time. But it runs there as well. Restart. Still leading the way. There is that 3:04 that has that 30-second time penalty. Jose and Jeremy De Rocha and Austin Healey 104. Back here into the final half an hour of the race. And for Delaplanque, played that well, Eugene, because stopped as early as possible within that pit window and has gained a lot of time. Nigel Greensall getting up into fourth place because he came out of the pit lane and found himself there behind of Romain Girardel. So he's now back up into fourth place. 7.5 seconds away, though, from David Richards as cars make their way through in towards that final corner. So Nigel's got a job on his hands. He wants to get back up into the top 3 overall. And David Richards still has quite a job on his hands as well. He's cutting down on that gap. The gap is still 14.6 seconds between himself and Eugene Delaplanque. There goes Nigel Greensall. There you can see that red machine, the number 300, that Shelby Cobra, has a bit of lappery to deal with. In terms of lappery, there's Reid's Thought. So now Reid's Thought has lapped up to Nigel Greensall. So it's only the top 3 that have not been lapped so far in this race. And, well, I have to be honest, Adam, that might come sooner rather than later.
It might just. Now we get the interesting look, don't we, to see if Greensall can hold on to the back of Otto Reid's Thought. And look at that, 2:02.182. The best lap so far. Is that a new best lap that's just been set? Because if so, that's very impressive. No, the last lap was a 2:11, so that was still while previous driver Holstein was in the car. But yeah, no, we're now getting an interesting comparison. Can Greensall hold on to the back of the 190? Certainly they don't look too far apart on pace, but the Lotus 19 clearly cars in separate classes and clearly in something of a different league from a performance standpoint. Speaking of different leagues, in terms of classes, the Cobra is actually on its own. It's the only car registered to the class known on the timing screen as GT5. And look at this, he's actually doing it. Nigel Greensall gets up the inside of Reid's Thought. Okay, well I was just in the process of cushioning the blow that the Cobra wasn't going to be fast in the Lotus 19, but clearly I'm too pessimistic. Nigel thinks he can do it.
Yeah, and I don't think Otto Reid's Thought was going to give him a hard time in doing so. It's almost as if he was thinking, well, if you want to try and go past, let's just not get in a tangle. Let's just file our way through. So Nigel Greensall then getting his way past, that could be a telling sign here in the latter stage of this race, as Nigel Greensall pretty much throws that car into the final corner on towards the start-finish straight here. And it might be a case for Reid's Thought here. He's just going to try and make sure gets this car home. Nigel Greensall trying to chase down David Richards then as we make our way towards turn 1 for another time. Less than 26 minutes of this race left to run. And there is your race leader right now, Otto Reid's Thought, who has taken over in this race of the car and is looking to try and get this car to the end. 1 minute 50 is the gap between himself and Eugene Delaplanque. And that really has been a summation of both drivers so far. They have been in a league of their own.
Yeah, they have. And it looks as though as the safety car procedure is noted to be under investigation, it would take a significant surprise to see the Reid's Thought Lotus 19 get reeled in by anybody with 25 minutes of the race to go and that kind of gap. But certainly the likes of Delaplanque and Richards and Greensall all looking a little bit quicker in terms of last flying laps. Delaplanque was 0.8 of a second quicker, whereas Greensall was 4 seconds quicker on that last lap and is of course now driving away from the leader in the Cobra despite being 4th overall. But yeah, Reid's Thought has a fairly comfortable advantage. He's just got to, as you rightly say, nurse that car to the end of the race.
Yeah, but a lock-up is not going to help Reid's Thought there. what happened in towards turn 6. So yeah, just trying to get used to the brakes. I think there might have been a small lock up there from restart in towards turn 9. So just got to try and get to grips with the car. Of course, where the braking zones are, making sure not to lock the brakes too much, because obviously that does take a lot out of the tyres every time you do it. Every time you make a lock-up, it just seems like the next lock-up is even easier to make. So you've really got to be careful at that front, just manage those tyres there. There's Eugène Deleplanque, who's currently second overall, and the gap has come down to restart then, because the gap's now 1 minute 48. So plenty of time in restart's back pocket then. The indicator, well, Deleplanque has got the right-hand indicator. He's turning now.
Yes, well, he is. But for now, that's quite accurate. Unfortunately, at this juncture of the race, I have to duck out of commentary for the next while. Unfortunately, I'm also going to miss the rather wonderful grid of classic F1 cars that is up next after this race. So I will duck out of the commentary box for the time being, Kieran, holding absolutely no resentment at all that you get to talk through some of the most fabulous racing cars of the DFB era of Formula One. But I will be joining you again shortly, and enjoy the conclusion of this 50s Legends race.
I'm sure we will. Thank you very much, Adam Weller. We'll be back, of course, later on today to annotate the rest of the day's proceedings. But as we see then, Eugène Deleplanque, gap between themselves and David Richards is now 10.2 seconds. And, making their way now through in towards the sort of latter stages of the lap and through turns 8. And we head our way in towards turns 9 and 10. Up onto the power we go then. Deleplanque to try and secure second place, and it has been an impressive season for Eugène Deleplanque. Hasn't finished lower than 4th place. All the races Deleplanque has started, he's managed to find himself on the podium more often than not. The only spot he hasn't found is that top spot, but rest assured, he's had a fantastic season, and of course was top of the standings points-wise coming into today, and had a very clear lead as well. So looking for Deleplanque here, it's just a case of getting this to the line, looking to try and crown the glory then. There in the background is David Richards, and there as well into picture is Nigel Greensall. So they make their way across the line, a 2 minutes 6.2 from Nigel Greensall that time around. So the gap's now come down between himself and Richards to 5.7 seconds. If he continues that rate of knots, if he's catching David Richards, we might see him catch within the sort of next 5 or so laps, maybe 4. So 10 minutes, perhaps. David Richards knows what he needs to do to try and hang on to that 3rd place overall. He makes his way onwards and outwards then. I believe that's a 304 has got another penalty, 45 seconds, due to a track limit infringement at turn 4. So that's the second of the hairpins in the early stage of the lap. Perhaps might be running slightly wide over the white lines. The track limit penalty just to add to the misery, to the woe for the 304, because they've had quite a few already. One that didn't see come through was the 700 as well, of Richard Hajimugan. Who's got a 60-second 1-minute penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So it's not been a wholly great day for either the De Rochers or the 700 there. So something that I'm sure they'll put behind them as quickly as possible. There you can see the progress through the field. It's pretty much looking up there at Cassina, who I was really hoping in the number 19, Claude Cassina, was going to hand over to Benjamin Chiron. But unfortunately, that Austin Mini Cooper S hasn't actually emerged back out to the pits or out onto the track, so a huge shame for Cassina then. As the car looks like it's going no further in this race. Gurjian also in the 110, currently in the pit lane then. Keep an eye to see if that car does rejoin. That's the Morgan Plus 4. It's currently in the pit lane right now. But focus then on the final 20 minutes, and Nigel Greensall is catching, isn't he? Now down to 4.3 seconds, the gap between himself. In fact, it's 2.9 seconds. So forget what I said about 10 minutes until Nigel Greensall catches. It looks like it's going to be a lot sooner than that. So Greensall looks to continue on closing the gap. There is your leader then. Otto Redstott passing through the picture, leading the way by 1 minute 45 ahead of Eugène Delaplanque. So it's a case of in the 190 there, Jakob Vigo Holstein was on it to build the gap, build that immense gap in the early stages of this race, and hand over to Otto Redstott to manage the race, manage the gaps to the end. Then Nigel Greensall is really catching David Richards now. He's within 1 second of him throughout this lap. So Nigel Greensall behind the wheel then into the 1 minute 59. The 1 minute 59 behind the leader, I should say. So he's closing in as well. As we see battles up and down the field, a bit of Lapri to contend with as well. Sunshine beams down. There's the 87, and that's Mark Ashworth, who's currently 7th overall, trying to catch the 21 car of Simon Nobili. That's in that Austin Mini Cooper S, so he's not too far away. So try and close in as best as he can. And also got that battle, the 38 and the 84, Balthazar and Engrand as well. Away for 10th place overall. That's 4th place, I believe that's 4th place in class. As we see then, it's the Cobra of Billy. As Ashworth is trying to catch him at rate of knots. And heading our way now onwards towards the middle part of the lap. There we can see Morgan's, that's the 255 then. Trying to for lost ground here. It's Theo and the Morgan +4. Head their way in towards hairpins almost. Theo then, and that's 255, a lap down on those around him. But a spinner in the background, and that is the 87 of Mark Ashworth, who spun. I believe that's on the exit there of turn 11. So he spun himself around. He'll have to get himself back going again, and that pressure he was applying to Nobili then in the Mini has quickly faded then. He's got to be careful he doesn't lose out too many positions, because the 53 there of Guy Grant, of Hales, was right behind, well, not right behind it, but within striking distance if that were the case. We do have David Richards, though, who's come into the pits. There you can see just at the top of your picture there, that is David Richards, who has brought his machine in. Sorry, Sandy Watson might be behind the wheels, but on our screens it says David Richards, so we'll stick with that for now. Has brought the Lotus 11 into the pits. So really unfortunate there to be pitting at this late stage. That's going to hand over a load of positions there. And unfortunately for David Richards, the car in trouble in the final 17 minutes of this race. Nigel Greensall then now in 3rd place, 10.5 seconds away from Delaplanque. As we see then, that's the 87. So have that little bit of a spin earlier. It's now, might not have been the 87 then perhaps that had the spin, because it's right on the back of Hales. Although it was, because Hales has passed him now. So Mark Ashworth has to really work hard. He managed to get himself past the 53 before. He's got to do it all over again now. There's the 104 and the number 70. That's Francois de Chanterac and that Austin Healy. Trying to battle away there with the number 70. And the number 70 car, trying to see who would be in there. Ruffino would be in the car at the moment. But there's Mark Hales and Mark Ashworth now sharing the same bit of track. Mark Hales was about 9 seconds back from Mark Ashworth before Ashworth's spin towards the end of 2 laps ago. Ashworth now, the problem with having that spin on a track that's so hot right now, still around 45 degrees Celsius is the track temperature. If you have that spin, you get too much heat into the tyres. It's quite difficult to disperse that heat once again, so you might find yourself struggling for maybe a couple of corners after that, just to try and cool the tyres back down again to a temperature where the car will actually have some grip and find it overheating all the time. Otto Redstott then, in the last 15 minutes of this race, still leads the way with Eugène Delaplanque in 2nd place. The gap is coming down, but nowhere near at a rate that should trouble Otto Redstott here. As you can see, the last lap of a 2-minute 12. So it's lapping 10 seconds away from what was lapping in the early stages of this race. So for Otto restart here, it is just a case of make sure this car gets to the line. David Richards still in the pits then, falling down the order as such. So in terms of progress throughout the field, it's only the 300 that's really lost a big amount of position. Nigel Greensill putting that car on pole position, but it just seemed to be here was as Otto restart kicking out the back end there, I'm sure, with a massive smile on his face, I'm sure. He gets his way now through, looking to just round off this race through and towards turn 7, and we've got a yellow flag out there at the moment, which has been quickly cleared. Through and towards turn 8, and towards turns 9 and 10, in towards the second sector. Otto restart here, looking to try and manage that to the end, getting the power down. Through in towards the final few corners then, with 13 minutes on the clock. The car there does have the fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 2.182, which was set much earlier on in the race by Jakob Vigo Holstein. Otto restart then makes his way round the final corner to start another lap of this race with just under 12 3/4 minutes left to run. Start makes his way down towards the first corner in that Lotus 19. The strategy seems to have worked for them so far for the Danish pair, looking to try and take their win. I believe this is their first entry into the series this season, and saying they've taken it by storm would be an understatement, to say the least. Chance maybe for Eugène Delaplanque to think this might be a chance of a race victory. Well, 94 seconds is the gap, and there's only 12 minutes left on the clock, and that very much is a job by Jakob Vigo Holstein to himself well ahead right now, keep that car well ahead as well. So still have a couple of retirements there, so it looks like did see the 192 stop at turn 12 earlier on. Mark Gordon behind the wheel. Car came to a halt, decided to go no further, triggered the safety car to be deployed, which slightly bunched up some of the field, allowed some to take pit stops where they hadn't previously done. So at a reduced pace for the rest of the field, they were able to get down there. Now Nigel Greensill then 0.4 at the last timing line to Delaplanque. What can he do this time then? There we see Delaplanque making their way down towards the first corner. Nigel Greensill closing now. The gap is under 4 seconds. Greensill charging away, looking to try and see if he can get this second place overall. Less than 11 minutes of running to go. Mark Hales, we saw a bit of a battle between Mark Hales and Mark Ashworth. Mark Hales cleared Mark Ashworth after Ashworth's spin, and Ashworth has been losing time ever since, and that was a battle for second place in class, so that was an important one for Mark Hales to go through. But he's now extending that gap he has over Mark Ashworth. Rollin in the number 72, that's Andre Rollin, and that Austin Healey 3000 Mark 1, looking to see find a way past the 84 Benjamin Engron and MGB in the battle for 8th place overall. Rollin was right on the tail, but at the last timing line went back up to 1 second. Greensill then chasing down Delaplanque as they make their way onwards now towards turn 7. Bit of lappery to deal with for Nigel Greensill. Looks to try and chase down Delaplanque in these closing stages with less than 10 minutes to go. Greensill sitting right behind Mark Jolly then. Looks to the inside then. Back on power he goes. Mark Hales is close up as well to the number 21. That's Simon Nobili. The Austin Mini Cooper S. looking to try and take 5th place overall. It would be quite a charge to see if he can try and close down onto that number 34, Girardel. MGB, as we see there now, battle for 2nd place overall makes its way onto the start-finish line. As we head our way down towards turn wall, still Delaplanque in 2nd with Greensill in 3rd. That was 2 seconds at the line. There's no lappery between either car at this stage. Delaplanque through in towards the first corner, back on the power. Greensill, as Adam was alluding to earlier, fantastic racer. Whatever car you put him in, he's going to get a lot out of it. You can see how quickly he's been compared to Eugene. Nearly 3 seconds quicker on one lap in particular for Nigel Greensill. Amazing bit of pace he's got then. It's clear to see he had that pace. Now he's really closed up. As the exit turn 4. Yeah, make their way now through. Go through that slight kink of 5 and down towards turn 6. Delaplanque versus Greensill. 8 minutes on the clock. Through they go then. Out of turn 6. They'll make their way up towards turn 7. Right-hander there. Greensill still closing up. Look at this now, right onto the back. Through they go then. Delaplanque taking maybe a slightly different line. Greensill looking to go aggressive here. Try and make this move. Now they head their way through up towards the chicane we go. Delaplanque still holding on to that 2nd place. Greensill taking a slightly narrower line into 9 to give him a better exit out of turn 10. Did that work though? Yes, it did. It's got him a line here as they head their way through in towards turn 12, still trying to switch backwards and forwards. But now Nigel Greensill will find himself on the outside, having to hang it round the outside, the back end twitching its way through in towards the final corner. No way through this time, but Nigel Greensill can put the power down and move to the left-hand side of your pictures then. Will he get that run? Yes, he will. He is past Delaplanque in the closing stages of that lap then. And the back end of Greensill was really onward, but Delaplanque is not done with this, as there's a bonnet up there for the 84, and that's Engrand. So he's got his bonnet up, he can't see anything, and he's pulled to the side at turn 1. But Greensill still has Delaplanque to deal with as well. He's not done with this. Here's Delaplanque as the sunlight beams on the cars, but Greensill manages to get and keep the move then ahead of Eugene Delaplanque. And yeah, Benjamin Engrand then in that MGB with the bonnet up. Well, it's clearly come up on its own volition and completely obscured the view of poor Benjamin, who was none the wiser, but made it to turn 1 at the very least at a reduced pace. Still knew roughly where he was in the circuit, which is always good. Nigel Greensill now up into 2nd place with less than 6 minutes on the clock. That's a shame for Benjamin Engrand as well, because he was looking really good in that battle with Balthazar as well. But not to be, says the bonnet of Engrand. Reid Stott then leads the way in the final 5.5 minutes of this race. 1 minute 17 is the gap, and that gap's been coming down since the pit stops. Reid Stott just making sure the car makes it to the checkered flag. That Lotus 19 in the hands of Jakob Vigo Holstein built up an 80 to 90 second lead before the safety car came out. So it was clear to see that that car was going to be a tough one to stop. And there is the 104 there. That's Francois de Chanterac. So we're on towards that start finish straight then. Nigel Greensill now pulled 2.2 seconds clear of Delaplanque. Make that 2.8 as they cross the line. So Nigel Greensill now heading his way down towards the first corner. Underneath him, Shelby Cobra. Slightly unstable there, but as to be expected at the period time here, Appendix K. we mentioned earlier, is designed to try and get these cars to race as they would in period, as close as possible. Looking at the closing stages then, battles to keep an eye on, possibly a battle for 12th place overall, which would be the 49 there of Will Stevens and the number 304. And that's going to be Jose and Jeremy De Rocha. Now, the 304 has, it's fair to say, a mountain of penalties, but at least for track position, it might be a chance of something to keep our eye on. Definitely keeping our eye on the leader then, Otto Reeds-Thott, heading his way now down in towards turn 1. Only a handful of laps remain here for the 50s Legends. They've given us a great show to kick off the weekend here at the Estoril Classics 2023. Vacan now is into the pits in the number 94. That was, I think that's Luc-Pierre Vacan in that Jaguar E-Type. So a huge shame there, the E-Type is not going to see the checkered flag either. It's a huge shame because we started this race with 2 Jaguar E-Types. We're going to finish with 0, it looks like, at this stage. So a huge shame there. But not a huge shame for Otto Reeds-Thott. So he'll look to keep this facing in the right direction. That's all he has to do. Sure, he keeps in track limits, doesn't overdrive it, doesn't need to at this stage. So makes his way now down in towards turn 7 this is. Make his way now onwards towards turn 8, and then he'll get himself on towards that chicane. To hear if he's slowing just to make sure the next lap is the last lap. Just for safekeeping, just to make sure that the next lap is the final one. Well, we knew that already. Looking at the timing screens then. Making our way now in through 12. Through that long right-hander at turn 13. So Reeds-Thott then around the final corner. We'll start the final lap of this race then here in the 50s Legends. It's been a commanding performance from that Lotus 19. Jakob Viggo Holstein was about 6 seconds per lap quicker than anybody else. I'm glad to see just in that picture Luc-Pierre Vacan, Jaguar E-Type, is coming back out, so hopefully they will be able to take the checkered flag. Reeds-Thott then making sure all systems are nominal. Doesn't have to overdrive this in towards turn 3. There's been a story where Holstein built the gap, Stott made sure that gap wasn't going to be caught through in towards turn 4. And there's quite a few penalties here going out, including one to the 190, our race leader. Well, that's certainly something to keep your eye on. 30 seconds worth of time penalties. And I wonder if Nigel Greenstall had seen that earlier in the race, perhaps he would have pushed harder. And maybe if Otto Reeds-Thott had saw that as well, he probably would have pushed harder as well. In any case, 30 seconds worth of time penalties. So now just have to keep one eye on that clock. It was 59 seconds here. So Reeds-Thott then his way through in towards closing stages of this race. Through in towards turn 8 he goes. He'll make his way through in towards that chicane for the final time. Through in towards turns 9 and 10. He's struggling to keep that in gear. Might be struggling towards the end then. Car 72 now has a 90-second penalty. Track limit infringement. Otto Reeds-Thott, you could see him really struggle to get a gear coming through that final chicane. And as they make their way through in towards the final corner, it does seem like Otto Reeds-Thott has had to nurse that car, really nurse it towards the end there. And he'll try and coast his way up towards the start-finish line then to take the checkered flag. Otto Reeds-Thott takes the checkered flag and the victory here for the 190 for the Lotus 19. Otto Riedstadt takes the flag. Jakob Vigo Holstein pulled out that immense gap in the early stages, made that a commanding lead to have to deal with there. And really good stuff there from the Danes. I believe this was their first outing into the series this season, and well, they've certainly sent a message out there. Nigel Greensall in second place so far, but he's had a fantastic race as well. He's taken over from John Spears, who himself was really up in the running. We saw great battling going forward in those stages, in those early stages, a great three-way battle. But Nigel Greensall brings home the Shelby Cobra in second place overall. And just in the background there as well, Eugène Delaplanque continues that really good performance he's had all season, finishing in third place. There's only one race he's entered this season that he hasn't finished on the podium, and in that one he finished fourth. There's Simon Nabili in the Mini Cooper S, winning his class as well, finishing sixth place overall. So really good stuff to see there. As we also have Gerardel in fourth place. Mark Hales came across the line in fifth place there. Starting to catch Gerardel towards the end of the race. Nabili in sixth place there. Mark Ashworth in seventh, and perhaps that late spin cost him a bit of time, maybe a bit of performance as well. So, shame to see for Mark Ashworth. Nothing away from what we saw. We saw brilliant battling in the early stages of that race. A great three-way battle we saw in that. And unfortunately for David Richards in the 250, we saw the Lotus 11 unfortunately have to take to the pit lane, and it never re-emerged, unfortunately. So where could Richards have finished that car? I guess will remain a mystery. What won't remain a mystery is that performance there as well from that Danish dream team, it seems. Otto Riedstadt taking the flag, Jakob Vigo Holstein building up that. In the end, it was an immense gap that could not be caught. He even got a 30-second penalty for an infringement on safety car procedure. Nevertheless, it still came home to take the victory and take it to the flag as well. I do wonder if there had to be some sort of management towards the end there for Otto Riedstadt. There we see then, unfortunately, David Richards and Sandy Watson, who was due to be in the car as well, to take that early retirement there. Such a shame to see. So there you can see Georges and Luc-Pierre Vaquin, their Jaguar E-Type, then faltered towards the end. They did come into the pits. I think, yeah, we did see Luc-Pierre bring the car back out to at least take the checkered flag. So there was that in a sense. I believe he did take the checkered flag there. No, it did come back into the pits. So they managed to make it back onto the track, and they decided to pit in anyway. So unfortunately that Jaguar E-Type didn't take the flag, but should hopefully be classified as 14th place. But Otto Riedstadt taking the victory there. Nigel Greensall in second place then, with Eugène Delaplanque rounding off the top three. And of course that 300 is Nigel Greensall and John Spears. And John Spears himself was really good fight, running as high as second as well when he was battling away with the likes of Delaplanque, and also with David Richards when that Lotus 11 was running. Safety car really did change up that race a little bit. Fourth place was the number 34, Romain Girardel, MGBB. Fifth place in the end went the way of the 53 of Mark Hales and Guy Grant in that TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. Sixth place overall, and I believe winning in class as well, was Simon Nabili in that Austin Mini Cooper S. Seventh place overall then was Mark Ashworth. He managed to get third place in GT2 at the very least, but it could have been a much different day for Mark Ashworth. So he had that spin towards the end of his stint. There then Getting out of the car is Otto Reedstott, who takes that checkered flag, of course. And a remarkable performance from the pair of them as well. They managed to build that gap, maintain it as well, and a big smile there from Otto Reedstott there as well. And I think a well-deserved bottle of water as well. It's a great performance from the both of them. Jaco Vigo Holstein, immensely happy with that, you can tell. It was brilliant to watch then. It was the start as well that really came into fruition. Because at the start, that really good launch, but it was really, really good stuff to see. Now, the early stint, David Richards found himself down into 5th place. Not the greatest start either, but managed to claw his way back up the field. It's the case there, but some fantastic pictures on your screens right now of the battling we had, and it was good battling towards the end as well. We saw a great 3-car battle this to start the day. A 3-car battle for 2nd place overall. Chopping and changing, Delaplanque was managing to hold on to that lead. David Richards was just trying to, in the beginning, make his way past that number 300 of John Spears. Performance from all then, and those wonderful pictures of cars making their way through without a bit lock-up. Had a lock-up or two to boot as well. There was a case there. Nigel Greensill got behind the wheel. He really meant business there. Shortage of action around the track as well. Safety car really did change up this race too. He even handed out a few penalties as well. In fact, I think 4 penalties were dished out for infringements with safety cars. And what a race it might have been for Mark Ashworth as well. Good early stint. You can see it's Benjamin Engrand who had a little bit of a spin earlier on in the race, but he ended up at turn 1 when the bonnet decided to obscure his vision of turn 1. So Reedstott then had one job when he took over the car, and that was to nurse, make it to the end. That couldn't be said as well for Nigel Greensill, because as soon as he got into the car, it was a case of get that car as far up the order as possible. But the checker flag eventually waved then for Otto Reedstott. Took the victory there. Nigel Greensill picking up 2nd place overall as well. So really good stuff to see then, as Otto Reedstott and Jakob Holstein taking the victory then ahead of the 300 of John Spears and Nigel Greensill. 3rd place went to the way of Eugene Delaplanque. 4th place went to the way of the 34 Romain Girardel. 5th place went to the 53 of Mark Hales. 6th place overall went to Mark Ashworth and then the 87. 7th place went the way of the 38. That was Didier Marie and Gabriel Balthazar. 8th place went to the way of the number 21, Simon Nobili. 9th place went to the number 133, which was George Rocchietta. Rounding off the top 10 was the number 49, the number 4 Stevens there. But a brilliant display, and we've got more of the same coming soon. So next up then will be the pre-1986. The F1 cars will make their way out onto the track very, very shortly, and some really great machinery to display as well. We've got the Legia JS21, the Williams FW08, the Alfa Romeo 182 as well, making its way out onto the circuit. A couple of shadows. Surtees TS9 will make its way to the circuit, as well as the Surtees TS16 as well, and the Lotus 72 and the 78. But it was a great day as well for the Danes. They made their way, had that gap, built the gap so immensely, and they were able to really put on a show, as it were. The Danes put in the performance there. Sun beaming down here. Track temperature still is, it's gone down slightly now, 43 degrees Celsius at the moment. The air temperature being 27 degrees Celsius, so the track's starting to cool as we head into the latter stages of today. And of course, that will be a common theme now, with the sun starting to lower in the sky. We'll see the track and air temperatures drop as we head towards the latter stages of the racing today. The pre-1986 F1 machinery make their way out onto the circuit, and they look stunning. Absolutely brilliant to see them all as they make their way onwards to the grid. And to give you an idea of how the grid looks then, on the first row is the number 26 Solheim Ayari. Alongside him is the number 99 Jamie Constable. Row number 2 then is number 2 Katsu Kubota. Number 14 Laurent Four. Third row is number 27 Mark Hazel and number 6 Mark DeVee. Row 4, number 93 Mark Harrison and the number 32 Marco Fumagalli. Row number 5 will be number 16 Marco Bianchini and the number 23 of Martin O'Connell. Row 6 will be the number 58 of Ewan Sergeson and number 69 Mr. John B. Row 7 will be number 18 Christopher Perkins and Nick Pink, and number 49 alongside. Row number 8 would be 71 Vincent Rivet and 22 Richard Hope. Row 9 will be number 41 Philip Bonney and treble 2 of Paul Tattershaw. And row number 10 will be the number 61 Frank Lyons and the 37 of Cyrus Ayari. So there's going to be 20 cars that take the start, fingers crossed. Looking forward to seeing how it all goes on. In fact, no, there's Cyrus Ayari who's not on the screens at the moment. We'll look at that one and see if that 37 is on the grid. That ensign MN175. We'll see if it's on the grid when we come to it. Great mix of machinery able to battle it out. Sohail Ayari will lead them down towards the first corner. That Ligier JS21. You can see Martin O'Connell in his Brabham BT37. It's very much the Cosworth era, that DFH era machinery. Unless you're Richard Hope and you've got an Alfa Romeo, in which case that's definitely not the Cosworth. It's a fantastic noise to hear all around as we'll make our way towards the grid. Plenty of time to get some heat into those tyres and those brakes. So we'll see them make their way through in towards that final corner and take their places on the grid. Then that's Philippe Bonney, Trojan T103. Plenty to see then. There's on your right hand side, there's Sohail Ayari, Ligier JS21. That Ligier JS21 was raced, I believe, in 1983. It was not as successful as maybe it might have been, unfortunately. It didn't manage a points finish. It was one of the few times in Ligier history, perhaps the first, where they just didn't score a point in the entire season. In the end, Ligier decided to take on Renault engines after that season. So this was the last Ligier with a Cosworth V8 in the back. But of course, Sohail Ayari has managed to put that car on a pole position. And I was chatting to Adam Weller, who will be joining me, I'm sure, after this race. I'm sure he's gutted he's going to miss out on it because he was keeping his eye on Jamie Constable. Tyrrell 011. Because Jamie Constable was 1.6 off of Ayari off that start. He was hedging his bets. There goes that 99. Jamie Constable also enters as a Tyrrell. It's clearly a Benetton making its way to the front of the order. Either way, Jamie Constable will take his mark on second place. Was entered as that Tyrrell 011, but taking its way onto the second row of the grid then. So to Kubota as well, lines up in third place in that Lotus 72, and that's obviously such a recognisable car. All Lotuses tend to be very recognisable amongst the field. Pre-race ritual is well underway. All eyes really will be on Sohail Ayari to see if he can take advantage of that qualifying pace he had early on. Will we see a similar scenario to what we saw in the 50s Legends, where we had one car absolutely flying away at the start? It is a 20-minute race that will be ahead of our drivers once they do get underway. It will just be a 20-minute sprint to the flag. And engineers obviously checking over all the vitals in the last-minute preparation, the tyre pressures as well, because the track temperature is still well into the 40s. There is Jamie Constable on the front row. Obviously, umbrella in hand to keep him cool and keep the cockpit cool for as long as possible. We'll get massively hot in these cars. Obviously have to contend with the heat as well. There's a Katsu Kubota you can just see in the background, and then that's 72, the John Player Special, always a fan favourite, I'm sure, to see. And Kubota starts that in third place. Stands the test of time, really, doesn't it? The John Player Special. Lotus 72 taking its spot third place on the grid, and the safety car starts to make its way once again. Well, Lotus 72 really did follow that mantra from Colin Chapman to add lightness wherever possible. Make the car as light as possible. It will be nimble at that point. There is the 27 being wheeled back. That's Mark Hazel. And I wonder if it's just a case of misaligned. Hopefully it's just a case of misaligned on the grid position, although looking at the body language, maybe not the case at the moment. Mark Davey was there as well. Lotus 78. There's the 32 as well. That's Marco Fumagalli and that Theodore TR1. Starting procedure still the way, the three lights. We're getting close to having all personnel leave the track. It's all mechanics and car personnel that are allowed to be on the circuit at the moment. And really, it is a case of making sure these cars are started as late as possible. Of course, these cars are designed to move through flowing air. So it is a case there that if they're stationary, they will overheat very, very quickly. There's Mr. John of B in the 69. And that's looking to take his way up the field as well. We're on 4 as well in the 14. That ensign MN181B. And as you see, the on-track personnel ushering those away now. It's starting off the engines again as late as possible. These cars do not like being stationary whatsoever. It looks like Mark Hazel The engineers are trying to get that car back into position. They are. So they are going to try and get that car started, at least take the formation lap. Have late it, the personnel as late as possible as well. Possibly an issue for one of the cars here as they look to try and get it started. Jamie Constable trying to get that car started perhaps. We'll have these F1 machinery pre-1986. Absolutely brilliant around the circuit, of course. Estoril has had its fair share of dramatic Formula One races as well. And I'm sure today will be no different. We'll get the formation lap started very shortly here for the second race of the day here at the Estoril Classics. Pre-1986 F1 cars due to take their start very shortly then. As we get underway then, Sohail Ayari will get them away. Plenty of tyre warming to do here. Katsu Kubota then, well, he's second in the queue, but he is third on the grid, and we'll just have to keep an eye on Jamie Constable then, because he might have had a couple of issues towards the start of that race initially, or at least the start of this formation lap, but Jamie Constable seems to have got up to speed now. He's retaken his second place in that queue. Beautiful car then, Mark DeVee, Lotus 78, to make good on his place in the grid. He starts sixth at the moment in car 6. He'll be looking to make his way up the order. 20 minutes to come here. Pre-1986 F1 machinery. And we have Sohail Ayari on pole position. Jamie Constable in second place. Katsu Kubota in third. Laurent Fort in fourth place. Mark Hazel in fifth. Mark DeVee in sixth. Mark Harrison in seventh. Marco Fumigali in eighth. Marco Bianchini in 9th, and Martin O'Connell rounding off the top 10. Ewan Sergeson in 11th place, Mr. John of B in 12th, Christopher Perkins in 13th, Nick Pick 14th, 15th place Vincent Rivet, 16th place Richard Hope, 17th place 41 Philippe Bonny, 18th place Paul Tattershaw in the treble 2, Frank Lyons in 19th place. And Sirius Ayari was due to take the start in his ensign MN175. If he is going to take the start, it will be at the back of the grid. Engine notes rise and fill Estoril here. So Ayari will be making his way now towards his grid slot, his grid position, ready to take this start. Jamie Constable alongside him. There goes Ayari, who takes his spot on the front row. Keep an eye out as well for Kubota. He'll be looking to try at least challenge Jamie Constable down towards the first turn. Who will be able to get to the heat in those massive slick tyres, especially at the rears. Just have the last of the runners to take their grid spots then. So I think that's Rivet in the 71 in that march, making his way now to the back of his grid slot then. And perhaps just a rear tyre sticking out. Green flag waved at the back then. We're ready to go racing here for the second race of the day. The pre-86 F1 race is underway. The lights go out and it's a really, really good start for Laurent Fort at the moment as they make their way now down towards turn 4. Has the inside line as he looks to try and find a way past Ayari. Then no way through for him in the first occasion. But as they'll make their way now onwards towards turn 2, is that going to be the case? No, it looks like Ayari here has got himself a good line of stead. Constable falls down to third place. They head their way now through in towards turn 2. Still side by side running then as we make our way through. Ayari will just try and keep his head down and try and run away with this one. Jamie Constable, 3rd place at the moment. Battle for 4th place ongoing then between Hazel and O'Connell. And we make our way through onwards and upwards now, down in towards turn 6 for the first time. Ayari looking to just get himself away. Constable then right onto the back then of 4 as we head our way through. Kubota now into 4th place as O'Connell tries to battle him away. Nat Williams away again. Look round the outside for Constable. Round the outside he went, and a brilliant move from him to get himself around the outside of Laurent 4. That ensign, and Constable now moves himself back up into 2nd place. Still, this is not over. Laurent 4 looking to try and find his way back through. And we round ourselves through that final corner, and we might see, Jamie Constable, I think, is in trouble here. Yes, he is in massive trouble as he'll try and coast his way back to the pit lane. And that might have been a precursor, especially on the start of the formation lap. And unfortunately, it's come apart then for him. Bit of debris on the track then, and goes through there. Mark DeVee, he looks down the inside then as he tries to find his way up past Marco Fumagalli, but no way through for him. He took the full brunt of that debris that was on towards turn 1 then. Meanwhile then 4 trying to find a way down the inside here of Kubota as they try and get the power down. Look out then for the Williams then of Hazel, and he's got the power down. He makes his way through and up a position as well. Martin O'Connell in that Brabham looking to try and make his way through as well. And Ayari, well, it's clear to see he's absolutely run away with this. Not only is he quicker car on pole by over 1 second, but the fact that everybody else behind him is squabbling for position is only going to help him further in that case to open up that gap. Kubota then in 2nd place, and then it's Hazel in 3rd. 4 is in 4th. Martin O'Connell rounds off the top 5. Fumagalli, I think that is in 6th place. DeVee is in 7th. It's going to be who rounds off the top 8, I wonder. In any case, there is DeVee, that Lotus, 78. Again, the 72 and the 78 have such gorgeous liveries as well. And the John Player special of Mark DeVee trying to find a way through. Also trying to find a way through is that number 23. Martin O'Connell trying to open up and see if he can get his way through, but Kubota's managed to try and build a gap in 2nd place at the very least. And then it's Mark Hazel in 3rd place. Laurent 4 is in 4th. Martin O'Connell in 5th. Fumagalli in 6th place then. There's the battle for 2nd place between Katsu Kubota and Mark Hazel as they head their way through in towards turn 2, head their way through in towards turns 3 and 4. Laurent 4 as well. A bit of a race of his own at the moment, but he'll get the power down. Heading our way through the slight kink of 5 down towards turn 6. It's a case now of can Katsu Kubota hold on. Now let's have a replay here. Now this might have been the front wing. Was this possibly the front wing that we found down towards turn 1? Perhaps not, but you see there. It was. So a bit of debris flown off the back. Now was that a bit of engine cover, I wonder, off the back of our leader Ayari? And you'll see that strewn across the, because I thought that was a front wing at first. There's absolutely no chance for Mark DeVee to even avoid that when he sees it so late. Hope there's not any lasting damage to DeVee's car after that one. These cars are pretty tough when it comes to bodywork. But even that would have tested it. So Ayari might have shedded some weight unintentionally on this one. There is DeVee then, who's running at the moment. Right now in 5th place. A little bit spread out towards the back of the, towards the mid pack until we get to this battle here. O'Connell having to try and fend off Fumagalli and also Mr. John of B. Mr. John of B looking for it, and there's a spinner. That's the 18 machine. That's Christopher Perkins, and that's Surtees TS16, who's had a bit of a moment there. Hazel then still back on this. Laurent 4 has rejoined this battle for second place as Katsu Kubota still holding on as we head our way through in towards turn 4. Back on the power we go. This trio battling away for second place in this race as they'll now make their way towards turn 6. Laurent 4 maybe thinks about a move. Definitely a different line to Mark Hazel. And Hazel here in that FW08 still looking to find his way past. Kubota still in second, hanging on to that one. Ayari has, well, opened up the taps and it's in a different sector right now. Laurent 4 then right onto the back of Mark Hazel then as we head our way out of the hairpins onwards towards the closing stages of this lap. And we head our way through. So it's allowed Kubota, the battling between Hazel and 4 has allowed Kubota to really try and pull away. And, it's allowed a little bit of breathing space. FW08 under pressure then from Laurent 4. 4 thinks about a move up the inside, but no way through this time around. The FW08 then in the stalwart of Williams history. Ed and Frank Durney designing that one. Of course, it's Keke Rosberg who used the car to get himself a 1982 title. Very much a car of esteemed history. It's now under pressure here. Laurent 4 looking for a move around the outside. Mark Hazel has none of that. It allows 4 to switch to the inside line, trying to get the power down now, coming out of turn 6, and he does get the position then. So Laurent 4 in that ensign moves himself now up into the podium positions. And for Mark Hazel then, he's got to try and find his way back past as we head our way now through in towards the chicane now. Turns 9 and 10 really does test the traction of these cars. The very wide rear tyres help to put the power down, but even then, it can struggle at times. Kubota has managed to build nearly a second gap between himself and Laurent 4. In fact, nearly 2 seconds it is now. As we head our way through that final corner, onwards then towards the start-finish line. Ayari has pulled clear, 16 seconds clear to be exact, away from Kubota. As Mark Hazel thinks about a move down the inside of Laurent 4, has to decide against it. It's always great to see drivers taking this historic machinery and really putting it through its paces. There's a bit of lappery to deal with there, as there goes Laurent 4 up the inside of Kubota then. Could he try and get the power down? No, not this time. This Lotus 72 manages to hold on then as we head our way through in towards turn 4. But that little bit of lappery there really did start to open things up. Kubota found himself under pressure there. And as we head our way down towards turn 6, might have to keep an eye on everything. Oh, a little bit of a loss at the back end there for Laurent 4. He's lost a bit of time there. He might even lose a bit of time to Mark Hazel behind him as well. Kubota though, hoping those little bits of lappery happen not as frequently as such, that he can keep himself ahead. For Laurent 4, he really did get himself in a battle there, didn't he? Really did. Lotus 72 then. Obviously, Emerson Fittipaldi originally behind the wheel, but it's a very iconic livery. The John Player Special. Laurent 4, though, in his ensign, right into the toe now of Kubota. As we are more than halfway through this race then, Kubota has that top end to just keep himself ahead. Laurent 4 settling for third place for now. Then it's Mark Hazel in fourth place in the FW08. Kubota again feels the need to go defensive in towards turn 2. And again, Laurent 4 might have found a road inside in towards turn 3. Getting the power down. Can he get it this time? We're still side by side. Kubota now has the inside line for turn 4. And for here, we'll try again a bit of a switchback. Got yellow flags up ahead coming in towards turn 5. So there's no overtaking through this zone. So they have to hold fire for now as we head away down towards 6 then. And I wonder if we can spot anything here. Power down then for Laurent 4 as he draws himself side by side with Kubota. Not quite through there. Great battle for second place here. Yari still leading the way. Laurent 4 taking to the curbing there. Kubota defending this one. Laurent 4 tries to go around the outside then. Locks up. And takes slightly evasive action. Then gets the tail out. Might allow Mark Hazel a way through. Such with these cars, you can really chuck out the back end. As we head through the final corner then, Kubota under significant pressure from Laurent 4 and Mark Hazel then. As we head away onwards then towards the start-finish line. 8 and a few to go then. 8 minutes that is. As there goes Mark Hazel then up the inside in that FW08. Slight lock of the brakes there, but nothing untoward. And Mark Hazel moves himself now back up into third place. We're on 4 here, back down to 4th. Kubota still hanging on to that second place. Now again, it goes to the turn of Mark Hazel to see if he can find a way through. Laurent 4 here, again around the outside. In towards turn 4, still no way through. As we get back onto the power. This is exactly what Kubota wants. He wants Hazel and 4 to battle away with each other. Because they're losing time to each other. Laurent 4 just putting himself in the mirrors. In fact, he's going for a bit of a lunge in towards turn 6. Trying to get the power down now. Has the inside line. And they do run side by side on the run towards turn 7. Just about ahead. But only just for Mark Hazel. As Laurent 4 right onto the back of him now. Heading our way in towards turns 9 and 10. Through the chicane here. And 4 able to kick the back end out as well. Mark Hazel holding on to third place right now. Just in the background as well, that's DeVee in the Lotus 78. Who is trying to close in on this battle as well. As, well, he's got every chance of it if they keep battling like this. Kubota still in second place. Just over 6.5 minutes left of this race to run. Here goes Laurent 4 then. Trying to pass Mark Hazel. Where Hazel had passed him previously. Down in towards turn 1 we go. And not quite there. Mark Hazel has to take to the outside of turn 1. Again, that's just music to Kubota's ears. He'll be loving this in his mirrors. That's for sure. And I guess this has opened up a little bit of a gap. That's allowed, though, DeVee. Mark DeVee has really closed up now to the back of this pack. Could soon be a 4-way battle. Sooner rather than later. And that Lotus 78, of course, again designed by Peter Wright, Colin Chapman and Martin Ogilvie. And Tony Rudd. The first ground effect car ever in Formula 1. Such drivers as Mario Andretti, Ronnie Peterson behind the wheel. Incredible to see it on display here. And we have, this is the battle for 6th place right now, involving, I think that's 6 cars this is involving. So brilliant to see these machines really stand up to the test of time, you could say. Connell managing to hold on to 6th place for now. Then it's Mark Harrison in that Shadow DN9 who's looking to try and find his way through, but it's been like this for a while now. In the case of Martin O'Connor, was able to hold on to this position right now. Meanwhile, back up at the front then, a little bit of lappery to contend with as that It's Lions there. It's the 61 of Lions, who is the little bit of lappery there. Laurent Four is not letting Mark Hazel get away with this one. As well, through goes Mark DeVee. Laurent Four again trying to find his way up the inside at turn 4. We'll head our way through and towards turn 5. Again, just moving this way and that to see if we can try and find a space. There is a car out, and that is Tattershall, unfortunately. So, unfortunately for Paul Tattershall, he is out of this race. The ensign N179 not making it to the end. And meanwhile, then, this battle might be going to the end. Hazel still holding back for the final space on that podium as it stands. We haven't spoken a lot about Sohail Ayari and his Ligier JS21. It's nearly 30 seconds up the road. Laurent Four again looking for a move up the inside. Oh, there's contact there between the FW8, between Mark Hazel and Laurent Four then. It was a great battle between them, but unfortunately for Laurent Four, he was collected there, and I think he's starting to get out of the car, and you can see there that's a wounded FW08 of Mark Hazel. It's trying to limp its way back to the pits. That has allowed Mark DeVee to take second or third place spot, I should say. Kubota was able to just steer clear of that one by just trying to stay ahead. There's Mark DeVee, who's now up into third place. And it's actually stopped on circuit then. So this could be an interesting one with the limited amount of time we have, with the car stopped on circuit near the final corner. This could be something to keep an eye on then. Let's see exactly what happened. Four then got the inside line in towards turn 9, and it was just a case there where the FW08 just couldn't quite get even further down the inside there, the 27 of Mark Hazel. And it's such a shame to see a battle that intense come to an end. There is a red flag that has now been shown with just over 2.5 minutes left on the clock, but I can't see that race being restarted with such little time left. But a battle for third place, apologies, for that final step on the podium. It was a hard battle that was fought between Laurent Four and Mark Hazel, and in the end, it looks like neither of them will take that spot anyway. Mark DeVee went through there to take third place across the timing line. And that Lotus 78 looks like it might be getting itself a spot on the podium. And Mark DeVee really had some turn of pace towards the end of the race. Really started to make his way up there. I think Vincent Rivet has missed the pit lane. But race control has confirmed that the race has finished, so it has been declared. And it looks like it's going to be then Sohail Ayari who takes the victory in that race. It's going to be Katsu Kubota who finishes in second place. And well, it'll be interesting to see, but at the moment, Mark DeVee on our timing screens is third in that Lotus 78. Now, if they do any countbacks, that might be a case, but if you count back, that's going to put, I believe it would have been Mark Hazel on the podium, but since Mark Hazel and Laurent Four both clearly not under their own power, it's a case of where is this race declared. But do you go back a lap, or is it as it was at the red flag? All will be revealed, I'm sure, in good time. But we know the front two because they were exactly the same at the time of the incident and the time of the red flag. So it was Sohail Ayari, the Frenchman, taking the victory here in the first race. As we do see there, Mark Hazel out of the FW08, maybe a kick of the grass as well. It was a great battle between himself and Laurent Four. They were giving it everything, but unfortunately the contact has brought an end to both of their races and an end to this race. But we shall go through the classification as it is on the timing screen. So top of that timing screen is Sohail Ayari. Katsu Kubota in second place. Third place, Mark DeVee. Fourth place went the way of Martin O'Connell. Fifth place went the way of the 93 of Mark Harrison. Sixth place went the way of the 69, which was Mr. John of B. Seventh place went the way of the number 32, Marco Fumigalli. As we have the checker flag now out, and well, it's gone back. Yes, it has gone back a lap. So Mark Hazel does find himself now onto the podium at the checkered flag. So it does tick over back a lap. So that means then Mark Hazel does take his spot on the podium. And that happened just as I was reading through. I did wonder whether it would have been counted back a lap, considering the two cars that were battling for the podium never made it. Their incident caused the red flag, but it has been counted back. And Mark Hazel will finish third then at the checkered flag. Laurent Faure is in fourth place. And Mark DeVee rounds off the fifth place spot. And we have, I believe, an interview in the pit lane.
Great race, you start well and you never look back. No, the car was fantastic and the team make a very good job. You know, we are a quite new team and we're improving. Last year I was 5 seconds of the pace, and so this year we are in the good way to make again a bit better. I'm very happy, and I'm so happy to race here.
And so, what was your biggest challenge today?
The biggest challenge was to being first at the first corner, and then we know that we were quick. I did the pole. If I succeeded to turn the first corner ahead of the other, then it was possible to push the 2 reverse lap just to make a gap, which I did. And behind, I know then they try to overtake each other and they lose a lot of time beginning of the race. So it was quite easy.
Thank you and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
So 40-minute race ready to get underway here in the Greatest Trophy, with Afshin Fatemi in the 116 on pole position, Alan Rued in the number 6 alongside. Then it's the 14 Antovi Schroren and the number 16 Nicholas Halusa. 58 Yves Vogele and then 60 Peter Vogele. Row number 4 is the number 3 Hipólito Pires and number 45 Carlo Vogele. Row number 5 is the 46 Volker Hischer and number 20 Christian Dumoulin. Row number 6 is the number 9 Alain Vogele and 41 Jan Giesen. Row number 7, 140, Martin Halusa, and number 92, Wolf Zweifler. Row number 8, number 69, that's the Chevrolet Corvette C1 Phase 2, and alongside is the number 24, Ralph Hubert. And row number 9 is the number 10, Jean-Jacques Bully, and number 32, Marie-Claude Firmenich. So, we make our way through then. Onwards we go then, towards the start-finish line with the Greatest Trophy then behind the pace car right now. Make our way to start the 40-minute race, the 33rd race of the day, I should say. Afshin Fatemi looking to make good on the time he set in qualifying. It was a 2:35.565, and all eyes on the lights then, ready for the start of this race. Eyes on the lights. When they extinguish, we go racing, and we do go racing now. And what are the starts like? It's an initially good start then from the number 24 as we head our way through now down in towards the first corner then. And it looks like Hipólito Pires tried to move up the inside but couldn't quite find that way through, and trying to find his way up the order. But it's a decent start though from all. Everyone's made it through the first corner then. Afshin Fatemi in the 116, looking to make good on that pole position start, which he has done as we head our way through and upwards and onwards. As we head our way for the next few laps, we'll see what happens here. So, 61 Fierro, who now leads the way. Pires is in second place then and looking for a move then, trying to go up the inside. And he can't quite find that move just yet. Fierro trying now to go up the inside perhaps. As we head our way now, up the hill we go. And heading our way now down in towards the next turn. It looks like there, Hipólito Pires has managed to just about hold off on that one and hold on to the lead of the race. Fierro now will have to try and himself back up ahead. Let's head our way through. Bit of a lock-up further back. There's the 46 car of Hischer. That's Volker Hischer. He's looking to get good there. But Pires then doing a good job at the opening stages. Fierro is in second place now then. Hischer makes his way through as cars now make their way through in towards the final corner. There goes the number 60 then of Peter Vogele. As cars now make their way onto the start-finish race. So it's Hipólito Pires at the top of the order at the moment then, as we descend our way down towards turn 1. And then it's Guillermo Fierro in second place. And Volker Hischer trying to get his way up the inside. Bit of a lock-up there from, I think that was Oldendorf in the number 5. That's Christian Oldendorf in that Alfa Romeo Giulia, and he runs slightly wide there, trying to get that car slowed down. Meantime, though, our leaders are now trying to get up their way ahead as Fierro in the 61 at Maserati Tipo 61, that birdcage. Looks to try and see if he can get a battle for the lead ongoing again. And Volker Hischer as well, not one to discount in that Bizzarini 5300. In fact, he's looking for a move here on Fierro, looking for an outside move perhaps, going in towards turn 6. Fierro has the inside line, Hischer looking to go the long way round, but I think that was John Spears who had the lock-up in the background there. I'm wondering now if he made the corner. We head our way through. Smoke coming from the back of Fiero then as he looks to try and slow the car down then in towards turn 7. Onwards through turn 8. It's allowing Perez to gallop away at this rate then. In towards now turns 9 and 10. Richert as well. He's already challenged Fiero in these opening stages. He hasn't quite found that way through. Onwards we go then. Race leader then. Hipólito Perez in that Bizzarini 5300 GT. Makes its way now onwards towards the start finish line. It's Fiero in second place. Battle ongoing then for 4th place. As Hichert looking to try and find a move on Fiero, but Volker Hichert then setting the fastest lap then, heading away down in towards the first turn. 3 completely different lines being taken by the top 3, and they all make it through then. Perez from Fiero from Hichert. They head through turn 2. And then John Spears in that Lister Costin. We heard the lock-up at turn 6 for him, but he managed to keep it all under wraps. And then 5th place is the number 5 Christian Oldendorf in that Alfa Romeo Giulia from 1965. Looks like right now Hipólito Perez trying to at least get the power down. We'll see how the play goes. Certainly starting to build a bit of a gap to those behind him. Fiero and Hichert. I mean, we might see a carbon copy of what we saw in that battle for 2nd place in the F1 pre-1986 race, where we saw driver just leave the 2 behind to battle, leave them to their own devices and focus on your own lines and try and extend the gap as much as possible. Our trio make their way now in towards the chicane. Of course, within this 40-minute race, we do have a pit window. It opens 15 minutes into the race and closes at the half-hour mark. The car has to be stationary for 1 minute. Did see some pit lane infringements. We saw some speeding in the pit lane in the 50s Legends earlier on. So it's safe to say the speed radar guns are very much in full effect. Now that's a car off into, I think that might be Oldendorf. It is Oldendorf. Has he made contact with that barrier, Christian Oldendorf? Well, he reverses the car, gets it back going again, and we might get to see if the front end of Oldendorf's car to see if there is any damage. That's going to put significantly less pressure now on John Spears in that Lister Costin. Very good looking car, that Costin then. As we see Oldendorf drop down the order. There's the 88 then of John Spears. Trying to pull away. Oldendorf has now brought the car back into the pits then. So I assume this is going to be for repairs. Meanwhile then, still Hichert trying to find his way through. Volker Hichert in the Bizzarini 5300 GT. Trying to really get himself up the order, but Fiero is putting up great defence right now. But Hichert then, it's a 5.4 litre Chevrolet engine underneath that Bizzarini. There's Fiero, who's looking for a move around the outside of Hipólito Perez, still looking for that outside move then. They are going to run side by side then as they head their way towards turn 8. Now onwards towards turn 9 we go again. Hichert now fancies his chances going up the inside at turn 9, but he couldn't quite make that one stick through turn 10. So, the swap of position then. Perez now leads the way then. Fiero leads the way. My apologies. In that Maserati Tipo 61. Makes its way through that final corner then. Pit window not long from opening now. will open in about 6.5 minutes time. So 25 minutes left on the clock and then 50 minutes left. It's the pit window. Hichet now looking to go on the attack then up the inside of Hipólito Perez in towards turn 1. Gets the car slowed down. And now he can try and use that 5.4 litre Chevrolet engine underneath his right foot to good use. It's now Fierro is right up ahead of him then. Head their way through in towards turn 3. They'll head their way towards turn 4. Fierro still ahead. Hichet though, to try and find a way through. He might struggle through the hairpins. When he can open up, he can put the right foot down, really will start to close in at a rate of knots. Heading our way now down towards turn 6. Slightly different lines being taken here. That's so Hichet can get better launch out of the corner, put to good use. 0.4 litre engine underneath him. Moment though, Guillermo Fierro is doing enough to keep himself ahead right now. He leads the way then in towards the chicane then. A battle going on here. Getting their way across the start-finish line. Now that looks like Marie-Claude Firmenich in that Porsche 356. Getting a position there. That would be position gained then. We've got Oldendorf still in the pits. We've got the 75 of Matai, who's now exited the pits. Pit window is still closed, so that is a pit stop that's made outside of the pit window. Bit of lappery to contend with here, as Hichet now does move into the lead of the race. Fierro now drops down to 2nd place, and Perez now rounds off the top 3. That Maserati birdcage then now occupying 2nd place spot. They go in towards turn 3. Birdcage find its way back through. Now up towards turn 4. Hichet though, now that he's got that position, I'm sure there is no chance he's going to think about giving that position back, or at least giving Fierro a chance to get that position back. Fierro then now, well, will he have to try and focus, move attack to defence at this point perhaps? It's a bit of a top 3 now equidistant from each other now. So it's a case now where, as we mentioned before, myself and Adam mentioned all the pros and cons of each car will have an effect in this race. Estoril really does test the car every which way it can. And this is a section where the birdcage could excel through those hairpins, the chicane of hairpins you could almost call it. Hichet though still leading the way, and if he's in front, especially in the more demanding corners where the birdcage might actually be the favourable machine, Hichet now uses the long straight down towards turn 1 to start to pull away. I mean, the only saving grace for Guillermo Fierro here is that Hichet's punching a hole in the air for the birdcage to really use. Now Hichet on the anchors he goes. And to hold on to the lead then. Pit window opening in just over 2 minutes time then. And so by the time we get round another lap, Hichet and Fierro will not be able to pit, so that they can't pit as soon as it opens, and at this rate neither can Fierro. It's John Spears then in the 88. He's making his way now through in towards turn 3. Heading our way up towards turn 4. Perhaps there's a chance here he can try and catch, because Hipólito Perez seems to have fallen away. Perhaps that's due to the traffic ensuing here. But in any case, we'll see what he can do. Fierro and Perez now seem to have dropped away slightly. Hichirt's now got a 4.2 second lead. Now, has Hichert now finally been unleashed and is now able to just open up the taps whenever he likes, John Spears, meanwhile, has closed up to the back of Perez. So Spears is now involved in this battle for what is now second place between Fierro, Perez and Spears. And we saw John Spears in the 50s race earlier on today, and he had a really good opening stint in that machine. In fact, he was battling away for a top 3 position between 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the opening race in the 50s Legends. Although in that one for Spears, he was in a slightly different machinery, in a Shelby Cobra. In this one though, he's right up behind the wheel of a Lister Costin. Now we have though the birdcage of Guillermo Fierro trying to dispatch of some lappery, as that's Oliver Matai in the 75. So the Jaguar D-Type from 1955 makes its way through. Oh, and a bit of a lock-up there from, I think that was the 88 of John Spears. Did he keep that pointing in the right direction? Well, there's our race leader in Volker Hichert, who makes his way through. There is Fierro, and there's Spears. So he's actually gained a position ahead of Hipólito Perez. The pit window is now open, and we have Vergele in the number 60. That's Peter Vergele in that Porsche 904 Carrera, diving into the pit lane first. Battle for third place here between John Spears and Hipólito Perez. Now, Tiago Raspo de Magalhães will look to try and take over that car from Hipólito Perez in due course. It's just a case of when they'll decide to pit in. Only a handful of drivers are sharing cars in this race, and the number 3, or sorry, the number 49 is one of them, because Tiago Raposo de Magalhães is scheduled to take over the car from Hipólito Perez. See then, Spears now making his way through third place right now. Hipólito Perez making his way around the final corner. Fierro meanwhile second place, as the gaps really are fluctuating quite substantially, because the gap between Hichert and Fierro is now down to 2.7 seconds as they're into the pits. I think that was Hipólito Perez, so he's into the pits now, and it looks like he's going to hand over to Tiago Raposo de Magalhães. Peter Vergele also now rejoins the track then, so he was the first to pit in. The opening of the pit window. We might actually have quite a busy pit window very shortly. It's only a small window to pit into, because the 7.5 minutes left of the pit window open. So in these cars where we're lapping for some into the 2 minutes, for some others into the 2 minutes 30s, you've only got about 4 laps of a window to pit in. There is a 30-second time penalty going out to number 24. That's Ralph Huber in a Bizzarini 5300. There's Ralph Huber in the 24. He's got himself that 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That'll be added to his race time at the end. He is currently 9th place on our timing screens. Chevrolet engine underneath him gets working to try and see what he can do to try and at least work into that 30-second gap. Now, I wonder if there's slippery surface flags on the run down here in towards turn 6. It did look like there were, but I could be very much mistaken. Perez now does still say Perez is at pit out. It was scheduled to be taken over, that car. It was scheduled to be shared, but perhaps... Yes, it has. Okay, so it's now just flipped over now to Tiago Raposo de Magalhães. He'll take over the car and look to try and go to the end of the race. 21 minutes left on the clock then. We still have the top 4 in the standings yet to pit. That's Hichette leading the way, with Fierro in 2nd place and Spears in 3rd, and then it's the 192 of Mark Gordon in the Jaguar E-Type. Now, the 192 did suffer in the 50s race earlier on today. Seem to be running okay in this race in their Jaguar E-Type 3.8, 1961. There's the number 60 machine. That's Peter Vergela, Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. There is actually a bit of gravel there on the exit of turn 4. So drivers do have to watch out for that one. Perhaps that is what slippery surface flag is for. So gravel there on the exit of turn 4. That would make more sense. And it's right as drivers start to put the power down. So I'll be honest, the gravel could be in a much better place, but there are worse places gravel traps could be, or at least gravel on the track, that is. And his way through the pack then is Hichette, and Fierro looking to follow through as well. Up the inside of the number 33. And that's Thierry Pascal behind the wheel of that Alfa Romeo Giulia 1965, or car at least from 1965. It has to be said as well, there's not a lot of give between Hichette and Fierro. And the great thing is that both Hichette and Fierro, I believe, are not due to switch driver in this race. So they still have to stop. Pit window closes in just over 4 minutes time, so really it's either this lap or potentially next lap. That's all they have left. So I wonder, yes, so there goes Hichette then coming into the pit lane. I assume Fierro will try and follow suit to come into the pit lane. Yes, he does, so he follows in as well. So top 2 now into the pits. John Spears goes through, so John Spears takes over the lead of the race, but in essence he really has to pit this lap, otherwise he'll miss the pit window. So he just has to bear in mind of that. As Adam was speaking earlier on in the 50s Legends race, that the modern day GT3s, their sophisticated dashboards, will have a big pit-in light on the steering wheel, on the dashboard, to remind drivers to pit in. So let's hope that John Spears experienced, just leaving it as late as he possibly can to pit in this race. Peter Vergela was the first to pit in this race. The 33 has now come into the pits, so that's going to be Thierry Pascal. I believe he's going to hand over now to Alexander Furiani. Normally when they hit the pit lane exit line, hit that little transponder line, it says they're back out on circuit, that they switch over the names. Mark Gordon has brought that Jaguar E-Type now into the pit, so Nick Finber looks to himself out there, and there has been a driver change. So I said there wasn't one meant to be scheduled. There is one scheduled, and it's Ebson who takes over the wheel from Hichette. Guillermo Fierro brought the car in. He'll be due out shortly. There he is, making his way now out onto the circuit. John Spears leads the way then by 1 minute 22. There is number 61 making its way out of the pit lane then. That's that birdcage. And here Fierro trying to get the car back up into motion. Yes, he does, so he does rejoin there. We have a penalty here, a 45-second penalty for the number 49 for track limit infringement at turn 13. That's the final corner. So clearly run wide there, or has exceeded track limits in some way, that both Perez and Raposo de Lagage will serve that penalty. 45 seconds, in fact, might have just been upgraded to 90 seconds. I think it has. So that is a huge penalty there. There into the pits then is the 88. John Spears has brought the car in, that Lister Costin. Clean of the windscreen as well, just to make sure it gets rid of all that gathers, all the rubber gathers on the windscreen. What's important though is that Fierro is now making his way through. All eyes really will be on whether or where Spears is going to rejoin this race then. But look, one eye on the timer as well to make sure you don't leave before the minute is up. And away John Spears goes then. He'll make his way down the pit lane. Meanwhile, we've got a battle here. And that's going to be Ebsen and Raposo de Malagash, who are making their way now down in towards the first corner then. So Raposo de Malagash takes over the lead in the race then. Ebsen in second. And we'll see then, we'll keep an eye on where John Spears rejoins out onto the track. And where Guillermo Fierro as well is in all of the melee. But Raposo de Malagash leads the way, then Ebsen in second place. Heading our way through in towards turn 4. And number 49, Porsche 904, takes over the lead. And we'll look to try and extend the gap over Ebsen then. Down in towards turn 6 we go. Already 1.5 seconds gap there. John Spears is in third place. Guillermo Fierro is in fourth and quite a way off now. 22 seconds behind John Spears. So an issue, unfortunately, for Fierro. I wonder if he was a little slow out of the pit lane, but I didn't think that was too much cause for concern. In any case, he's fallen slightly behind. Just having a look at race control here. There is also a 30-second penalty. I think that was dished out earlier on in the race. Yeah, we discussed that. That was Ralph Huber for speeding in the pit lane. We also have the number 24, Ralph Huber, under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. So he might be hit with both barrels here, Ralph Huber. There goes the 1-2-4. That's Carlos De Miguel in that Ferrari 275 GTB from 1964. A little bit of lappery to be held then. De Miguel in 11th place. Normally if might be bad news here for Ralph Huber, because normally when race control say that you're under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, the next thing that normally comes is a penalty. We'll keep an eye on that one. 192 also speeding in the pit lane under, in fact not under investigation. Yeah, so 60 seconds now confirmed penalty for Ralph Huber for speeding in the pit lane. There's a 30-second penalty now up to the 192. So that's the shared Jaguar E-Type of Mark Gordon and Nick Finber. So, in the pit lane. And now a drive-through penalty for track limits for car number 49, and that is Raposo de Malagash. Our race leader has a drive-through penalty. Now then, with 12 minutes left on the clock, Raposo de Malagash has 3 laps from when the penalty is awarded, basically. So I think you're allowed to cross the line twice before you serve the drive-through penalty. Otherwise, you are given the black flag. So, for Ebsen, for Spears, for Fierro, this could be an opportunity here. Fierro, there is a little bit of steam, perhaps smoke. That car, either way, John Spears doesn't seem to be phased at the moment, as he puts a bit of lappery on the Ferrari then. John Spears and his Lister Costin. This way now, onwards through in towards turn 8. Now, I wonder, when does Tiago Raposo de Malagash take his drive-through penalty? Does he take it as soon as it's given? Or does he try and leave it as long as possible, try and build the gap this time before he pits in? We'll keep an eye on it. Best lap of the race so far is by Raposo de Malagash with a 2-minute 1.507. So he's looking to try and drive away. Just try and alleviate that drive-through penalty as much as he possibly can. There goes John Spears across the line in third place right now, just under 11 minutes of this race. There is Guillermo Fierro in the birdcage, fourth place at the moment, but was battling away for the lead. Is it starting to close, I wonder? No, he's not. So at the moment, Fierro in this way now down in towards turn 1. He might have to keep an eye as well on those around him. See if he can try to hold on to fourth place overall in this race. Now, Raposo de Malagash I think he'll rejoin right in that battle, right with perhaps just behind John Spears, because that's around 24 seconds, which you slow down for the pit lane line, you drive through the pit lane, then you get back up to speed out of turn 1. It's going to be roughly that time. In any case, it's going to be an interesting call. And one that both Raposo de Malagash and Perez will have rather not happened. It is for track limits, so if exceeded track limits too many times, will serve that penalty of a drive through the pit lane. There goes Fierro then in the 61, that bird cage. Spain, it's a chrome lid as well. I think you're going to miss Guillermo Fierro in a hurry. That's for sure. Recognisable lid in the field. He's driving the bird cage now through in towards turns 9 and 10. The Maserati Tipo 61, made by Maserati between 1959 and 1961. The space frame chassis, it's definitely recognisable there, that's for sure. But I just wonder what happened in that sort of middle, well, not necessarily the middle stint, but during the pit lane as well, during the pit stop. Guillermo Fierro lost a lot of time there. He started to make it back up. There's the, I believe that's the Ferrari coming into the pits. We've got Oldendorf and Matai in the pits then. So, of course, Oldendorf had that moment early on in the race, managed to limp the car to the pits, but haven't seen him since. Matai, I think, has been in and out of the pit lane anyway. Now we have the Ferrari 275 in the pit lane. That's Carlos De Miguel. So that is outside of the pit window. It's long closed now, the window. A warning flag being shown now as a black and white warning flag for track limits given to Ebsen, car 46. So Ebsen's got to be careful here because he's got a chance of a race victory on his hands with Raposo de Malagash, the drive-through penalty. I don't believe Malagash has been into the pits yet. So I wonder if he's banking on there being a timed penalty for a bit being so a certain distance in the race. They are expecting him into the pits. There's Peter Vergela in the Porsche 904. His way now onwards through in towards turns 9 and 10. Is he closing in? He's 10.5 seconds away from Guillermo Fierro. A bit of a race of his own as it stands, because Mark Gordon in the 192 Jaguar E-Type is about 48 seconds behind. So Bergler, it looks like he's just going to try and get this car to the end. It's 49 warning flag being displayed on the E flag. Now, 2 cars are under investigation for pit stop infringements now. That's car 8, Clive Joy, and the number 75 of Olivier Matai. So, Olivier Matai is in the pits anyway, but the number 8 of Clive Joy is out there in that Ferrari 250 non-car from 1964. Now, normally, pit stop infringement normally means you weren't stationary for long enough. It's normally what it means. There could be a whole host of reasons. Perhaps certain parts of the car were worked on when you shouldn't have. And, well, there you go. 75-second time penalty there. Unfortunately for Clive Joy, with a pit stop infringement, so 1 minute 15 will be added to his time at the end of the race. Raposo de Malaguesh still leading the way. Ebson's second place. It's John Spears in third. Guillermo Fierro in fourth place. Peter Vergler is in fifth place with Mark Gordon in sixth. Then it is Alexander Furiani in seventh place. Ralph Huber is in eighth, but he's been hit with quite a few penalties in this race. Ninth place is the number 8 of Clive Joy. 10th place is the number 32, Marie-Claude Verminique. And a 39-second penalty being awarded to car 75. Very precise, but that would have been because of how much time they were under their pit stop time, their pit stop stationary time. So 3 times 39, because it's 3 times what you're short of. That's added on as a penalty. So there would have been 13 seconds shy of the 1 minute. And same for Clive Joy, would have been 25 seconds short. I'm quick maths. Peter Vergler then looking to go racing here with Furiani. A lap does separate them, unfortunately, but I don't think they'll care if a lap separates them. They'll be looking to battle each other towards the end of this race. Less than 4 minutes left to run of the race. And perhaps there might be a pass for pride here for Alexander Furiani. He'll look to try and find his way through. As we head away now onwards towards turn 3. And I think in the end, Bergler, still putting up a bit of a fight here in towards turn 4. They don't want to fight too hard, mind. All their hard work might have been undone. But Vergler decides to just let Furiani go. There's no point battling him with 3 minutes on the clock. Decides to let him go as we head away in towards turn 6. There is Raposo de Malaguesh, who I believe still has that. I'm now doubting myself. 49. But yes, it's there. Car 49 and 124. There you go. I was right. So car 49 is a report to the stewards for ignoring the drive-through penalty. So Raposo de Malaguesh will be classified, I'm sure, at the moment. Might be a bit of hot water. Drive-through penalty not being served. So he will have to be summoned to the stewards, or both drivers, Hipólito Pérez and Tiago Raposo de Malaguesh, will be summoned to the stewards. After this one has finished, just over 2 minutes left on the clock. And without that drive-through penalty, it would have been a great drive from Hipólito Pérez and Tiago Raposo de Malaguesh in their Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. As now they make their way onwards towards turn 7. There is Raposo de Malaguesh to just dispatch of a little bit of lappery here. Final stages of this race. We go in towards turns 9 and 10. The field very much spread out across the track. Epson then in second place. John Spears rounding off the top three. Guillermo Fierro has done his absolute best to try and close that gap between himself and John Spears in the birdcage. I think he's just going to run out of laps to be able to himself a chance at getting third place. So Malagash then makes his way across the line then with just shy of 60 seconds on the clock to begin the final lap of the race. And he'll make his way now down towards the first corner. Ebsen in second place. John Spears in third, Guillermo Fierro in fourth place, Peter Vergela in fifth, and then it's Mark Gordon in sixth place. Seventh place is Alexander Fabiani, eighth place is Ralph Huber, ninth place is Clive Joy, and 10th place, rounding off that top 10, is Marie-Claude Feminique. Great battle at the start of this race, involving Hipólito Pérez. Try and hold off at that point. Nevertheless, though, it will be summoned to the stewards after this race for a track limit infringement at turn 13. So, see them make their way through turn 6 now. Case of once the pit stops were done and dusted, and once the move on Ebsen was completed, Posto de Malagash just put the foot down, opened up a near 15-second gap. But track limits there at turn 13, they undo their hard work. At the moment, though, they head their way through turns 9 and 10, and Tiago Raposo de Malagash will make his way now onwards through in towards turns 11 and 12 before we make our way around the final corner then at turn 13. And as they make their way through, is Raposo de Malagash will round that final corner and onwards then to take the checkered flag then. It is a race win for Hipólito Pérez and Tiago Raposo de Malagash across the line to take the victory then. They will be summoned to the stewards, but right now they've got the race win underneath them. Ebsen and Hichert will cross the line and the penalty's been applied, so Ebsen will actually take the race victory then. So it looks like there's a time penalty that's been applied instead to Raposo de Malagash. So Ebsen takes the victory. Correcting myself then, alongside him and Volker Hichert, they take the victory, and we'll see then how much of a penalty has been applied to the 49 then. We expect John Spears to be across the line shortly. There he goes, I believe. Perhaps not. It looked very Lister Costin shape, but unfortunately it wasn't. So John Spears then, he has moved himself now up into second place, and Guillermo Fierro now moves himself up into third. So Raposo de Malagash then at least in fourth. We still have Peter Vergela to make his way across the line. Will Malagash drop even further? Yes, he will. So that looked like a lap penalty then for Raposo de Malagash. So they went from first to fifth. Not necessarily in the blink of an eye, but ignore drive-through penalties at your peril is probably the lesson we've all learned today. No lesson needs to be learned then for the number 46 car. That's Hichert and Ebsen who take the victory here in the Greatest Trophies race. They themselves have done a superb job as well in that one. Best lap time of a 2:04.7 towards the end then. Well, Hichert and Ebsen then taking the victory of the Greatest Trophy here in the Estoril Classics. I'm sure the German duo will be delighted with that one. I'm not sure they'll have known. Maybe they do know. I'm sure when Ebsen gets back to the pits then, I'm sure the very first thing that Volker Hitchert is going to say to him is, we've won this race. And I think at that point, I don't think Ebsen's going to believe him, do you? It is a win for Ebsen and Hitchert. Then John Spears will finish in second place in that list of costing, and then rounding off the top 3 overall at least is going to be the number 61, that birdcage, Guillermo Fiera in the Maserati, rounding off our overall podium places. Great battle between those 3 machines at the start of this race. Here comes that winning Bizzarini 5.3 litre Chevrolet engine underneath. Takes the checkered flag, takes the victory as well. And maybe here he'll find out that he's actually won the race. Yeah, he's been pointed to the number 1 spot, I think. There you go. So, Ebsen, that was the first he found out that he'd actually won the race. That was due to an unserved drive-through penalty for the number 49 of Perez and Raposo de Malagage. But Hitchert and Ebsen take the victory. John Spears in second, Guillermo Fiero in third, Peter Vergela in fourth, Perez and Raposo de Malagage in fifth place, with Gordon and Finber in sixth, Pascal and Furiani in seventh place, with Marie-Claude Feminic in eighth, Ralph Hoover in ninth place, and Carl Joy rounding off the top 10, Carlos de Miguel in 11th place, Fouquet Hatavian and Bosquet rounding off the 12 classified, with Oliver Matai, Christian Oldendorf not finishing this race. And we saw that early on with Oldendorf. Unfortunately, he looks like he hit the barrier, managed to reverse and get himself back underway, but immediately came to the pit lane, and that was the last we ever saw of the lovely Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2. In the case of Matai, well, he was awarded a penalty as well, just to rub salt into those wounds, not finishing this race. Nevertheless, we're looking for better times next time around. But a win here goes the way of the German duo. That Bizzarini 5.3 litre engine underneath the bonnet takes the victory here of the greatest trophy race here. And it was well managed, is what you can say. Their first race of the weekend is done and dusted. They will be back with us tomorrow as well to see those. Another chance to see greatest make their way back out onto the track. But there is your winner then, Ebsen and Hitchert taking the victory here. Very much controlled drive, and yeah, in these conditions, a bottle of water very much needed in this one. German duo.
I'm happy to say, Kieran, that if you need a bottle of water, I have now been able to rejoin you here in the commentary box.
Well, hey.
It's been an afternoon, but I'm now here and with you through the rest of the day. Brilliant to see that Bizzarini, though, taking the win as you talk us through these highlights.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great start. I mean, we had a quartet battling away for the top of the order then, and it was Perez was trying to make the move, but it was the birdcage that got the early lead going into this one. It was quickly usurped as well. It was really great to watch the top 3, top 4 battle away. The birdcage came under pressure, though, from the Bizzarini then, Volker Hitchert, taking the start of this race. Eventually ended up being the top 3 battling away. At one point we had 3 different lines. An unfortunate day for Christian Oldendorf. He hit the wall there, came back to the pit lane, and unfortunately we never saw that beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulia again. And that was quite early on in the race. It was a race that was really untoward before the pit window opened, and as you see there, the Bizzarini, it was just trying to make good of the straights then as well, as Volker Hitchert got the move done first and foremost on Hipólito Perez. We also saw as well that number 49, it was handed over to Thiago de Malagaish, and maybe a pit stop problem as well for the birdcage, because it lost roughly 20 seconds and managed to pull the gap in and eventually get back onto the podium, but a lot of time lost there. A drive-through penalty was awarded, though, to the 49 when Tiago Raposo de Malagaes took over the wheel for track limit infringements at turn 13. They didn't serve that drive-through penalty, so they've been summoned to the stewards after this race. So although they crossed the line first, they've been classified as 5th place in what I can only assume is a lap penalty to put them down as far as possible in terms of the lap. It meant then that the German duo in the Bizzarini took the victory. Although they weren't first to the line, it was a good drive from Raposo de Malagaes. Unfortunately, without serving that drive-through penalty, the win went the way of the Bizzarini of Hitchett and Ebsen being dragged up from the car, bottle of water ready for them. And just as that, I think we've got our next race duly upon us. It's the Endurance Racing Legends, and they are already on their formation lap. So I guess it's probably a good idea to get that grid up and see how the race starts then. So on the front row then is the number 14, Kirov and Arusabev. Alongside them is the number 25 of Newton. Row number 2 then is the number 88 of Kaduri and the number 5 of Vonderlik. Row number 3 is the number 53 of Mines and the number 60 of Jolly. Row number 4 is the number 22 of Glacier and the number 40 of Skemama. Row 5 is the number 190 of Eret and the number 63 of Emberson and Greensill. Row number 6 is the number 29 of Traber and the 167 of Marie. Row number 7 is the 71, the shared car of Espirito, Santo and Bravo, and then the 115, the Devise, sharing the car. Row number 8 is the 76 of Rion and Padmore, and the number 38 of Grenat. Row number 9 is the number 75 of Max Ted Page and the number 35 of McLean. Row number 10, the number 83 of Beltesta and O'Connell, and the number 50 of Fervene and Reutmeier. Row number 11 is the 92 of Clegg and the number 90 of Huez. Row number 12 is the number 73 of Schindler and the number 311 of Ostman. Row number 13 is the number 89 of Phillips and the number 100 of Whiteside. Row number 14 is the number 8 of Fairbairn and the number 97 of Keating. Row 15 is the number 964 of Gaudet and the number 159 of Bonnet. And all on their own on row number 16 is the shared car of Aviron Villette and Bella Testa. Great eclectic mix on the grid then. Ferrari alongside Chevrolet. Oh, it's great to give you back those GT3 times of old as well. Great to see such a great stacked grid as well. We've got 16 rows. Looks like we're scheduled to have 31 cars take the start, which is a very good, healthy grid awaiting us today.
Be completely honest with you, Kieran. I've never been so excited to call a motor race. I've been to a fair portion of Europe's major circuits at this point. I've covered a lot of championships. The big tick that's been missing so far has been the Endurance Racing Legends. This grid across multiple classes covers prototype and GT racing from 1994 until 2010. If it raced at Le Mans, if it raced in the IMSA Championships, if it raced in the FIA GT, even a few of the major national championships as well. In that era, it is eligible. I believe the prototype cut-off is 2005, whereas the GTs are cut off at 2010. This is, frankly, my childhood in metal and in sound as well. 7-year-old me spent a lot of time watching the FIA GT Championship on Eurosport, seeing cars like that, the Maserati MC12, dominating in sonorous fashion around the world. And I am frankly shaking right now just at the prospect of getting to cover this. This is wonderful. As you can see, the Maserati MC12 taking up the pole position, and that is courtesy of a mighty flying lap from Orosbiev earlier on today, or rather I should say on Friday. It was a stunning lap time from the driver that joined late on. It was meant to be Evgeny Kirev on his own, but that ended up not being the case. In addition to the entry list being the second driver in that 14 car, and it was a mightily impressive lap time in qualifying too from Ramzan Orosbiev. He's alongside Mike Newton. Mike Newton, who took the sweep here last year in the Endurance Racing Legends. Not having it all his own way this time, courtesy of the firepower of that MC12. And Mike Newton, incidentally, that MG EX264, one of several drivers who is here with the car they raced in period. That is chassis HU05, which is the second of the MG EX264s that were put out into the world. That is the car that won the LMP2 class at the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2006, was then campaigned variously by Newton and Ray Mallock Limited until 2008, had something of an afterlife after that with RLR Motorsport as well in 2010 and 2011 in the European Le Mans series. But you've got a Le Mans class winner right there on the front row of the grid with one of the three drivers that took it to those heights. And that's the exciting thing about kind of semi-modern historic racing, is that you still have that opportunity to get the current drivers up there. Speaking of drivers up there, though, there's your last podium.
There is indeed a fantastic race to shout over, really, and the German duo take their spot at the top of the order then, and a great race to watch then, decided in the end with the drive-through penalty that was awarded to Hipólito Pérez and Tiago Raposo de Malagash, but take nothing away from Hichert and Ebsen. They did a fantastic job closing out the order in the Greatest Trophy. Well, we now are fully focused then on our next race, the Endurance Racing Legends, who begin their formation lap, and plenty of fantastic machinery. I don't know if you can tell, but Adam's very excited about this race. I'm pretty sure he alluded to it as well. He is absolutely, he said to me at the start, when we first found out we were coming here, he said, this is the race I am so looking forward to. So much great machinery out on display, and pretty much recognisable, most of these machines. As you said, we have a Le Mans winner on the grid, in the car that they got the victory with. It's stories like that that make you just love racing like this.
And here's the grid once again. Evgeny Kirev set to be starting the number 14, we think, alongside Mark Newton. Philip Kadori and Franz Wunderling and all Aston Martin, row 2 of the grid. Keep an eye on that. Sebastian Glazer and Philip Skemama, as you said, on row 4. Ere and Emberson on row 5. Traber and Maris on row 6 of the grid. Fernando Espirito Santo, one of the first GT2 C-class runners. He'll be one to watch from 13th. Mark Devis, Jean-Louis Riant, Dominic Gunat, Lee Maxted Page and Paul McLean rounding out the top 18. Belest and Faveni 19th and 20th. Jason Clegg in a wonderful TVR Tuscan T400R just behind them. You continue to see the grid on your screen. Kieran ably read it earlier on. I thought I'd take at least one of them from him, so he gets a bit of a rest after having to do an extended period on his own here in the commentary box. I'm no doubt going to be talking a lot about the history of these cars over the course of this 40 minutes, Kieran, but of course there's also the race itself to consider, and it's a race with a pit stop in the middle. There are some dual driver lineups as well, some disparity between a few of the driver lineups in terms of performance. I really do think we're in for a humdinger. Keep an eye in particular on the battle in GT2C, because there are a number of very quick drivers. Nick Padmore, Nigel Greensall, Ricardo Bravo, all very, very fast drivers right at the front of GT2C. I don't think they're all driving at the same time, but that will be one to watch.
It will indeed, and let's get this one underway then. The safety car at the start of the order peels into the pit lane. Eyes on the lights then, as drivers have to maintain 2 by 2 double file towards those lights then. When they extinguish, we can go racing then. What are the starts going to be like? The lights will extinguish at any point now as they make their way across the start finish line. Here we go then. The revs go up as we start to build through the gears and making our way now down in towards turn 1 then. And as expected, it's a good launch then. The Aston Martin looking for a move up the inside then. Mike Newton though looking to have to go round the outside at turn 1 as now drivers just make their way through in towards turn 1 as cleanly as possible.
Brilliant start then, everybody okay. Kareev, and I think we might have had contact there between Newton and Kadori. Mike Newton into a spin at turn 4 of the lap, and all sorts of people having to go all sorts of directions to avoid the number 25 car. That's a huge shame for Newton. Just yellow flags for now. Hopefully he gets that car restarted.
Oh, that's a horrible feeling for Mike Newton when you're right in the middle of the track, facing a 90-degree angle, and you're just hoping everybody manages to find their way through. They did, so Mike Newton gets through that. But yeah, if he can get back turned around again, yeah, contact between himself and the Aston Martin, not great at all. It means that Kareev then is able to try and extend away without looking too much behind at the moment. As in the number 14, he looks to try and open up the taps of that Maserati MC12, and with battling going on down in towards turn 6 as well, turn 7, and plenty of Porsches.
Sorry, I was just going to say the ex-Farnbacher Racing Ferrari 430. I believe that's the 190 car of Pierre Ere potentially carrying quite a sizable wound on the front bumper of that car. We just saw that limping down towards the bottom end of the circuit, so that's really unfortunate. One of the 430s, I believe that's Pierre Ere's car, in strife early on.
So these now make the way through in towards the first turn once again, as we carry on our merry way in this one here at Estoril. And plenty of action, plenty of drama on the first lap alone, as we see a battle for second place right now between the number 53 car of Richard Mines and the number 5 of Wunderlich, as we make our way now onwards towards turn 4. Back on the power we go, and Wunderlich can't find his way past yet in that DBR9, but he's right all over the back of Mines then, heading our way through turn 5 now towards turn 6. It's very sort of made apex in towards turn 6. It's possible to try and go down the inside, but in these cars, they are much faster than what we've seen already today. If you're looking to make a move there, you really do have to be side by side on the run down towards turn 6 already.
And this number 53 car, a Vitaphone Aston Martin, that might raise a few questions. Of course, the Vitaphone racing team more widely associated, well, frankly, with the leading car, the Maserati MC12. This was an effort in 2008 to bring Vitaphone racing to Le Mans. Vitaphone couldn't enter the Maserati MC12, marginally too wide per the ACO GT1 rulebook. While an exemption was made in the FIA Championship, it wouldn't be made at Le Mans. The MC12 never racing at the 24-hour in period. So this was actually a Stracker Racing team effort first and foremost, albeit with Vitaphone Racing's Alexandre Negrão added to the regular driver lineup. However, Richard Mines, a serial classic car owner, he knows that the Le Mans livery is the most valuable, so you best believe it's the Le Mans livery that has been reinstated onto the car. In the case of Wunderlich in the similar Aston Martin, that's rocking the colours from 2010. Franz Wunderlich with the young driver AMR colours. That's, I believe, as raced by Stefan Mucker and Pedro Lamy in 2010 in the first of the short-lived years of the FIA GT1 World Championship.
Stuff as well to see them now battling out on track, both liveries. Maybe controversial about the Vitaphone livery, but nonetheless it's on Mines' car as he looks to try and defend from Wunderlich here. That early opening attack there from Franz Wunderlich. To just subside for now. We also saw just previously a battle for 4th place overall between Mark Jolly in that Kyla K2 and with the number 22 of Sebastian Glazer in the Porsche 993 GT2 Evo from 1999. Just before the turn of the millennium. And believe it or not, there are machinery that's older on the grid. I believe the 964, this Christophe
Yeah.
Gadai, down in 27th place from 1994, his Porsche 964 Carrera.
Yes, well, I can't vouch for the specific chassis history of that car, but of course, 1994 was the first year of the BPR GT series, which then became FIA GT in 1997. It was how the BPR organisation, including current GT figurehead Stefan Rattel and indeed Patrick Peter, who is the organiser of Peter Auto. It was their efforts that rebirthed GT racing after, of course, the 80s and 90s, where it was dominated by Group C prototypes, the International Endurance Racing campaigns. So GT racing came back into its own in 1994, and plenty of Porsche 964s were a part of that. Wherever you host a GT race, Porsches will come. These are the laws of the earth. And there you see, at least it's good to see that Kadori is back up there into third place. So Kadori's car was in fifth, is now up to fourth place now. So Kadori, the Hong Kong-based competitor, back up to fourth overall in his Aston Martin DBR9, which at least tells you that the car is okay. And actually, Mike Newton has just got back into the top 20 as well. So both cars involved with the main collision on lap 1 are fighting free once again.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how far up the order Mike Newton can get now. It's going to be one of those races for him. He looks to try and weave his way through the field to see if he can get close to the top again. And 40 minutes is a good amount of time for a race, but when you're on the front row, you have an incident, you're all the way at the back and have to fight your way through the field. Suddenly, 40 minutes is not a long time at all.
No, exactly. It suddenly becomes a much harder task, a much higher mountain to climb, doesn't it? Here's one of the 996 Porsches, so that's the generation that followed the 993. Now that's actually quite an interesting car. It was campaigned, that was number 50, the Rottmeier car in 7th place overall. That car actually was one of very few, in fact I think it might be the only GT1 spec Porsche 996 that competed in the ACO sanctioned series. Obviously there was the 911 GT1s of the 90s, but I'm talking about the GT1 category that began kind of after that was all outlawed, with cars such as the Aston Martin DBR9. That was the only one, I think, that ever competed in the Le Mans Endurance Series, as it was, now known as the European Le Mans Series. That car currently running all the way up in 7th place, and Kadori has had another error in his DBR9. So Kadori managed to fight his way back up to 4th place. He's now going to be back down in 7th again. This isn't going to plan, is it?
It's a case of just trying to overdrive the car and making up for lost time. He's lost even more time, has Kadori. And as you say, down to 7th place. He's got to try and pass Reutemeyer again in his battle, as well as Glasser and Jolly. So all that hard work he did in trying to make his way back up to that position, as you said, do all that hard work again. Glasser, though, to see if he can find his way past. We have confirmation that the turn 3 incident, that one, is under investigation. So we'll see what the stewards make of that incident as we head deeper into the race. At the moment then, at the moment leading the class, of course he's got Jolly right ahead of him. And as we've already touched on, Adam, these drivers don't care if they're in a different class to someone in front of them. The point is they're behind them and they want to be in front.
Well, exactly right. Yeah, the overall battles do mean quite a lot to all of these drivers. Although, of course, everybody at the sharp end is in GT1C. And in fact, the battle for 6th place overall is also for 4th in GT1C right now. The top 10 overwhelmingly populated by the GT1C cars, the latest stage GT1 machinery, including that wonderful car that just came through shot. That's the 83 Matec or ex-Matec competition entry, the Ford GT GT1. That was kind of the development mule car, the first of the breed of Ford GT GT1s that came out in the late stages of the 2000s in preparation for the 2010 World Championship. Drive-through penalty, sadly, unsurprisingly, for Kadori in the 88 car then. So a couple of mistakes already in this race, and one of them has been deemed punishable.
Yeah, if we've learned anything from last race, do not ignore the drive-through penalty. That's the lesson we all took away from the last race. There is the 83 machine, that's Romain Beltest, in that Ford GT GT1 machine. What a fantastic looking machine. The Ford GT will always have a place in my heart on how beautiful that is. It sounds great, it looks great, it looks like it belongs on the track.
It's actually it's Martin O'Connell at the wheel at the moment. I think Martin snagged himself a late drive because he wasn't on the finalised entry list. But Roman Beltest sharing with Martin O'Connell. I believe that is chassis number 1. I think that is the very first car. And here's a bit of a GT2 versus GT1 battle ongoing as Skimama in the 40 car drags past the 67, although I think the 67 might be a little way back down with the Porsche 997s. There's Mike Newton. Oh, goodness. He arrived at the scene quite quickly there and almost found himself into the side of the 35 car of Paul McLean. That is the ex-EMCA Porsche 993 GT2 being driven by McLean. McLean is a serial custodian of 993s, and that's in no small part thanks to his business GT Classics, which specializes in some fabulous maintenance and repair of GT2, GT3 and any given old school Porsche 964s and 993s, I think, being the sweet spot. And they're based not too far from me in Hampshire as well, so local boys to me.
Local boys indeed. Mike Newton's made his way now well into the top 10. There is a bit of bodywork damage there to the number 40, Philippe Shemama, and that Ford GT, just on the right-hand side there at the rear of the car. So we'll keep an eye on it. It doesn't look like it's rubbing on the tyre, which would be the number one concern. So at the moment it looks all okay. And the 115 there of Mark and Matthias De Vries, and they've got Mike Newton in the 25 right behind. I don't think he'll be right behind them for too much longer.
Two cars from very different worlds then. The 2006 LMP2 class winning MG EX264, which at least visually is very similar to the Lola B0540, which was the contemporary Lola LMP2 car of the time. Jets passed into 9th overall. The 996 it's just overtaken, that's an ex-Mamarov Porsche. That would have been campaigned around 2005, 2006, I believe also 2007, in the VLN and at the Nürburgring 24-hour during what was a halcyon period for the N24. Factory participation at an all-time high, variety at an all-time high as well, and naturally, being a German 24-hour race, that included your lion's share of crazy Porsches.
Absolutely. Just had race control car 83, which is, we saw O'Connell and Beltest in that Ford GT1 car. 90-second time penalty for track limit infringement at turn 7. So 90 seconds. Long time for a 40-minute race, but it just shows you they do take those track limits very seriously. It's a penalty also going out to the 167. That's Eric Marius. 45 seconds for him due to the same corner, turn 7 track limits.
Wow, these are serious penalties that they're dishing out, aren't they? Turn 7, the corner that the cars are just coming through there just before we cut to the next camera shot. So you can run it quite far wide there, as you can see, but they are heavily discouraging you from doing so. 40 seconds until the pit window opens, incidentally, so we will start to see some pit stops coming in towards the end of the race. I still think that Mike Newton might have an outside shot at the very least of an overall podium. Of course, as we've alluded to, he's a solo driver, which means his pace should be somewhat consistent across race distance, and that can't be said for everybody out there. There's Kadori, still recovering, of course. He's had the book thrown at him in several different ways already in this race. That car not running its original livery. It ran in 2008 with Bell Motorsports in the American Le Mans Series. That really is about the extent of that car's competition history. So Kadori instead choosing to run the factory colour, the green, the British Racing green, along with his Hong Kong flag representing his homeland. And there's your race leader, the Maserati MC12. What a shape, what a glorious sight and sound that car makes.
Absolutely. Evgeny Kiriv has the absolute pleasure of driving that Maserati MC12 around Estoril here, and he's got 27-second lead over himself and Franz Wunderlich, and that's Aston Martin DBR6. There goes the number 92. That's Jason Clegg in a TVR Tuscan T400R from 2003 as he tackles in towards turn 4. The Walt livery pretty much, very much on show as we head our way through in towards turn 5.
Yeah, that car, Jason Clegg, as we see there, Wunderlich coming in. He's the first of the front runners then to make a pit stop. Jolly has also pitted. Just to quickly say, Jason Clegg in the Tuscan T400R, he's a bit of a TVR specialist. He's the company director of Straight 6 TVR, which, among other things, is responsible for servicing, sales, spares, repairs, all things TVR. And that car is the 2003 Le Mans entry from Michael Caine, Mike Jordan and Tim Sugden of DeWalt Race Sports Salisbury. Just behind him, incidentally, Paul Phillips in his Porsche 997 GT3R. That's one of the more modern cars out there. It's a 2010 car with the 2013 body kit update. That car is in the condition as raced in 2019 at the Kyalami 9 Hour by a local team, Team Perfect Circle, who decided to form a team, a gargantuan effort actually from the local boys to form a team for the first SRO running of the Kyalami 9 Hours. So an interesting story behind that car as well.
Interesting story as well for Philip Kadori. He's had a bit of a race to forget, especially in that first stint, a penalty, the incident as well involving himself and Mike Newton at turn 3 on the very first lap. But I'm sure his pit stop's a perfect time to take a minute out. It is a minute you have to stay stationary for, and just sort of have a system reset, go again and see how far up the order he can go. It's not a very big pit window here. We get 10 minutes to make a stop, and we have just over 7 minutes of that pit window left open. The drivers will just be, keeping one eye on that clock, if they can, of course, and see how they can go. I mean, it all is in terms of strategy as well. Some drivers will be sharing the car. They might try and have that equal distance in time, if you like. So try and hit in at the exact halfway mark to hand over. Other drivers might just be doing it for strategy, try and get the early stop, maybe wait for a potential safety car to try and neutralise the field. Strategy still exists in this case.
Definitely the case. I'll just cover this quickly while it's on screen. Olivier Huez there in his Lola B2K40. We just see him steering out a shot. That car is effectively the direct predecessor to the type of machine that Mike Newton is racing. The Lola MG EX264, as I mentioned, sharing a lot with the Lola B0540 LMP2 car. The B2K40, the car that Huez is driving, was the predecessor, was racing at Le Mans up until 2004, continued on in the American Le Mans series, at least with Van der Stoyer racing, until 2006, when Van der Stoyer finally replaced the car with a Radical SR9. Don't see many of them yet. I wonder if anyone will bring a Radical out to play at some point.
I'm sure they will. You can't not bring a Radical out at some point. It's always in the back of everybody's mind. Mike Newton now up into third place, but yet to make his mandatory stop, as are the top, what looks like 9 in the field. There goes the 311 machine. That's Heiko Ostman and that Porsche 996 GT3 2005, and he's making his way through. He's currently in the field, the 311, currently 11th place overall. and has yet to make a stop in this race. So running high at the moment, waiting for that pit stop. We have about 5 minutes left of the pit window open as the headlights start to be turned on, as the dusk starts to draw over Circuit Estoril. We've had a great day of racing so far, and we're nowhere near done yet.
We're not. This is the leading car, of course. Richard Mines for now leading the way as the first of those that haven't yet pitted. The 6-litre Aston Martin DBR9 V12 power, of course, and one of the dominant forces of the late 2000s, those famous battles between Aston Martin and Corvette in the GT1 class. I don't know if you remember at the time, Kieran, but they had a bit of a tradition in that GT1 battle. All of the Aston and Corvette mechanics would shake hands in a long line, a bit like a football kickoff or pre-kickoff before each 24-hour race on the formation lap. It was a real years-long manufacturer warfare in GT1 in the 2000s between Aston and Corvette, and before that it was Corvette and ProDrive with a Ferrari 550. Of course, ProDrive were the party responsible for operating and designing the Aston Martin DBR9. So in the strict sense of the word, I think it was about 2002 to 2008, the kind of ProDrive versus Corvette, British engineering versus American muscle at the Le Mans 24 Hours in GT1.
It's always an interesting combination, isn't it? American bring the muscle to the battle, and their Corvettes there, they look really good, and obviously distinguished with their traditional yellow Corvette. You have a Corvette and it's yellow, you're normally doing something right as well. So we see Mines then making its way out of turn 6. We've got a couple of penalties to speak of as well. Car 964, Christophe Bidet in that number Porsche 964 Carrera was under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, did get a 60-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And of course, that's all judged by how many kilometers per hour you were over the pit lane speed limit at the time. So it gets more and more harsh the faster you are, and even can go to exclusion if you if you miss the limiter and go full head of steam there, you're probably not coming out of that race after that.
No, exactly right. So Mines, I suspect this time he might come into the pits. Yes, we have just 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. You could squeeze in one more lap, given Mines is doing 142s, but doubt you want to cut it that fine. Mike Newton will be around the final corner momentarily, and I imagine Newton will also make that pit stop. By the laws of logic, one would suspect the Maserati, with its significant lead prior to the pit window, will still be there at the sharp end. But of course, the big question is, what will the gap be for Oruspiev, who's taken the car over from Evgeny Kirev? We'll have to see what kind of advantage he's afforded.
Yeah, what does he have to do? What left in the tank needs to be put over the line? We've seen stints that have had the faster driver in the car at the start to try and pull away a gap at the very beginning of the race. We've seen strategies where the faster driver goes in the second stint and tries to make up the gaps ahead to try and make those overtakes, get up the positions as late as possible. But as of course opt for the let's go 50-50.
Exactly, that's often what people go for, isn't it? Now, the GT2C battle is one I'm really hoping to keep an eye on in the second half of this race. As you see Mines there in the pits, they're just sending that car back out. Nigel Greensall has just taken over a factory Chevrolet Corvette, and you'll be happy to hear, yes, yellow, as all Pratt & Miller Corvettes tend to be. It is a 2010 vintage car, not a GT1 but a GT2. Following the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2009, Corvette ceased the GT1 program in favour of GT2. Debuted two cars, including the one we have here today at Estoril, into the ALMS GT2 class, the American Le Mans Series. I remember Pratt & Miller referring to GT2 at the time as UFC on wheels. and it very much was that. It was Porsche, Corvette, Lamborghini, Ferrari, or Lamborghini briefly, Ferrari. All of the major manufacturers at the time were racing in that 2009 era of GT2 in American Le Mans. And, well, there's the slightly sorry sight of Mike Newton's car. He's slow, but only because he's on an outlap. That minor bodywork damage I don't think is causing him too much grief.
Not at this stage. And Mike Newton now making his way onwards towards turn 6. Bit of lappery to deal with as well. Makes its way out of turn 6. Porsche just moving to one side there. Looks like it was Jean-Louis Bonnet, the Porsche 993 there. Mike Newton now knows what he needs to do. 1 minute 38.6. It's his and the fastest lap of the race so far. With 14 minutes on the clock, the pit window is now closed. And it's fair to say the game plan is simple for Mike Newton. Push on, because he's got about 27 seconds to make up to Rusbaev up ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that might look a bit more by the time he crosses the line this time once the outlap is factored in. We'll have to see. Now, one thing I do want to cover, just for people who are maybe tuning in and are aware of, shall we say, the current WEC, where the LMP2 cars are obviously a lot quicker than the GT offerings. That wasn't really the case around the time that our top 3 cars are from. The MG EX264 wouldn't be that much quicker in period, if at all quicker, than the likes of an Aston Martin DBR9. It, of course, never shared a track with an MC12 in period, but it was, about equipaced at the time. The LMP2 cars were quicker at circuits like Estoril, where there are more corners, and the GT ones would be quicker at circuits like Le Mans. So that is a factor as well. Newton by no means has, a distinct car advantage, as one may suspect just looking at it on paper.
Yes, he's still got to, as you say, try and catch in, as you said as well, these LMP cars more suited to tracks like Estoril. Yes, there's the straight, the start-finish straight, the long straight, which will favour Rusbaev at this stage in that number 14 Maserati MC12. But you've got the rest of that where it's quite medium speed corners. You've got the chicane as well, where that's going to favour Mike Newton's MG EX264. It's a case here where Mike Newton could have a chance. He's 28 seconds behind the MC12 at the moment. He is catching the 53 mind of Richard Mines in that DBR9, but at the moment, I think the gap's actually increasing between Rusbaev and Mike Newton. So it's a case here, the MC12 might actually have the upper hand here.
Yeah, well, the quickest lap times from both cars have been, within the same ballpark. So I think with Newton's collision on the first lap, I think overall victory may be a bridge too far here. Great to see this battle for 4th and 5th overall, just coming across the line now. Glasser in the Porsche 993, followed by Jolly in the Kyler K2/Chevron B71. 2 cars from the 1990s. The Glasser car being one of the later 993 GT2s. That was campaigned in the FIA GT Championship by Veith Racing, who went on to develop their own Ferrari 550 as a replacement after that. This is the Kyler K2, or Chevron B71. It was a B71. They only ever built a single Chevron B71. It was then evolved into the car you see there, the number 60, the Kyler K2. Now, this is a car from the early stages of the IMSA World Sports Car Championship after the GTP cars, the effective American Group Cs, were phased out. The WSC category became the norm. That's where cars like the Ferrari 333 SP and Riley and Scott Mark III came from. It was also home to a number of cars that were basically Group C cars with the roof off. It was a tin can special for a lot of them, a can opener special, Group C car sans roof. But that's not the case for this car. The Chevron B71 was built purely to go WSC class racing, basically what became LMP1. And yeah, really interesting to see that a car that was so staunchly raced in America in period, last raced, I think, in the American Le Mans Series in its first season in 1999, has somehow ended up here in France, or here in Portugal, driven by a French man with the car based in France. The world is fascinating.
Isn't it just? Isn't it just? We see that, there's a spinner, or someone's around. That's the
83 car.
83, yeah, so that's Beltest, who's around in that Ford GT1. And I think he's trying to look to see if he can get the car turned around. But it's a blind corner on entry there, so drivers are having to go the long way around. I think Beltest might be waiting for some time to see if he can spin that car around.
Yes, it still says O'Connell, of course, on the timing screen. I don't know whether or not they've maybe decided to do a race apiece rather than swap, but that would be unconventional. There's our race leader coming across the line now then. Orosbayev crossing the line. We should cover that Maserati MC12, of course. It's our race leading car after all, as 3 Porsches go 3 wide. Ooh, careful, careful, careful. That was the 73 car moving up, I think, a position there. But the MC12, this is an ex-Italian GT championship car. As we see there, the Ford GT driving the wrong way. I didn't like that much. Hopefully the 83 is pointing the right direction without any further issue. Where are the cars that were there? Please show up. Yes, okay, I think everyone's okay after that one. But the MC12 ex-Italian GT car from the Racing Box crew, it ran in the Italian Championship in 2005 and 2006 with a variety of different drivers. This is the car that the car is presented as it would have been in March 2006 at the Imola round of the Italian GT Championship, and the reason you can tell is because the car only competed once with the Portuguese racer Miguel Ramos at the wheel. Miguel has a very strong relationship with Vodafone Portugal. That's why there are Vodafone decals on the MC12. And I believe this car was also tested by some bloke called Valentino, last name Rossi, at one point.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, you know, does some BMW club racing now or something. But that was the kind of the first taste, I think, for him of GT racing machinery. And, well, now, of course, people largely tip him to be part of the Le Mans 24 Hours next year. So that was ground zero for Valentino in GT racing.
Absolutely. The more the merrier, we say. The yellow flags are still out, and I assume they're still covering O'Connell. He has made it out of that timing loop though, so he has set a sector 2 time, so he is moving again. Have yellow flags still showing somewhere out on circuit. Mike Newton though has got past Richard Mines, so Newton now moves himself up. Mines is actually moving down the order there.
Yes.
He's dropped to 5th place.
Well, one hopes as he now crosses the line, I was going to say one hopes that's just a trick of the timing screen and the transponder, but sadly not. So Mines has had an issue out there somewhere in his car. So to just quickly rattle through the top 10, we've still got Arizbayev leading now by 35 seconds over Mike Newton. That feels like an unassailable lead. Jully in 3rd overall in the Kyla K2, all leading their respective classes. 4th place is Glasser in the Porsche 993 GT2. Mines now down to 5th in his Vitaphone Aston Martin. Shkamama in the number 40 X-Mark VDS Ford GT1 is down in 6th place. Wunderlich and Kadori in their Aston Martin DBR9s are 7th and 8th. Wunderlich lost time in the pits window, didn't he? Traber is the first of the GT2C drivers in his number 29 Porsche 996, and rounding out the overall top 10 is the shared number 115 of the Devis family. That is the Fujifilm Mamero car that we discussed a little bit earlier on.
Absolutely, heading into the final 6 minutes of this race then. It's a short, sharp 40-minute race. It goes by in a flash, especially when there's so much action to keep your eye on here. It's a big grid here. 30 cars took this start.
Yes, and I must say a doff of the cap here to our production crew because they were just covering a good battle. Devis in the 115, which my apologies, I'll eat my hat with aplomb, is not the Fujifilm car. It's the where am I? Oh, I am getting it wrong. My apologies. But the point I was going to make still stands, and that is that second place in GT2C could be under threat because one of the cars we saw in that last battle pack is Ricardo Bravo, who is currently going about a second per sector faster than Devis ahead of him. Ricardo Bravo, noted, accomplished Portuguese pro driver. He could yet make his way up to second, maybe even first in GT2C. He's currently a second faster, again, per sector than either of the two cars ahead of him in class, which are both within a dozen seconds of him.
Nick Padmore looks like he's taken his Porsche 996 back to the pit lane. So keep an eye on that one, see if Padmore decides to bring that car back out. But only 4 minutes on the clock. It's very unlikely there. There is your race leader, Rosbaev, making his way through 36 seconds at the last timing line ahead of Mike Newton. A gaggle of Porsches et al. Make their way around the final corner, onwards then towards the start-finish line and making their way through then, trying to see, as you said, Adam, if there is a GT battle, there's going to be Porsches, and there is moves.
Yeah, so Devis in the 115 car is the second of the 996s in that queue. So Traber in the 29 car is your GT2C leader. He still leads the way, but Devis is 0.7 of a second back at the first sector split. And Ricardo Bravo, his last lap was significantly faster. He is really stalking and harassing those ahead of him. I'm just looking at the last lap times now on my timing screen, which I'm really struggling with because I keep doing one click too many. Yes, he was 3 seconds faster than Devis on the last lap and 5 seconds quicker than your class leader. So Ricardo Bravo, who has probably done 10,000 laps of Estoril at a conservative estimate, is coming in hot for the GT2C lead.
He is with less than 3 minutes to go, so we've only got a handful of laps. Mike Newton's trying to get his way through a little bit of lappery as well, as he'll make his way now down towards turn 6, has the inside line. Blue flags flying there. There's their Corvette also trying to follow through as well. There's a gaping hole that Mike Newton's left in this lappery. I'm going to take advantage as well. But Mike Newton then down in towards turn 7, tries to press on, and Rosbaev still extending that gap bit by bit, sector after sector. Devis then still ahead of Bravo at the moment, but as Adam said, it is one to keep your eye on in these closing stages.
Oh, I'm watching that on the timing screen like a hawk. They should be just crossing the start-finish line at the moment, actually. They are indeed. They've just all gone past. And in fact, Bravo is right on the back of Devis for second in class. If we could look at turn 1, you will see a battle for second in GT2C going through there at the moment, as your second place car, Newton, crosses the line again. Clearly still hurrying is Mike Newton in his Le Mans winning Le Mans class winning MG EX264. Here we're on the main straight. We see these cars running by, but we are still seeing a great fight for second in GT2C. They're in the second sector of the lap right now. I really hope we get to see that, because Ricardo Bravo is in the midst of doing quite the magic trick with 1.5 minutes left to go.
It is indeed. Jolly and Glasser have really not left each other alone at this race either. They're about 4 seconds adrift of each other so far, but they've been pretty much sharing the exact same bit of track as we head towards the final minute of this race for the Endurance Racing Legends. There's been no shortage of drama from start to finish in this one. So we see battling Porsches, and that's also Glasser, who's trying to find his way through battling Porsches, trying to put a lap on them, which is always an interesting aspect to add to endurance racing. You're trying to pass battling traffic. So it's always an interesting one. But Glasser has managed to find his way through, and Sebastian can now try and push on in his closing stages. He'll only really have a lap to try and see what he can do to Jolly, but the gap being 4.6 seconds at the last timing line, now down to 4.2 seconds, but Jolly just needs to make sure he holds that pace and he'll claim 3rd place overall.
Very well developed 993 GT2. That's an Evo spec car, and you can tell because it's a bit wider than the two similar 993s. It just overtook down in the first sector. Continue to watch Ricardo Bravo's progress. Bravo is within 7/10 of taking this GT2C win at the very last gasp. I think he's going to do it. There's the MC12 though on the final lap of the race. Oruspiev has done more than enough, and look at this. This is a snapshot. All 4 of these cars would have been eligible for the 2010 FIA GT1 World Championship. It's a real snapshot of the late 2000s in GT1 competition. And Oruspiev in the MC12 GT1, the dominant car of FIA GT in the late 2000s. We're going to add yet another win to the esteemed record books of the Maserati MC12. Of course, its younger brother, the MC20 GT2, is making its debut at Paul Ricard this weekend, but the old V12 girl still has a few wins left in it.
She does indeed, and Ramzan Oruspiev and Evgen Kirev bring that car home and take the victory here in the Endurance Racing Legends. A commanding lead they established, and a commanding lead they kept growing throughout this race. Mike Newton, though, we're expecting in 20 or so seconds time. I mean, he was involved in that lap 1 collision at turn 3 between himself and Kadori. Kadori himself has come over the line in 8th place. Vondelik has come across half a second behind Skimaka in that battle for the final podium place in GT1B. And Ricardo Bravo does come across the line ahead of Trava and De Vries. So Ricardo Bravo across the line then to take the victory of GT2C. So brilliant job from Bravo towards the end. Left it till the last gasp, as you said, Adam. I think that perfectly described it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was the penultimate lap of the race that it was actually the final lap of the race that he finally got it done. Ricardo Bravo, long-time pro GT racer, takes the GT2C win. And in fact, I think with Nigel Greensaw managing to claim 2nd in class at the end in the factory Corvette C6R GT2. So it was an all Porsche top 3 that was fighting for the GT2C win, and the Corvette managed to get up there by the end of the race. But no doubts of our winners, Oruspiev and Kiriev taking the win in that Maserati MC12. It announced itself on the historic scene at the Demille Tour at Paul Ricard last month with victory, and it's continued on in the same fashion. The ex-racing box car wearing its 2006 livery. We didn't see many red Maserati MC12s in period. In fact, I think that might have been the only one. But it is a stunning looking machine. Can't say enough for how much I love that car. Incredible.
Brilliant stuff. And Mike Newton did come across the line to finish in 2nd place there. So he managed to recover himself from pretty much the back of the field all the way back up to 2nd place in the end, finishing 65 seconds off the leader. And then we have the number 60, which was Mark Jolly, holding on to 3rd place overall. He was chased to the line regardless by Sebastian Glaser in the Porsche 993 GT2 Evo from 1999. But maybe a couple more laps for Glaser. He might have been able to close down that gap, but they were pretty much sharing the same bit of track, apart from the pit window, of course. But great to see them battling away. And as you've said, what a drive there from Ricardo Bravo, taking over from Fernando Espirito Santo to get that Porsche 996 up to class victory in GT2C. Brilliant stuff for the duo there. And see then Oruspiev park the car up then, take the victory there. Evgeny Kiriev and Ramzan Oruspiev, your winners then, the Endurance Racing Legends here at the Estoril Classics.
I do just want to say as well regarding Bravo and Espirito Santo, they've been sharing cars on and off for almost 20 years. They first shared, I think, back in 05, as you see here, the overall results.
It's Kiriv and Arizbayev taking the top spot. Mike Newton in second. Mark Jolly third with Sebastian Glesser in fourth place. Richard Mines in fifth place. Sixth place went to the way of Skimaka. Seventh place Wunderlich. Eighth place Bravo. Grinsell in ninth. Devis in 10th. Kadori 11th. Maxton Page in 12th. Trabber in 13th place. Ferveni in 14th. In McLean, Gernat, Clegg, Ostman, Quez and Phillips rounding off the top 20. And as you can see, the order going through there. Brilliant stuff to see. Unfortunately, a couple of non-classifieds there, but we did originally have 31 entrants into the Endurance Racing Legends, and I'm happy to say that if that wasn't enough to scratch that itch for Endurance Racing Legends, they're back tomorrow as well.
Oh, I'm so excited. I just love these cars. It was such... What I think was exciting about this era, especially at Le Mans, was each category, each class had its own kind of distinct leaders, midfielders, and backmarkers. As we're going to look at the race replay here, obviously it started with a bang in all the wrong ways for Mike Newton, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. And heading in towards turn 3, we'll see the contact, Philip Kadori, at turn 3, which the stewards deemed him at fault for. And yeah, you can see the slam at the back for the MG there, turn himself around, and it's always a perilous location to be, 90 degrees to the right of turn 3. It's a slightly blind corner on entry, but managed to recover, did Mike Newton, and recover he did, making moves here, almost coming into contact there with the 35 of Paul McLean, managed to slow the car down enough to make sure that wasn't a problem. The Devises then, Mark and Matthias, really battling away with the car. No battling needed to be done for Evgeny Kiriv. He was able to just open up that gap, keep going there. I just wonder what a race could have been had Mike Newton not been in that battle. I mean, we saw that Razman Orizbayev was able to pull away and keep pulling away towards the end of that race. I just wonder what could have been for Mike Newton. Could he have been in with a chance for a race win? Was that MC12 just too good round him?
I think looking at their pace across the race, I think that if tomorrow they're up the front and they manage to stay out of trouble early on, I honestly think that could be a mighty scrap, because around this circuit it seems they are about even. The Maserati was extremely quick at Paul Ricard, of course, given its straight line speed prowess, but the Maserati and the MG, Newton versus the two competitors in the Maserati, I think that on Sunday that could be one of the races of the day. A kind of modern interpretation of what we saw earlier on in the 50s Legends and the Greatest Trophy, where the two cars have wildly different strengths, yet somehow it all works out into a very exciting motor race.
Absolutely. And Orizbayev, happy with that one, very clearly so. Why not? Brilliant drive from himself and from his teammate Kiriv, as that's a top 3 there. What an eclectic mix you've got there lined up in the paddock there. Brilliant to see.
Honestly, it's incredible. And I must say a word to Jared Venables, who kind of, birthed this Endurance Racing Legends idea. Initially was only doing track days, and I think the customer base demanded a race. And it has gone strength to strength, courtesy of his efforts, courtesy of Peter Auto as well. And the good thing is as well is they've got that hard cut-off of 2005 for the Protos, 2010 for the GTs, which means that it's very much more authentic to Le Mans from that period than some of the other championships where GT3s and some newer machinery is filtering in. Well, if we liked 40-minute endurance races, Kieran, we're about to strap in for a rather longer race into the darkness here at Estoril. I hope everyone has their headlights attached.
Yes, hopefully so. Headlights all in working order, I hope. But come with the longest race of the day, the 2 hours here for the 60s Endurance. It's 5 minutes mandatory pit stop in your pit box, unless you're driving a Shelby Cobra Daytona, or a Jaguar Type E. That means you've got a minimum stop of 6 minutes. But the pit window opens between the 45th and 75th minute of this 2 hour race. So see how everything develops from there. But as I said, it's the biggest grid so far this weekend. So very much the case to watch out for in this 2 hour. We are due to have 41 cars take the start of this 120-minute race. Of that race then, 40 drivers, if we get them, sorry, the 41 drivers that we're due to have. Let's see how they all line up just quickly here. On row number 1, it'll be the number 21, the shared car of Birch and Stevens. Alongside them, it's the number 72 Shelby Cobra of Cook and Stanley. Row number 2, it is the Shelby Cobra 289 of Buena and May, and the 109 of the Brett Myers. Row number 3 is the 86 of Kadori and Perez in the Shelby Cobra 289. Alongside them is the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, the number 70 of the Francis. So welcome back then to the Estoril circuit here in Portugal as dusk decides to descend over the circuit. We are due for a 2-hour race for the Sixties Endurance here at the Estoril Classics. It is our final race of the day, but we've left the biggest grid till last. 41 cars due to take this start. And we've got the air and track temperature have dropped significantly since we first started. Track temperature has gone from 45 at the first race of the day to 32 degrees Celsius. And as the sun dips below the horizon, expect that track temperature to get cooler just throughout this evening. My name is Kieran McGidley. If you're just joining us now, I'm delighted to say I'm joined alongside by the fantastic Adam Weller. Adam, we've seen some great racing so far. In this race, we've got a 2-hour race to bring off to today's proceedings, and it is a full day of racing tomorrow as well.
Yeah, exactly. The fun has just begun here at the Circuito Estoril for the Estoril Classics. It is an incomparable event. The local team here, the Portuguese organisation, Race Ready, in collaboration with the Peter Auto organisation, do incredible work to make this event everything it possibly can be. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding. The sheer variety that we've got on each grid, the number of incredible, priceless, beautiful machines that we've got racing is all the evidence you could possibly need. I say variety. The top 11 cars here, or the top 12 cars here, comprised of 2 Lotus 15s and 10 Shelby Cobras. It's safe to say that the handiworks of Mr. Chapman and Carroll, respectively, have stood the test of time.
They have indeed, and so much so it is the reason why they are in a specific place in the regulations, because normally there'd be a 5-minute pit stop time for the teams and drivers here. Of course, that means they have to be stationary for 5 minutes, but if you're driving a Shelby Cobra Daytona, or a Jaguar Type E, that's 6 minutes you have to stop for. So it tries to balance out that way here, to try and make it so that towards the end of the race, drivers should hopefully be across the line at roughly a similar time. A minute should give the drivers a lot to think about. We'll quickly run through as many drivers as possible, as many of the machines as possible, as their grids look a little something like this. On row number 1 then, it's the number 21 of Birch and Stevens, alongside them the 72 of Cook and Stanley. Row 2 is the number 51, Guenard and May, and alongside them is the 109, the Brightmeyers. Row number 3 is Kadori and Perez in the 86. Alongside them is the number 70 of France and France. Row number 4 is the number 10 of Huber, and alongside is the number 3 of Mil and Skimama. Row number 5 is the 369 of Beck and Simon, and number 31 from Minnick and Monet. Row number 6 is the number 15 of Cottingham, and 71 of Holstein and Reeds and Thott. Row number 7 is the 75 of Evans and Littlejohn, alongside is the number 7 of Deleplanque. Row number 8 is the number 73 of Jaspers, and alongside is the number 17 of Verkin. Row number 9 is the number 90 of Cruz and Silva, and alongside is the 27 of the Robins. Row number 10 is number 67 Studer, and alongside is the number 69 Mr. John of B and Ayari. Row 11 is the number 147 of Grant and Hales, and alongside is the 18 of Buzoglu and Bodish. Row number 12 is number 99 Kirknov and 170 Tuppen. Row 13 is number 24 Fion and Rollin, and 777 Zeiser and Webb. Row 14 260 of Sori and 157 of Emberson and Greensall. Row 15 322 Fabry and Furiani, and 104 de Chanterac and de Rocha. Row 16 161 Libens and 133 the Reinhardts. Row 17 number 255 Thiel and Kinder, and 700 Hajimegaran and de Rocha. Row 18 number 55 Rajot and Gay, and number 19 Zanketta and Turner. Row 19 is 261 Pink and Fox, and 22 Blanchemont. Row 20 is number 61 Orebigan and Cindercombe, and 136 of Werner, and all on their own on row 21 is the 139 of Caggiano and Dre Route. Well, that was pretty good. We're at turns 9 and 10. Even beyond that, we're almost ready to get going, Adam.
We are, and one driver I do want to point out, I think towards the back of the order, that number 22, Jean-Luc Blanchimont, former Le Mans competitor. You may remember him running with Luc Alphon Adventures in the Chevy Corvette GT1 cars back in the day. He's in a Jaguar E-Type, one of the quicker cars we expect out there, and he's starting way down the grid, but I think he'll pick apart a few positions in the early stages. If he's there, I grant you I'm not seeing an E-Type towards the back of the grid, so hopefully he's not got a problem. We're not missing Cobras though, are we, as they get ready for this rolling start?
Not a chance. Well, the safety car then will pull into the pit lane then and leave our starters then, Birch and Stevens and Cook and Stanley, 21 and 72 respectively. And when those red lights extinguish, we will go racing for the next 2 hours for the 60s Endurance to round off Saturday's action here at the Estoril Classics. Eyes on the light as we prepare to get ourselves underway. Here we go then. The starts are off then. And what are the starts like for Birch and Stevens? Looking over the right hand side, but it's a great start there for the 109 heading our way down. It might be the 51 as well, heading our way through in towards turn 1, but that was not the greatest start from the 21. Now that Lotus 15 lost at least 4 positions in the opening stint.
Well, you got to remember the Lotus 15 is the direct successor to the Lotus 11, the car that we saw earlier on in 50s Legends. And oh goodness, someone off track there in a big way towards the back of the order. That is one of the Lotus 15s actually that's gone off circuit there in a big way. But yeah, the Lotus 15 are very, very much a lightweight, small engine car. Whereas, of course, all of these big Cobras and Shelby Daytonas, the polar opposite. They do brilliantly in a straight line, as has been evidenced by the runaway start there for Cook in the 72. He's our current leader right now, and all Cobras in the top 9, as a matter of fact, because our pole sitter has been demoted all the way to 10th.
Yeah, not the greatest start there, unfortunately, for the pole sitter there. But we'll see what Michael Birch can do in that opening stage. Still, there's quite a way to go at this stage. It is fair to say that. And these cars make their way over the crest then. It is fantastic to see them just rise over the crest and then descend their way onwards down the circuit as we head our way through now into turns 9 and 10. We have, as you can see, 41 cars were due to take this start and have 41 cars clocked up. I don't think so just yet.
No, you say there's a long way to go, and exactly as you said that, we also saw Jeremy Cottingham in one of the Daytonas getting absolutely muscled away. He had to put at least 2 wheels on the grass to try and avoid a collision there. So not everyone has got the memo early on. And of course, Jeremy Cottingham with his big Cobra, or Shelby Daytona, will be looking to make up some positions. It'll be interesting to see what James Cottingham does. Of course, James Cottingham, familiar to British GT viewers as well, races in British GT and also pilots all manner of historic cars from the kind of thing you'd see in Endurance Racing Legends right up to 50s, 60s racing cars, and I think even some pre-World War II machinery at the likes of the Goodwood Revival, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So the Cottingham car, which currently sits in 9th place, I think is going to be one to watch as the race goes on.
Absolutely. One that also might be one to watch is the fact that race control have declared that the race start is under investigation. So we'll see what is made of that. That's normally a case of people jumping the start, i.e. making headway up the field before the red lights have been extinguished. So we'll keep an eye on what race control have made of the race start. In the meantime, though, we'll focus on some battles throughout the field. There's the 369 there. That's going to be the shared car of Erzbeck and Patrick Simon in the Shelby Cobra 289, trying to hold off and stop the attack here of that number 3 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe.
Yeah, Patrick Simon, who will be sharing that car later on. I'm familiar with him. He's a colleague from last year in the ADAC GT Masters. He has his own ADAC GT Masters talk show, PS On Air. Absolutely wonderful guy and a pro racing driver in his day as well. So he'll be quick later on. We'll see how he goes. But is indeed Utzbeck at the moment at the wheel of that car, being kept very, very awake by Skimama just behind, of course. And that is, again, the study of contrast between the two Cobras. The sleek, as it would imply, Daytona-style body shape of the number 3 car should be a bit quicker in a straight line. And sure enough, the number 3 with a nose ahead as they run towards the first corner. That should be a move for 4th place in favour of the number 3.
Skimama looking to, as you say, move himself up the order when possible. There's plenty of class action to be looking at as well. So we see then 72 leading the way, not only in class overall as well. Richard Cook in the GT5 class, and there we go, Shelby Cobras side by side then. Was that Grenard and Kadori going side by side through in towards turn 4. Kadori with the fastest lap of this race, looking to see if he can find a way past Grenat, then heading away down towards turn 6. Kadori very eager to put that Endurance Racing Legends race behind him and square firmly onto the back and to try and find his way through, which he has done. So Grenat now behind. Kadori now has to get on the defensive and make sure Grenat doesn't find a way back through.
Yeah, and I imagine that the echoes of that last race are probably ringing in his ears. He was very careful, I'm sure, on that first lap not to have any misdemeanors, since he was penalised for that collision with Mike Newton in Endurance Racing Legends. It's one of the things I really love about this style of racing, is that guys will show up with a hauler with 2 or 3 cars in them from wildly contrasting eras, and just go out there and have a fun weekend. You know, obviously you've got Mr. John of B and Sahel Ayari. I believe both of them are due to be out in this race. It does say just Mr. John of B on the entry list I've got in front of me, but we'll see whether Ayari is in there as well. But you know, they were in Ligier JS21s earlier on, of course, in the F1 1980s Formula One. They now go to 60s GT. It's, you know, a lot of these drivers double and triple dip across the weekend and just drive all manner of wondrous machines.
And we're not jealous of them in the slightest, are we, Adam?
No, never.
Not at all. Michael Birch, though, looking to try and make progress up the field, of course. He was right on that front row, but lost a heap of positions. He's managed to get up to 8th place, but he'll be keen and eager to see if he can try and pass Brett Meyer there. So he looks to try and find his way through. Of course, 007 MH, the licence plate on the back of Michael Birch. As we see then, there goes that 369 making its way through. As Patrick Simon then to keep going. Sorry, Erzbeck, my apologies, trying to hold on to that 5th place, but for how much longer from Cottingham?
Now, did you see the car slowing there? I think Erzbeck might have a problem. His car slowing there, unfortunately. So, and the lights were off as well. So I just wonder whether he's maybe got some electrical gremlins or something of that nature. Back up to speed now, though, through Parabolica Interior. It's the car on the far right of your screen, but it is clearly falling through the order, and I think it might even be smoking a little bit. So, unfortunately, I'm not sure Patrick Simon is going to get a chance to play, at least not within the overall lead contention.
Such a shame as well when you put in all that effort over the weekend to get the car right. You've got the strategy laid out, and unfortunately the car decides it doesn't want to play anymore 8 minutes into the 2-hour endurance. It's a bit of a punch in the gut, if anything.
I don't know if you've noticed, you're just talking about Michael Birch. You picked up on his number plate. Have you noticed that his helmet is a noted tribute to Rubens Barrichello? He's got the Barrichello helmet design.
Love that. And he's going for a move there then. As he goes to the right initially, he got a great launch up at the final corner. But couldn't do anything with it on that occasion. And you can't see him. There he is. He appears into picture there, such as the low running of the 21 there at Lotus 15 from 1958. Trying to find its way through. Brett Meyer is right in front of him. So he's looking to try and find the way past the 109 of Oliver Brett Meyer, Shelby Cobra Daytona. Of course, Shelby Cobra will have to stop for a minute extra. So that's something that Birch has to bear in mind, is that these Cobras around him will stop for longer than him.
I do have to eat my socks a little bit. I did say that the Lotus 15 was a successor to the 11. I'm getting my facts mixed up. The Lotus 19 that comfortably led that 50s race earlier on was the successor to the 15. So the 15 and the 11 are very much similar in look, but that's because the 11 came after the 15 and was kind of directly inspired by the 15, which was built largely for the Group 4 sports cars of the time. As with the Lotus 19, this car is powered by the FPF Coventry Climax engine, 4-cylinder, basically half of a Cosworth-designed V8, or rather, I should say, half of a Ford-designed V8, the Coventry Climax machine. And as you can see by its body shape, front-engined, whereas the 19 that followed was not.
Huber as well, looking to see if he can find a way past Birch then, and Mr. John of B throws his hat into the ring as well. So they're all looking to try and find a way through. 5-car battle here for what is 5th place. Cottingham at the head of this trade in a very Shelby-dominated battle right now. We have then Michael Birch looking to see if he can try and close in. The Shelby Cobras, though, are so good in a straight line. As we make our way now down towards the first corner, Birch looking for a move up the inside. Perhaps he's trying to commit to that move up the inside, but he can't quite find that gap that he needed to find a way past Brett Meyer there.
Yes, and then of course he's got Huber just behind him to worry about, hasn't he? And Mr. John of B. There's a all in Cobras, of course. It is still massively Cobra dominated at the front end of the field. There is Huber in the number 10 car, Max Huber, the Swiss racer. Yellow flags out there somewhere on circuit, as well as Mr. John of B starts to investigate the back of Huber. But yeah, Cobra's resolutely dominant in the top 10, aren't they, at the moment, with the exception of Birch in his little Lotus 15. And I love the kind of American invention period of sports car racing in the 1960s. Of course, the Cobra, effectively an AC ace with a big engine wedged into it, as another Lotus 15 has come into strife. I think that is at turn 4, no, it's turn 1. My apologies. That is turn 1. The 71 car, Jakob Viggo Holstein, who of course piloted that 19 to such success earlier on in the 50s race. Well, he's not going to be replicating that, unfortunately, today in this one, is he?
Off into the gravel trap, and the Great Danes, unfortunately, find themselves in the gravel trap, as you said, in that 50s race earlier on today, the very first race of the day. They made a good combination at the top of the order, especially for Holstein, who was really running clear, running away with it at the top of the order. Now, I think there are double waved yellows down at turn 1. It'll be interesting to see what race control make of this one. We do have a couple of penalties already, and we have, looking at this then, we have a 45-second penalty for car 261. So that's Nick Pink and Chris Fox in that Lotus Elan. Then we have, well, I warn you, Adam, it's a bit of a long list right now. We've got car number 70, which is Pierre-Alain France and Erwin France in the Shelby Cobra Daytona. They've got 45-second penalty due to track line infringement at turn 7. We've got car 69, which is John of B and Ayari. They've got themselves a 45-second penalty due to track limit infringement at turn 4. And we've got plenty of warning flags right now out there for multiple cars. So quite a few cars right now on their final warning. And I do use cars as the describer there, because your first driver might have got all those warnings, your second driver might go and extend the track limit once, and that's what gets the penalty. It's probably more accurate to say the car's got the penalty.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the penalties can be served in the pit stop, before the pit stop. Of course, they'll be added to the end of the race time if it's in the second half of the race, but I do think they can serve it during the stop. We'll have to see whether that proves to be the case. We'll work it out soon enough, what with the inordinate number of penalties that are out there already. And well, it's good to see that someone's coming to try and break the monotony of the Shelbys, because here comes the Jaguar E-Type. The leading car in the GT4 class, for those asking, no, absolutely no bearing on the GT4 class of today. The E-Type being pedalled there by Laurent Jaspers, who's one of the drivers looking to compete in this race on his own, and already on the back of 10th place. So the E-Types are coming.
The E-Types are coming. They still have that shared, I guess, success penalty, you could call it, of 1 minute. As Michael Birch again looking for a move down the inside, but this time Max Huber has got himself ahead. So Max Huber ahead of Michael Birch, as we look in the background as well, as that's the 73 trying to find its way through. Laurent Jaspers trying to find a way past the number 17 machine there of Luc-Pierre Verkeen in that Shelby Cobra 289. A good battle here for what is 10th place overall. They might be in different classes, but we've touched on it before, Adam. That doesn't mean anything to these drivers in the here and now.
Absolutely not. They're here to race, they're here to pedal, they're here to have a good time. And that's exactly what they are doing. And it really is an honour and a privilege to see these cars being pushed so hard. Obviously, some of these cars will be continuations or authentic built-up replicas. They have to be, of course, built to authentic original specifications in order to be registered as an FIA Appendix K machine. But you know, there weren't that many Shelby Daytonas in the world. A lot of them will be replicas built from the ground up, but it doesn't take away from the spectacle. They are authentically 60s spec on 60s rubber, being driven in the manner you had to in order to drive quickly in the 60s. And in a big V8 powered GT car, that meant sideways and usually looking out of the driver's side window. Not so much for the Lotus Elan we just saw there in the hands of Deplanque, who of course had a good race earlier on in his Austin Healey in the 50s race. Those kind of cars, because they, you know, do most of their work in the corners and have more grip than the bigger cars, it's really about driving smoothly. And Eugène Deplanque, who we saw earlier on in the Healey, now out there in the Elan 26R, he's driving this race solo as well. I reckon he could be a serious factor in the top 10 before the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going by what we've seen earlier today as well. Deplanque trying to make his way through then as well. A bit of side-by-side action to boot as well as Beck, who had those issues earlier on, and the finger pointing as well to say, go to the right, Urs. That bit of track's going to be free, as he makes his way now through in towards turns 9 and 10. So it was a bit of a gremlin for Urs Beck. Managed to get the car going again and is now trying to fight his way back up through the order.
Yeah, and we saw there for the first time one of the 911s just going through shot at the moment, the 777 car of Guy Zeiser and Ollie Webb. Now, who is at the wheel of that at the moment? It is Zeiser. Ollie Webb, we all know him, don't we? Ex-LMP1 driver, of course, with Collet's well-known hot shoe as well in historics. I expect him to be mighty later on in the race in that 777 car. That is a 2-litre Porsche 911, one of the early 911s. The cars were 2-litre in capacity from the beginning of the production run in 1964 until 1969. And of course, we have a whole heap of pre-66 911s here, the 64 to 66 cars, for the wildly popular 2-litre Cup. Which is effectively Porsche Carrera Cup if it happened in 1965. And that will be how we start our Sunday here at the Estoril Classics, with what is always a very exciting racing category. So we'll see plenty of early 911s, if that's your thing, on Sunday.
Early 911s, early in the morning. I can't really think of a better way to wake up on a Sunday morning.
No, absolutely, and obviously Porsche 911's racing heritage needs no explanation. It's effectively the entire USP of the car, isn't it? Especially when you get into the GT3s, the GT2 RSs, the kind of more race-hardened cars. But what some people forget is that the 1960s, the rules of what was a saloon car and what was a GT car was still somewhat being defined. And because of that, we did have the rather quirky sight of Porsche 911s racing in the saloon car races in the 1960s, including the British Championship. We never saw a Jaguar E-Type go rallying. However, no one has informed the driver of the 27 that. That's Robin in his Jaguar E-Type 3.8, just off the gravel at turn 1, and now rejoining.
Didier Robin, I believe that is, who went a little bit of rally cross, but has rejoined onto some tarmac now. The problem is now there might be a little bit of gravel within that car. As you see, it's spewing the gravel stones over the track. Heading our way now through in towards turn 3. Just a bit of a shake of the car in towards turn 4 there. Stays to the outside, gets the power down. This might be a look at what happened here to the 27. That was not stopping any time soon there. I think Didier slightly missed the braking point there. Took to the gravel, and then in trying to spin the rear wheels up to try and not beach the car, he got a little bit sideways. But yeah, right foot was fully to the floor there for Didier Robin.
Yeah, sometimes that's your only way out of a gravel trap, isn't it? It was Vic Elford in 1967 who entered a 911 into a British Saloon Car Championship. I believe the argument was it has rear seats. And the organisers said, well, it's also rear-engined. He said, okay. Does it say anywhere that it has to be front-engined? And they looked at each other and went, well, not now, it doesn't. And yes, the Porsche 911, that renowned saloon car in the late
Absolutely.
60s.
Absolutely. You know what they say about motorsport? It's what the regulations don't say you can't do. That's the important part. And it sounds like that was used to a T there. A couple more penalties to speak of as well, mainly for the 261, the shared Lotus Elan of Nick Pink and Chris Fox. They've now got themselves a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty. So to add to their woes, they had a 90-second penalty as well for a track limit infringement at turn 13. We also had car number 10, Max Huber, 45-second penalty for track limits at turn 13. We have car number 70, that's Pierre-Alain France and Erwin France. I think I've mentioned this already. Track extension limit at turn 7. That's 90 seconds added on. We saw Didier and Arnold Robin, their car in the gravel at turn 1. They do have a 45-second penalty due to track limits at turn 4. We've got 147 as well, Guy Grant and Mark Hales, who have got themselves a 45-second penalty due to track limits infringement at turn 13. And car number 69, I think I mentioned that one already, Mr. John of B and Ayari, they've got a 45-second penalty. So I think we're all caught up in penalties. Well, we were until number 322 got one. Francois Rivaz and Alexander Furiani. Track limits extension at turn 4, they've got a 45-second penalty. And now you're up to date on penalties.
Oh, something tells me that gimmick is going to go long into the night. I can't wait to see the end of this race and watching the order change immensely based on track limits penalties by the end. They take their track limits seriously here, don't they? And that's understandable. They pay to compete within the white lines and on the curbs. They don't pay for everything else.
Yeah, I mean that's the blunt way of saying it, isn't it? To keep it on the track. A little bit of a snap of the tail there from the number 75, Simon Evans, just making sure he gets the most out of the car then, and even chucking it into turn 2 there. Really enjoying it. It seems like he's enjoying it anyway, at least from the exterior. It makes its way through into turn 3.
And I will just say quickly to add to that point, obviously, if in the case of the Robin one of the Shelbys going wide there, the Shelby Daytona, the number 18 car of Bozaglu there, recovering from the gravel trap. And well, I'll use him as the example instead. Obviously, if you have a moment like that where you've ended up off the circuit in the gravel, you're not going to get penalised for that. It's when you run all four wheels off the track, gain an advantage, widen the track, and cause yourself some grief. We've got a few cars heading into the pits already, which is a little bit of a surprise because that pit window isn't meant to open for another 20 minutes.
Yes, well, we'll keep an eye on what happens there. In fact, these could be penalty servers because the 147 is into the pits. Guy Grant, so he might be serving his 45-second penalty. I'm trying to remember penalties off the top of my head. It's not going to be a recipe that ends well, but that will be at least for one of them. As there's Yves Skimaka, number 3 machine, into share with Armand Miller, Shelby Cobra. They're currently running in 4th place right now. Max Huber and Oliver Bretmeyer, they're sharing the same bit of track in 5th and 6th place. Nearly a second separates them for 5th and 6th place, not only in overall but in class as well, as we still have 1 hour and 34 minutes on the clock. The pit window opens in just under 20 minutes time.
There you go. So we'll see the driver changes at that juncture, the number 3 car of Skimama heading out of the Parabolica interior, the inside line of the famous Parabolica Ayrton Senna, that final corner that really tests the left side tyres. And I must say one thing, by no means does this look like a flat circuit on television. And I mean, you can see there visually at Gaucho just how steep the run up the chicane is. But I have had the chance to walk around this circuit, and the undulation is constant. You don't quite grasp how much of a roller coaster this track is until you've walked it. The run down from 6 to 7, that is a huge ramp. The drop down into turn 1 is massive as well. It really is quite the undulating ride around this wonderful former Portuguese Grand Prix host of a circuit, of course. These days, certainly not the only gig in town when it comes to international race circuits in Portugal. I know that the powers that be here at Estoril really do admire what's happened over in the Algarve at Portimao. That facility is stunning, but you can't deny the old school feel and the heritage that oozes from every pore here at the Circuito Estoril.
Absolutely. Now at 32 on the clock then, still to run, as there's the 86 with blue in the front grille. Philip Cadori making his way through the order then, currently running in second place. Makes his way now onwards towards turn 6. There we have the 51 of May right behind as well. About 3 seconds back there in the 51. Running in that Shelby Cobra 289 from 1963. Yep, looks like it's a little bit stable for now, but as is often the case with endurance racing, those gaps can fluctuate massively depending on where the traffic is at certain points of the lap. Sometimes you'll be lucky with the traffic where you'll meet them on the nice long straight down towards turn 1. Other times you might meet them at the chicane at turns 9 and 10. It is just it's the way endurance motorsport works half of the time. Sometimes being a little bit lucky with where you encounter the traffic can help that gap either come up or come down, depending on what you'd rather.
What a day this must be for Cadori. I mean, look, I know he does this all the time. He's a very lucky man, but he's driving a 4.7 litre or 289 cubic inch AC Cobra around the Circuit Estoril into the dark, just moments after driving a 6 litre Aston Martin DBR9 around the Estoril circuit in the evening. I mean, it's an amazing thing, isn't it? And all of these guys, I mean, so many of the people who own these cars are brilliant minds, are incredibly savvy individuals, and, you know, fully deserving of it. But you lay it out on paper like that and you think, wow, this is something, isn't it? Just the honor, the privilege. And a lot of them recognize, you know, just how much of an honor and a privilege it is to, you know, in some cases to have not 1 but 2 but 3 cars in the stable to bring out to an event like this. It's really special to watch.
And it's great for us to watch as well. You know, some might say that these cars should be in a museum for everyone to have a look at. Others say no, they were designed to race, so let's race them. And gives us a fantastic day worth of racing as we've had so far. We've seen such a great variety of cars out on circuit today. We'll see more of the same and even more tomorrow when we go racing here.
Yeah.
It's bright and early tomorrow morning, so make sure you do tune in for that. We've got a new series to add to the mix, as you've already mentioned, Adam, that 2 litre cup. We'll be racing tomorrow. We also have the F1 Pre-86s, the greatest trophy. Classic endurance racing will make its way back as well for races, and also the Heritage Touring Cup, which will be making its appearance tomorrow as well.
Yeah, there's so much to look forward to on Sunday, especially if you're a fan of of 70s machinery. That's what's covered in the classic endurance racing. As we see here, is this a battle for position at the moment between these two Cobras? I think it might well be. As the night wears on and it gets darker, it's only going to get more difficult to spot this, isn't it? But no, this is a 72 car, actually a lap ahead of the machine behind. Cook, of course, continuing to be our overall race leader and absolutely driving away. 9.7 seconds clear at the moment of Philip Kadori, just behind. But yeah, no, it's a real smorgasbord tomorrow. The CER1, the Classic Endurance Racing 1 category, covering the first half of the 70s, second half of the 70s covered with CER2. In that, you'll see the odd Porsche 935, BMW M1 Pro car, lots of Group 5, or Group 4, 5, and 6 machinery from the late 70s, the cars that were the forebearers and the predecessors to the iconic Group C era that followed from 1982 onwards. And I think that might have been a car fully sideways at turn 7, stopped, and hopefully that's covered by the yellows.
Yeah, we are displaying yellows out on circuit, so see then the 72 negotiating its way through. That is our race leader at the moment then, Richard Cook, behind the wheel of that Shelby Cobra. And you can see just how congested endurance racing can be. Not often can you go 3 wide on the entrance in towards the final corner. But that's exactly what Richard Cook has had to do. He's got a 10-second lead over Philip Kadori then. In these early stages, we're now a quarter of the way through our 2-hour race, and we have the pit window opening in just under 13 minutes time. You won't believe this, Adam, if I tell you, but there have been more penalties since we last visited them. 45-second time penalty for car number 31, which is Charles Firmenich and Benjamin Monet. Track limits infringement at turn 13. Do interrupt me if there's on-track action as well to keep an eye on. 90-second time penalty for car 322. That's Francois Rivaz and Alexander Furiani for a track limit infringement at turn 7. We've got, I think that's car numbers 69 and 90, which would be Mr. John of B and Ayari, and the Jaguar E-Type of Carlos Cruz and Miguel Amaral. They've both got themselves a 60... Oh, sorry, no. It is car 69 with a 90-second penalty. Sorry, the lack of space there. In fact, it's been corrected below. I should have just looked a line below. Car 69, 90-second penalties. That's Mr. John of B and Ayari for a track limits infringement at turn 13. What's my phrase? We're all caught up on penalties, at least for now.
At least for now, yes. Great to hear that Miguel Amaral is racing. Miguel, Portuguese racer. A lot of the Portuguese great and good in motorsport come out to play on this weekend, of course, and he in particular is one to note because he raced for 6 consecutive years at the Le Mans 24 Hours with the Quifel ASM team, which was a Portuguese-run team. Miguel Amaral in touring cars, in GTs, in even cross-country rallying, has been a force to be reckoned with, and great to hear that he's out there on track, albeit not great to hear that he's got a penalty.
No, I think I've pushed him under the bus there because I don't think he has, because that was a 90-second penalty for car 16. I knew this would confuse people. No, I think they're okay for now, but of course, as long as they keep it between the white lines, they'll be absolutely fine. It says fingers crossed. We have as well a 90-second penalty now for car 27, which is Didier Robon and Arnold Robon in their Jaguar E-Type. That's for a track limit infringement at turn 13. That's the final corner there. Through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, becoming 3 wide down in towards turn 7 there. One of them being the number 31 machine, and that's Charles Firmenich and Benjamin Monet and their Shelby Cobra 289. 1964, the Swiss duo looking to see what they can do here today. You see the category leaders as well for GT2 through to GT5 as well, the top 3 the right hand side there, just to keep you well up to date. Stella Plonk leading in GT2 and car 161 Sergei Libens is leading GT3. GT4 is being led by the number 73 of Laurent Jaspers, and GT5 at the moment is being led by the 72 Richard Cook, as of course we know he's in the lead of the race.
Yeah, Cook maintaining that advantage, really, isn't he? Not gaining particularly much over Kadori. They're both lapping around that low 2-minute bracket, 2 minutes 8. 2 minutes 0.883 for Cook last time. Kadori actually marginally quicker, a 2 minute 0.306. So the gap is going down for now. Mustang going into the first corner there without its headlights on. Sir, the conditions are not in your favour, and one of the 911s also not yet with the headlights on. They really need to busy themselves with that before long, because I know that the cameras maybe add 5 minutes of darkness, but in 5 minutes it is going to be dark. The the lights really need to come on.
I wonder if there's some sort of hand signal as well from the marshals. Get your lights on. Get them on. Well, hopefully the lack of visibility will sort of spark that little bit of the synapse. Oh yeah, I'll put the lights on. You have quite a few things to do anyway when you're behind the wheel of one of these classic cars as well, let alone having to remember to switch on the lights. I mean, some of these drivers as well put on the indicators, and then of course in these 60s, we've seen them in the 50s and 60s, where the modern cars now have the auto cancel of the indicator. Some of these cars didn't have that. So you have to remember yourself to turn the indicator off. None of them. So you have to remember to turn them off yourself, which for some of the drivers, force of habit with modern cars.
And of course, regarding the headlights, 60s alternators famously consistently providing electricity to all the right places. I am being sarcastic. So hopefully no one's headlights fully give up the ghost today, but it is a possibility. Of course, I do say that in jest. I'm sure that some more modern electricity has been gifted to some of these cars for that very reason. While there is very limited scope for modernisation in historic motorsport, I think that might be one of the areas where there is some leeway. Just to mention that number 73 car, if you have an eagle eye for Jaguar E-types, you might think that that's a particularly weird looking one. It is one of the low drag cars. It's got a slightly low slung. It's kind of looks like it's had a chop job on the roof, of course, to minimise drag down the Mulsanne and a few of the other straight lines of 1960s GT racing. It does look like well, you wouldn't employ a tall driver. Matt Neal need not apply to drive that particular E-type. Speaking of Matt Neal, of course he's here, and he'll be driving tomorrow in the 2-litre Cup, I believe. So a 3-time British Touring Car champion in amongst it this weekend.
Mr. John of B trying to get past the 15 there. That's James or Jeremy Cottingham. It's a J Cottingham. Unfortunately, with both of their first names starting with a J, it's Jeremy. There you go then.
It's Jeremy.
We've got yellows out on circuit very briefly, which have now been withdrawn. So Jeremy Cottingham then finds himself under that bit of pressure then from Mr. John of B. And also as well, you've got the class leader Laurent Jaspers as well, looking to contend in that battle as well. 1 hour and 20 minutes on the clock. We've got the pit window opening in just over 5.5 minutes time, but we have someone pitting in outside of that window then. We've got yellow flags as well out there on circuit. Stayed out a bit longer than the last yellow flag. Still have Cook leading the way and making his way 8.5 seconds now. So Philip Kadori seems to have closed that gap slightly in the past few laps.
Yeah.
It is Mr. John of B who's come into the pits then.
Yes, no, I was just about to say it was Mr. John of B pitting out of the top 10. That means that for the first time in this race, De La Planck in the Lotus Elan, who we just see on screen there, is in the top 10, albeit with one of the Cobras just behind him. I believe that's Verquin in the number 17, right on the back of the Elan. The original intent of a British sports car being displayed with the Elan, which is light and not unpowerful, but certainly focused on handling. And then, of course, you've got what happens to a British sports car once Carroll Shelby gets his hands on it, which is add a 4.7 litre V8 and go from there.
Yeah, it seemed to be a good way for Carroll Shelby to really make sure that the Shelbys were up and competitive as well. And it did work on a variety of tracks. You know, the power tracks especially. The Shelbys really could make it so that they really could compete with the rest. But then you've got a couple of Lotuses out there, which of course coined by Colin Chapman, simplify and then add lightness. So, and this was obviously we're talking about the 60s here, so this was just the sort of dawn, I guess. We're just coming into the dawn of aerodynamics. You mentioned the low drag E-type out there, so there was this understanding as down the inside goes Jaspers. Then on the inside of Delaplante, he was not waiting around for that move, was he, Laurent Jaspers? I mentioned that low drag. He decides to make a move down the inside of Delaplante.
Yeah, well, I think the concept of low drag had long been, something that the engineers were savvy to, lest we forget that Auto Union were producing streamliners as far back as the 1930s. But that was, all for straight line speed. It was really only when the mid-engine Formula One cars started to come in, when the handling started to become a priority more so than a powerful engine. It was only really at that point that I think people started to cotton on that, cornering was a lot of the battle. And that's when they started to realise, well, downforce, and that's where the wings started to sprout out of the F1 cars in the late 1960s. Of course, the famous Enzo Ferrari musing that downforce and handling are for people that can't build engines. I think that Carroll Shelby shared that philosophy to an extent. He certainly believed in power, but of course, just the move to take a light, nimble, agile AC Ace and put the mighty 4.7 litre Ford engine in there pointed to the fact that Shelby realised, look, yes, power is good, but it's not everything. It's not even 9/10 of everything. You need the handling too. And of course, that all culminated with the merger of a Lola chassis and a Shelby fettled V8 motor and the Ford GT40 in 1964, albeit not winning Le Mans for the first time until 1966.
Yeah, and it is really intriguing to see those different routes that designers took and owners took with their cars. As I mentioned already, Colin Chapman simplifying and adding lightness. It wasn't necessarily the power, but more the power to weight ratio, which was more important to Colin Chapman. It was a case of make the car nimble, make it easier to drive, I guess, through the corners, and that's going to be a big addition of that, which does work in a sense. But if you're, as we said, you're down a long straight up against a Shelby Cobra or one of Enzo Ferrari's Ferraris, where aerodynamics, you don't need them if you've got a big engine. It was going to be a little bit of a hard-fought battle.
It was, and we saw that with Birch in the Lotus 15, obviously off the line from pole position. And I thought as we cut to camera that it looked like Cook was struggling, and indeed he was, because the gap to the lead has gone down significantly. Richard Cook is now just 2.8 seconds clear of Philip Kaddouri, and I think Cook had a little bit of an error coming through the parabolica interior. So Cook with a foot wrong. We just saw the end of his recovery from what might have been a half spin, and the gap now down to 2.5 seconds at the sharp end of the order. Game on.
Game on indeed, and we only have seconds before that pit window opens. It opens in 13 seconds time. So for Cook and Kaddouri, for May as well, they'll have to go another lap around the circuit before they can pit in. But yeah, it's a mistake from Richard Cook that Harvey Stanley will be watching on and sort of trying to calm himself down when he takes over that car, that there's not going to be about an 8-second gap. It's now going to be about a 2.3 second gap that he's got to manage to Philip Kaddouri, and we'll see how that all plays out. as we move through. There's the 99er. There is, of course, the pit window now opening, and Sergei Kirknoff in that Lotus 11 from 1956. It's Shark on the front and all, really up for a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just really do hold such an admiration for these 60s GT cars in particular. Obviously, you had the greatest trophy out there earlier on, and the Bizzarini 53,000 or 5300 or however you want to put it, GT that took the win in that race earlier on. That, of course, kind of follows the Shelby Cobra recipe to an extent because it's an Italian car designed by an ex-Ferrari man, albeit with a Chevrolet 5.3 litre V8 in it. I think that kind of simple power is a big part of why the Bizzarini is now such a popular race car. You see quite a few of them out, obviously, at the Goodwood Revival. They're not as sought after as the Ferrari 250s GTOs of the world, of course. The price tag isn't quite as high. Granted, not second-hand Ford Focus money by any means, but it's a cheaper way into the Revival if that's what you're gunning for. And obviously, getting power, getting performance, and indeed maintaining an old school Chevrolet lump is rather easier than a low capacity, highly complex Ferrari V12, principally because, well, 5-litre Chevrolet V8 engines were found in just about everything in America in the 1960s, unless it was a Ford. So the spare parts, the maintenance is rather easier going, albeit, of course, these are bespoke race-built engines, but the principle remains that it's a lot easier to deal with those motors.
Absolutely. The pit window is well and truly open. We've got 10 cars in the pits, and we've got the track temperature has dipped below 30 degrees for the first time today. That's degrees Celsius, of course. 29 degrees Celsius track temperature, 24 degrees Celsius air temperature, and it's a very, very light breeze. I'm talking maximum 3 kilometers an hour at the moment. Those gusts. So it's a very still evening here at Estoril.
It is, and it's interesting to see that Delaplanque was one of the ones in there in the pits. We saw him just navigating his way out of the pits, although he shouldn't be out for a while, of course, given the length of pit stop required in this race. But Delaplanque in the Elan 26R, he, of course, pitted right at the beginning of the window in the 50s race in his Healy as well. So that seems to be his strategy, is pit early and wait for the chaos to unfold around you. And, well, it worked in the 50s race, so, yeah, sure, do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. If it works, if it works one time, it's bound to work again at some point. We saw then Yves Scamama, my apologies, make his way through in towards turns 9 and 10. There he goes then, was through towards that final corner, the long right-hander, which asks a lot of those left-hand side tyres, no matter what period you're racing in. Making your way now on towards the start-finish line. Of course, this is the only race of today that allows refueling. We saw that earlier on, the cars in the pits getting that top-up of fuel. And of course, you probably need to do that in a 2-hour race at this point. There's the 27. Didier Robon will hand over now to Arnaud Robon. He'll take over for the second stint.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely. You're not getting 2 hours out of a tank in a Cobra, I'm afraid. Not unless you put a caravan on the rear of it and fill it with petrol. I don't think so. And that's part of the reason that the pit stops are, quite lengthy here. 5 minutes, 6 minutes if you're in a Cobra. That's in large part because refueling an old school race car is quite a laborious affair, and the last thing that Peter Auto want to see is teams pushing it, trying hard to refuel as quickly as possible. Don't play with elements, kids. Principally fire. And so it's quite wise to have a lengthy pit stop here to just make sure that they can get the fuel into the cars without pushing their luck too much. One of the Cobras there, or was that one of the E-types, pushing its luck on corner entry there at Parabolica Interior, really snatching the break, I think, on corner entry. And of course, once you've done that, it was indeed a Cobra. Once you've done that, once you've snatched the break in corner entry, you're out wide, you're seesawing at the wheel, trying to stay within the track limits. It's quite the challenge, isn't it? Just coming up through Gaucho now. This is the number 10 car, so 5th place machine of Huber, of course. Huber, I think, largely has stayed out of trouble in this first stint and is doing a commendable job. I think well within the hunt of still being there in the top 5 by the end of this race, all going to plan.
Well, we've had race control in the last minute or so. They've noted an incident in the pit lane involving cars 69 and 27. So the 69 of Mr. John B and Ayara in the Shelby Cobra 289, and the 27 car, Didier Robon and Arnold Robon in that Jaguar E-Type 3.8. So it's been noted for now. So there's no word if it's going to be investigated, but I assume if it's noted, it will surely then go under investigation if deemed necessary. But yeah, we saw the 27. I didn't think there was anything too wrong with that. Yeah. But perhaps something happened out of our view.
Yeah, maybe so. Look at the glowing brakes on that number 10 of Huber. We were talking earlier on about purists and different approaches and things like that. I'll tell you what, I think a lot of purists will be unhappy that the 86 crew, Philip Kaduri at the wheel, have stuck a bunch of neon lights in the grille of the 86 Cobra, but it's jolly good for us, isn't it? Because we're going to be able to spot Philip Kaduri's car coming, given the illuminated blue grille. That's going to help us a lot as we go into the night.
They were just thinking of us, that's all. That's all it was, But hey-ho. It is what it is. There goes, as you said, Max Huber in that number 10, currently running in 4th place overall. Making his way onwards then through in towards turn 8. Head towards Gaucho, turns 9 and 10. Just trying to get the car slowed down there, as you said, the glowing brakes as well from the Shelby Cobra. And whenever you mentioned it earlier in the day, whenever we run these classic cars, they're spec to Appendix K, which is trying to make these cars as they were in period, but making them with a few modern adjustments, so that there's a little bit of leeway in that front. But it's as close to as they were to race as possible, which is great to see. We've got a yellow flag here, and there's someone stopped on the right-hand side of the track. That's the run down towards turn 6. So who has not made it to the sector 2 line?
Let's see if anyone starts to drop through the order. Max Huber, that's a name that I'm familiar with. Among many other things, he drives some super touring cars as well. I think he has a Opel Vectra from what was the Super Tourenwagen Trophy back in the 90s. So he, like so many, likes to dip his toe in numerous different types of racing. But yes, to your point, car stopped there at the approach to turn 6, and we'll keep our beady eyes on that timing screen to see who's dropping, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Well, the yellow flags have been withdrawn, so either the car's been recovered really quickly or it's managed to get going again. And you'd like to think with the lights still on, it might have just been able to get going again. I didn't see someone massively drop down through the order. What I have seen, though, is that car 69 is now under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. And as we've already alluded to earlier on today, if you're under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, there's normally only one way that goes, and that's Mr. John of B and Ayari in that Shelby Cobra 289.
Oh, that's a big shame. I was interested to see how Ayari would fare in this second half of the race. The former race winner in Formula 3000. I remember him in 2005 the year that Pescarolo were the hot favourites on home soil at the Le Mans 24 Hours to take the win. Audi, in the last year of the Audi R8 LMP car project, which by 2005 had been restricted into oblivion, such was its dominance in that period of time. Iari had quite the team around him in the form of Eric Ellery, who a lot of you will be familiar with as a noted French racing driver, and then some other chap, another Frenchman, Sebastien Loeb. Might have heard of him. Unfortunately, they retired um, before the end of the race. The car didn't reach the finish, but at one time it looked as if Loeb, along with Eric Ellery and this man we have with us this weekend, Sahel Ayari, were going to take victory for Henri Pescarolo at the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2005, and that was just one of many big opportunities, big racing seats that Ayari filled during his top-line career. A really incredible record on his resume.
We're coming towards the mid part of the race. 1 hour and 3 minutes left to run in this race. Plenty of pit lane action. We've got 12 cars currently in the pit lane. And just to remind you, it is a 5-minute mandatory stop. The car has to be stationary for 5 minutes. And as we see, refueling is well underway. That 5 minutes, though, is 6 minutes if you're behind the wheel of a Shelby Cobra Daytona, or a Jaguar E-Type. So just that to bear in mind. So if you start to see that the Shelby Cobras or the Jaguar E-Types lose a minute in the pit lane, that is why. They have to do that per the regulations. We'll see the pit window close in about 17 3/4 minutes.
There is one of the Shelby Daytonas, the effective low drag version, of course, of the Cobra. It was kind of one of the many ideas thrown at the wall, really, to usurp Ferrari at the top of the sports car tree. There was, okay, well, we can have the big front engine Cobra, albeit with this low drag bodywork, or well, maybe we find another British chassis designer, I don't know, say Lola, and instead go racing with the GT40. Both cars, of course, from 1964, the early versions of the GT40, and the Shelby Cobra and the Shelby Daytona. And actually, I think towards the start in 1964, I think quite a few would have said, well, actually, I think this Cobra Daytona thing is the way to go, because it seems to be doing better. But they persisted with the GT40 project, of course, and it did eventually bear fruit and continue bearing fruit for many years thereafter, with 4 consecutive wins at the 24 Hours of Le Mans from 66 to 69. And one of my favourite statistics about that is that the JW Race Engineering cars, otherwise known as the Gulf GT40s, not only did they win in 68 and in 1969, by which time in 69 the car was rather unfancied and way off the pace compared to the early Porsche 917s and Ferrari sports prototypes. But the 68 and 69 races were won by the very same chassis, which, I'm testing my memory because it's not on my notes here, I believe was chassis P1075, which also won quite a few of the major international sports car races around the world in the same period. I think it may have won at Watkins Glen. I know it won the Monza 1000 kilometers as well. One of the most successful sports car chassis of all time. I think you can add a Spa 1000 kilometer win to that as well, although I could be mistaken there.
Kadori then into the pit lane as one of the front runners to take the pit stop at this time, with just over 60 minutes on the clock. So Philip Kadori then bringing that car into the pit lane, aiming to run just as a solo driver for the 2 hours in that Shelby Cobra 289. Now you can see your category leaders. Although the pit window is still open, we still have a handful of drivers yet to make their mandatory stops. So, course, be running a little bit further behind. If you've made your stop already, you will be roughly 5 to 6 minutes down on the rest of the field. So it's a little bit jumbled right now, but once the pit window closes in about 14 minutes' time, you'd expect the stragglers and maybe those who leave it as late as possible to pit out roughly in 20 minutes time, and we'll get an idea of what it looks like heading towards the closing stages of this race here at the Estoril Classics, and what has been a great day worth of racing. And I've got great news for you. If this hasn't scratched the itch, I'm glad to say there's even more tomorrow. So don't worry about that. We'll be here with you for that as well.
Absolutely. We saw one of the Austin Healey's on screen a moment ago. A few of the Austin Healey 3000s further back in the order in the GT3 class. It's currently the De Rocha family car that leads in GT3. I'm interested to see how the 157 car goes, though. That's one of the Morgan plus fours. The 1962 machine, that's John Emberson and Nigel Greensall again. Of course, those were the duo. That was the duo that just shared the Corvette ZR1 C6 in the Endurance Racing Legends just before. So busy times for them, and they continue to pound in laps in a variety of different cars. But that Morgan in the hands of Greensall, you never bet against a car with Nigel Greensall in it, frankly, and currently running a couple of laps off of the leading class, albeit, of course, we're in the pit window, so that doesn't tell you too much, but currently 5th in class and setting times quite notably faster than a lot of the other GT3s.
Yeah, as we've already seen today, Greensall has done a mega job in the machinery he's provided in a Cobra as well. But we see at the moment then bits of class leaders. Lauren Jaspers leading the way in GT4. There he is on your screen, making his way around the final corner. And is he? No, I thought he might have been pitting in, but he's not. He's continuing on for another lap. Pit window still open for another 12 minutes. So still we get to see just a handful of drivers. Most drivers have now pitted in. I believe Cook and May at the top of the order still are yet to pit in this one as well. And Cottingham as well, who's just gone up into 3rd place, still yet to make a stop in this race.
Yes, and I think that's going to be a car to watch, even though the gap to the lead, I think, is about 1 minute and 46 seconds between Cook and Cottingham in 3rd place. James Cottingham is a mighty peddler, and once he takes over from Jeremy, I wouldn't mind betting that car starts to really set some flying lap times. Could knock on the door of the 159 bracket, which is seemingly where the fastest of the top class GT5 cars go. So I have to keep an eye on Cottingham once that driver change is made. No disrespect to Jeremy, he's kept that car in the top 10 and running nicely all race long. Had to get the elbows out a little bit on the first lap to make sure he stayed on the tarmac, mind you. But that car's still running very well, and we know it's got a very, very quick driver waiting in the wings.
Hasn't it just, as the headlights beam down towards turn 1, as we did have side-by-side action going through in towards the first turn, but it's all a bit jumbled with that pit window still being open. So we head our way through in towards turn 2, following the pack of Cobras. Way now on towards turn 3 here. As the inside goes the number 3 of Yves Skimama, sorry, as makes his way up the order. In fact, I'm pretty sure the 3's already pitted. Is that correct? I'm sure
it has, yep.
It has, so it should be Miel actually behind the wheel. Armand Miel.
Yes, Armand Miel has taken over that car. I really appreciate the colour scheme on that car as well. That Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. I grant you that I'm making a moot point just in concept in alerting you to colours of cars at this time of night. But you may have noted that it's in kind of you can just see it because the headlights are blazoning the rear of the car. It's in the kind of, I don't know how to put it really, almost like an avocado or olive green. And that's more in keeping, actually, not with the Shelby Cobra coupe, but the AC. There was an AC coupe as well. They saw what the Americans were doing with their chassis and said, "Well, it works for you. We'll try it as well." And so they had their own kind of interpretation of the coupe, which looked broadly similar to the Daytona, and a lot of them were outfitted in that kind of more traditional green. I don't think British racing green per se, more of an olive green, but yeah, people tend to forget that the AC guys went rogue and did their own V8 coupe variant of the car that became the Cobra. Of course, the AC Ace, the basis for the Cobra. But yeah, I always like that note that they tried the whole coupe thing too.
Guillaume May comes into the pits, looking to switch the car over to Maxime Guenard. Shelby Cobra, so that's from second place overall. And of course, being a Shelby Cobra, it has to stay stationary in the pit box for 6 minutes, where refueling can be undertaken and that driver change can be made as well. Currently 15 cars in the pit lane at this moment in time. We have the 26 still out on track. So the 41 cars that started this race are still all classified at this moment in time. See, sorry, the 38 cars that started this race still classified at this time because we had 3 non-starters.
And I think I may have accidentally, doing a little bit of checking up on myself. I think I've accidentally hit on what the number 3 car is meant to look like, because not only did AC run the A98 Cobra Coupe at Le Mans in 1964, but it was the number 3 car then as well. So it's the same colour and the same number. So even though that car is more of an homage to the Shelby in terms of how it's engineered, I think the intent is to make it look like the AC from 1964.
I'm going to correct myself. If we're in the mood for correcting ourselves, Adam, I'm going to correct myself because we did actually see Holstein go into the gravel trap at turn 1, I believe it was. So
Yes,
that is our
we
only
did.
retirement of the race that we know of. There is Reinhardt in the pit lane in the number 12 car. Sorry, excuse me, not the number 12, the number 133 car. So that's Dominic and Daniel Reinhardt in their Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. They're currently classified as 9 laps down on the next car. So they're still clocked up as being in the pits, but we shall keep an eye on that and see if they do rejoin in good time.
Yeah, disappointing to see that Jean-Luc Blanchimont never took the start either. Obviously, I hyped him up just before the race got started, then noticed that there wasn't actually type at the back of the grid and went, But yeah, it's a shame that Jean-Luc Blanchimont didn't take the start. Obviously, these cars are fickle beasts, not always able to take to the circuit, but I'm sure we'll see more of Jean-Luc Blanchimont across the Peter Auto events and future editions of the Estoril Classics, because he is one of those racers that just doesn't go away.
He isn't phased either. It could be mechanical issue or anything, but he's always willing to get back out onto the track. It's a great mentality to have. It's also one of those mentalities where it's a case of, am I able to drive it? If so, I will. I kind of like that Jim Clark style. If it's got 4 wheels, I'm going to drive it. Wherever it is, I'm going to drive it.
Worth noting that 2nd, 3rd and 4th place overall have all pitted at this point. So May, Cottingham and Jasper's all in, which only leaves the 72, the rather stubborn Richard Cook, to continue driving around at the front.
Well, at least 5 to 6 minutes ahead. But yeah, Richard Cook has got to keep an eye on that time because we have just under 5.5 minutes left of the pit window. And looking at Richard Cook's lap times, he's lapping in the 2:02s at the moment. So looking at that, that's what, 2 laps? So he won't be far away from the pit lane in any case. And then once we have Richard Cook into the pits, it's 6 minutes for him stationary, plus the pit lane time. It takes you to navigate the pit lane itself to rejoin to the circuit. And then we shall have the last 40 or so minutes to really decide who is going to be in with a shot of taking the class victories respectively. But you've already mentioned as well, Adam, a couple of drivers to keep our eye on. Nigel Greensall being one of them in the 157. Definitely one to keep your eye on because he's able to get the best out of whatever he's driving.
Yeah, of course, given the car he's in, the +4 4-cylinder engined Morgan, that's not a car that we'll see up at the sharp end. It will indeed will out the top 20 at the moment, but in terms of the class it's running, the GT3 class, that could be up there towards the end. We've literally just crossed the 8 o'clock barrier here this evening at Estoril, and we have just on 4 minutes of this pit window left to go. And into the pits has gone our race leader. So finally, Richard Cook has given up the driving role for now. He'll hand the car over to Harvey Stanley now. And, well, no pressure to Harvey because, well, that car has been driven brilliantly so far. We saw Richard Cook recovering from a slight error at one point at turn 6, the parabolica interior, but that notwithstanding, he's led it from the get-go, and well, I'm sure Stanley will be thinking, right, well, I've got to keep this going, haven't I, at this point? I've got to keep the ball up in the air.
Keep that momentum going. And as of course as well, when you're in an endurance race of any kind, this pit stop time, especially if it's 5-6 minutes, whatever car you're driving in this endurance race, that's an important part for drivers as well, to give each other information about how the track is, which parts of the circuit to watch out for. For some drivers, they would have already driven today, but the track temperature is dropping and will continue to drop throughout the rest of the race, of course. Air temperature being 23 degrees Celsius and track temperature being 28. Wind has slightly picked up, but not a notable difference. But that's all things drivers will be relaying on the switchover, where the wind is blowing from, has it changed direction, corners to keep your eye on. All of those things matter when you're actually taking over that role. And if you've got a minimum of 5 minutes to sort of discuss that as well, you might start to run out of things to actually start talking about the track. The curbs are red and white. Go that deep.
And one thing we should mention as well, now that the pit cycle is complete, is one of the late drivers. Quite a few of the drivers, or rather, quite a few of the cars on the entry list were attributed just to their owners, not mentioning the hot shoe that's alongside them. And one of those cases is Philip Kaduri, who was listed as a solo driver. And to be honest with you, I thought he was a solo driver, but I cast my eye to the qualifying results, and I now realise that he's got quite the hot shoe with him in the form of Seb Perez, who has been largely focused on historics recently, but if you recognise the name, you might recognise it from great successes in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, a multiple-time podium finisher there. Seb Perez, jolly quick driver, just 24 years of age. Last weekend he turned 24, actually. He is going to be one to watch towards the end of this race. And, well, we were talking about no pressure to Harvey Stanley taking over the 72. I'll amend that. Yes, some pressure for Harvey Stanley if he's got Seb Perez hunting him down.
Very much some pressure applied then. But for Seb Perez, jumps in. And, well, what a card to play as well. Just to keep that cards close to your chest until the very moment you get to change over. Yeah, we'll see how that all plays out heading in towards the closing stages. Of course, Seb Perez now has 45 minutes to see what he can do, unleash everything to try and catch and pass the leading car, 72, which will eventually be driven by Harvey Stanley when they rejoin proceedings.
I will say, though, I shouldn't discredit Harvey Stanley at all. He is very much familiar with his historic racing cars. He's also a member of staff at DK Engineering, which is obviously quite a well-known Ferrari specialist in the UK in Hertfordshire. So he works as an acquisition consultant there, and is on the board at Pursuit Racing as well, which is a historic racing preparation business. So he is quite a hot shoe in his own right. So Harvey Stanley is certainly a driver that can hold his own. And I think actually, if we get Stanley versus Perez towards the end of that race, this race, it's going to be quite the battle. I actually look forward to that because obviously two drivers with quite contrasting backgrounds, but two drivers with records that suggest that they can both be equally fast in what is unique and challenging conditions here in the darkness at the Circuito Estoril.
Looking at the order as well, we've got Stevens in the number 21 in that Lotus 15 now, who's right on the back of May in the number 51. That's a battle for third place overall, and they really are nose to tail at the moment. It's one of the closest battles out on track for position, and Seb Perez now, I believe that's him getting onto that lead lap now against Cook, what is the stopped Cook right now, is to take over Harvey Stanley. He's now back through, and it can't be far away now from, well, maybe a little bit of nerves on the side of the 72 team now with Harvey Stanley. But I might have hazarded a guess that they knew well before they saw Seb Perez lurking in the pit lane. They might have known maybe slightly before us.
Well, I look, these guys, they'll be the driver coaches for the car owners. So I'm sure that everyone in the pit lane is all too aware of who is attributed to who on that front. Most of the drivers that are brought in as hot shoes typically are the driver coaches as well. So I'm sure not that much of a surprise to those who are regulars in the Peter Auto paddock. You mentioned Luke Stevens. He was a bit of a surprise because, of course, it was originally Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett attributed to that number 21 car, wasn't it? But Luke Stevens is in, and if that's the Luke Stevens I think it is, that's someone else to keep an eye on. He runs a business himself in historic racing, Luke Stevens Development. He's won championships before in motor racing. He's been karting for a long, long old time. In fact, even when he was quite the youngster, he was a go-karter. Would you like to hazard a guess some of his karting rivals from back in the day?
I'll let you read them off.
Well, chap Button, Jensen Button, and then another guy, Lewis Hamilton. So he's raced with the greats as Luke Stevens. Stevens with lots of racing experience and just under a second away from third place actually at the moment. So the little diminutive Lotus 15, which probably doesn't feel too far from a cadet kart, is right up there on the verge of podium. However, he's not going to be able to make an overtake right now because the safety car has been deployed.
Yeah, there were yellow flags at turn 13, so the safety car has now been deployed, and Seb Perez on our timing screens is leading the way ahead of the 72 there. So Harvey Stanley, second place. That'll be why, is because that's the 261 that's buried into the gravel there. 261 Nick Pink is in the gravel. So that has brought out the safety car, and a sensible decision because that's one of the fastest parts of the circuit, the long right-hander. And Nick Pink has found himself, unfortunately, into the gravel. And with just over 40 minutes of this race left to run, the pit window has well and truly closed. We have the field being bunched up at this point for the final 40 minutes. But Seb Perez leads the way. That 72 car, which we believe Harvey Stanley has now taken over the wheel of, in second. And then third place is that number 51, Guillaume May, who I think was scheduled to share the car with Maxime Guenot as well. So we're in third place at the moment. And then Luke Stevens rounding off the top four as it stands.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because they're only split by 30 seconds prior to the safety car coming out as well. So now that the safety car's out there, it may well have that compacting effect on the field, and we could really be in for a proper gunfight here at the end, couldn't we? The fast boys are in the cars, and yeah, no, that's very compelling. As you rightly say, it does say Cook still in the 72, but I know that that Harvey Stanley is here. He was registered on the results for qualifying, so I'm fairly certain Harvey Stanley should have taken the car over.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, it does say on the entry list that Harvey Stanley was due to drive the car, so we'll stick with that unless sort of otherwise told. But the safety car, I believe, is just letting cars through now that are not Seb Perez, so that it can pick up the leader of this race, so that at least it catches the leader to bunch up the pack with, not someone who is slightly out of position, out of order. That one. Sometimes the safety car will just gather up the first person possible just to slow the field down initially, but then eventually they will let those cars through that are not the race leader, and there it is. Safety car now picks up Seb Perez at the front of the field.
I was going to joke that it's an easy task for the safety car driver because it's not like there are many Shelby Cobras out there, but actually done a very good job. Has indeed picked up the leader already, and that's puts the number 86 car in prime position to continue on in the lead once the race begins. But as you can see, some of its closest competition is right there in the queue. I can see all of the top four in that shot right now in amongst the traffic, and that bodes very well in terms of a grandstand finish.
There's a penalty being awarded then to the number 15 car, which is a 90-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That's James and Jeremy Cottingham. James Cottingham has now taken over that car, although I have to say, this is one from Race Control that I haven't seen before. Car 69 and 147, no action after investigation for speeding in the pit lane. I've got to say, that's a first. Normally when cars and drivers are under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, normally it only goes one way. I've seen it go another now.
Yeah, there you go. It is usually pretty cut and dry, isn't it, that stuff? Once it happens,
Now,
typically that's it.
I wonder if that's because the 147 might not be running at the moment. That might be a reason why they've dropped that one, but I would have still expected maybe a slap on the wrist if it were the case. But the number was 69. So the number 69 is Ayari, who's running in 19th place at the moment. But no action needed, no further action from Race Control, which I've got to say, that's a first for me. I've never seen that before.
You know what? I'm casting my mind back, and I think that makes two of us. Very interesting decision. Just a word on Seb Perez as well. I think part of the reason he's so impressive at his young age, 24 now, but obviously he was in his very early 20s, if not his teens, when he was starting to establish himself as a racing driver. That's in no small part because of his dad, who is Steve Perez, who many of you will recognize from the world of rallying in particular, habitually firing Ford-focused WRCs, Lancia Stratoses, and all manner of things through the woodlands in various rally events around the United Kingdom. Also the custodian of the VK brand and many other things as well. I think Seb has done some rallying also, much like Father Steve. But my point being that Steve has made sure that Seb has grown up around some pretty incredible racing machinery, and that no doubt helps when you've got the aspiration of Dad's garage sitting there. I think that rather steers your direction in life, you know.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. And for Seb Perez, he's able to, be around this amazing machinery, driving that fantastic Shelby Cobra 289, taken over by Philip Kadori, who himself was doing a really good job out there as well, running within the top three for the majority of that opening stint. Now for Seb Perez to take the car over, to take it to the checkered flag, I guess it's a chance for drivers here to have a sort of assessment of what's going on. The race is neutralised. You've got to make sure all the vitals are where they should be as well. Track temperature still dropping away. It's now down to 27 degrees Celsius, of course, as night time is upon us. I think that's yes, it is the 777. So that's Guy Ziza and Ollie Webb. I think Ollie Webb. No, it's Guy Ziza behind the wheel now in the 777, currently running in 25th.
Guy started the car, so I'm just wondering if that might be another case of the screen not updating.
Okay, well, we'll go with Ollie Webb, yes.
Well, what we do know is that the safety car lights are out, so we are going to go racing again in just a few seconds. One point I wanted to raise as we go back to racing is that, unfortunately, James Cottingham is a lap down. I think that might be something to do with the penalties and also the longer pit stop for the Cobras. So James Cottingham, who we're expecting to surge up in the second half of the race, the safety car is going to work against him here. The top 9 are on the lead lap, 10th place. Cottingham, sadly, a lap down. However, as I said, top 9 on the lead lap, and the safety car has brought them closer together. We're in for an exciting second stanza of this race. Perez with the lap traffic between himself and Cook in second place, or, well, not Cook, we believe it's Harvey Stanley. But nonetheless, Perez gets the lap traffic advantage. He floors the Cobra and drives up the road and gives himself a little bit of a cushion between the chasing pack.
Yeah, he was looking to launch as early as he possibly could to build himself that gap, because of course, even though you've got the lap traffic ahead of you, for the likes then of Harvey Stanley, you cannot overtake until you're beyond the start-finish line. So that's why Seb Perez floored it so early, just to make sure he's got that gap, and it's bought him 2.5 seconds there. So he's able to pull away at that rate and already give himself a little bit of breathing space. Luke Stevens, meanwhile, is looking to put the pressure on that number 51 machine. I think Guillaume have started that race. I think it might be Maxime Guénon behind the wheel. In any case, it's Luke Stevens trying to close in and really put the pressure on. And also battle for 5th place. Arnaud Miller is in the car. Max Huber right behind him as well in that battle for 5th place overall, and I believe 4th in class. And pretty much everywhere you're going to look, you're going to find a battle to really sink your teeth into.
Exciting times, isn't it? Very exciting. We'll keep an eye on that. 32 minutes and 5 seconds left to go. This is going to be a proper sprint now for all parties concerned. You can see that in this lead pack of cars is the Cottingham Daytona, the 15 car, one of the white machines. It's in that lead pack, so it's really unfortunate actually for Cottingham. I think had he been 5 seconds quicker to that point in the race between himself and Jeremy Cottingham, they might well have been on the lead lap and had a shout of a podium, but sadly that's going to be a long shot from here, a lap behind the leader Perez, who heads down to the first corner now.
Yeah, looking to build on that lead as well. The gap is now 4.2 seconds, so he's getting on with the job in hand and making sure he extends that lead sector after sector, corner after corner. So he looks to try and close in on that win. Best lap of 159.508 as well behind in the car. So he's flying out there right now. We've got that 72 car, Harvey Stanley, bit of a gap between himself and Luke Stevens, but Stevens making his way up into 3rd place, it looks like, at the timing screen. So Luke Stevens has 13.2 seconds between himself now and Harvey Stanley in that Shelby Cobra. It's a case of keeping an eye on the sector times now and see if he can close down that gap. He certainly did through the first sector by about 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The lap times work out about the same between Perez and Stevens. A 2:01.4 last time by for Seb Perez. For Stevens, a 2:01.5. But once again, sectors 1 and 2 both probably favour the 15, the Lotus, more so than the Cobra. But of course, winding up the taps around the final corner onto the main straight is very much Cobra happy hunting ground. That said, looking at the speeds, Looking at the lap times, I'm rather of the suspicion that the 72 car is going to come under threat from Stevens in the very near future. Stevens well over a second quicker through the second sector split alone.
Absolutely, you could almost call them a ball or a den of of cobras in amongst the field. Then Seb Perez now nearly 6 seconds clear of the 72 machine of Harvey Stanley as we make our way now towards turn one. Luke Stevens as well, keeping an eye on his lap times. He's just set a 1 minute 59.693 and has closed in by 2 seconds to the car ahead of him. So he's closing in now at a significant rate of knots. The gap between them now 11.3 seconds. Verkeen in 15th place as well in that number 17 car. Luc-Pierre Verkeen was looking to see if he could keep up with Little John there in the number 75. But James Little John in a Lotus Elan has rather pulled away about 1.8 seconds beyond the last timing line. So he's managed to get on with the job. A battle I thought that might have been emerging was quickly extinguished.
Well, there you go. It doesn't take much, does it, for the pendulum to swing again in this racing. But for now, Perez with no pendulum swings to speak of. A 6.4 second advantage over Cook in second place. Well, again, I'm on the fence as to whether that's Harvey Stanley or whether Harvey is not here. Because I reckon he could keep pace with Perez if given the opportunity. It may well be Richard Cook, although Cook isn't slow either. It's very difficult to tell, really, with the timing screen. Maybe or maybe not going rogue on us, but what's for sure is that Perez is our leader and Luke Stevens is in third place, but maybe it's Harvey Stanley in second. Whoever it is in second in the 72 Cobra, though, I get the feeling they're going to have a little mosquito of a Lotus 15 on the back before the 20-minute to go mark.
Yeah, there's a couple of pit stop infringements as well being handed out. 147, that's Guy Grant and Mark Hales. They've got, it's the 73 car, a 147 second penalty. So 73 being Laurent Jaspers. Now that's a Jaguar E-Type. So I wonder if it's a case of they've stopped for 6 minutes instead of the 7. They stopped for 5 minutes instead of the 6 they were supposed to stop for, because the pit stop infringement is 3 times the time you were under the minimum pit stop.
Well thought out. Yes, that might well be it. Otherwise, it's quite a random number, isn't it? But they really don't mess around with their penalties, do they? Significant penalties applied, but that will have an effect on the conclusion of the race for them. And the gap between Cook and Stevens is down, well, down to what, a second? Look at that. You can see them just disappearing off into the distance. I think that Stevens is coming up. In fact, no, my timing screen was telling me Porky's. It's not quite that, but it's getting there. The interval is 8.8 seconds between Cook and Stevens. So I revise, it will be a little while before Stevens closes in, but I think he's got a good shot at second place. That is Stevens on screen there, just turning into turn 7. I think just getting around James Cottingham potentially there. I think that's Cottingham's Daytona Coupe that he just lapped. But yeah, no doubting that Stevens is on the charge in that gorgeous, gorgeous little Lotus 15.
Yeah, he also set the fastest lap of the race last time around with a 59.375. So he's on a charge at the moment and looks to see if he can close in, or not if, but how much he can close in to the back of the 72. It is Richard Cook on our timing screens. So let's see what happens there. But 2 seconds per lap at the moment. Give that 4 laps perhaps, and you've got sort of possibly 17, 16 minutes to go. We might see a battle for P2, although the last time today that I decided to put a time frame on when we could see a battle, it happened almost immediately. So it just shows what I know.
We'll have to wait and see. And it's also worth noting that Stevens actually last time by was slower than the car behind him. So the 51 car, which is solo driven, at least on our screen, by Guillaume Mai, but we're meant to have Maxime Gurnat, of course, in that car, aren't we? But that 51 car is closing in fourth place. Last lap of 1:59.838 versus the 2-minute 0.5 for Stevens. So it may well even be a three-way battle for second place towards the end of the race. I'm not confident, though, that it'll be a lead battle because Seb Perez has lit the afterburners. His last lap, the fastest of anyone in the race, a 1:59.328.
Yeah, on the charge then, and that was just quicker by a couple of hundredths of a tenth of a second with Luke Stevens then. But absolutely on it. Yellow flag there, that's at turn 4. That's what it's indicated there. There you can see the yellow flag zone, which has now been cleared, so we're good to go back racing again. And looking to see the conclusion of this race with just shy of 24 minutes left on the clock. Luke Stevens trying to close into Richard Cook ahead, but you've also got the 51 car, Guillaume, who's looking to try and stick with Luke Stevens. If he can stick with him, he'll be on the charge as well towards a battle on the podium. Max Huber is closing now into the back of Emil Bretmeier in the 109. In that battle for 6th place, 5th place in class. Delaplanque and Laurent Jaspers, they might be in different classes, but they've shared a similar part of the track so far. 5 seconds separates the two of them, and we already know Laurent Jaspers is keen to get moves done when he needs to, especially against Delaplanque. We've already seen that race.
And someone is hustling. It's Patrick Simon in the 369 car. Remember, we saw that car slow and into the pits in early doors with what looked to be a problem for the first driver. We thought Patrick Simon wasn't going to get a go, but the 369 car is not only out there on circuit, but it's pushing. A 1:59.294, fastest lap of anyone from Patrick Simon. Again, not surprised. He's a seasoned pro driver. He knows what he's doing. But I am pleasantly surprised to see that the car is back out there. Not only back out there, but in the top 10. He's gotten himself past James Cottingham and is now surging up the order. Speaking of the Cottinghams, actually, I do wonder if the on-screen graphic we had that suggested Jeremy was starting the car may not have been correct, because it is now dropping through the order heavily. I thought it was James because we did have a graphic that suggested Jeremy was starting, but the lap times a few seconds off of the cars around it, I don't think that would be James at the wheel. So maybe it was James that took the start and Jeremy that's in the car now after all.
There is a Cottingham behind the wheel. That part we do know for sure. In that Shelby Cobra, and I reckon their first name starts with a J. I'm a good detective, I am, but it sounds like you've got much more detective experience in spotting your Cottinghams, Adam, which I can only attest to you.
Yeah, well, you see, James Cottingham owns a Delara SP1, Le Mans prototype from 2002, and therefore I'm obligated to know about what he gets up to as a racing driver because he has a car I like. That tends to be how it goes. I know who's quick among the owners of 2000s Le Mans cars. But he's shown his mettle this year, as alluded to in British GT this season. Really impressive stuff. And look at the lap times here from Seb Perez: 59.4, 59.5, 59.3. Not only quick, but incredibly consistent as well. Obviously, that's helped in part right now by the fact that he's largely got clear track ahead of him. Incidentally, I suspect Patrick Simon hasn't anymore because he's now down in the 201s. After his 59.2 a few moments ago. Go on.
Sorry, Adam, you would have seen on the screen there that one of the cars that's got a 30-second time penalty for overtaking under the safety car is the number 72, Richard Cook. 30-second time penalty, so that'll catapult him down the order at this rate. So that builds up a huge gap that Seb Perez now has. Luke Stevens, at the moment, currently in second place. Guillaume Maire now would be classified as third if it were to finish like this. Now Richard Cook has got a whole load of time to try and find in these closing stages other cars that have also been hit with that 30-second time penalty for overtaking under the safety car. The number 50, which we were talking about, that Shelby Cobra Daytona, the Cottinghams, they've got themselves a penalty of that nature. The number 24, which is Francois Fillon and Andre Rollin in their Jaguar E-Type, they've got themselves 30 seconds. And also the 322, which is Francois Rivaz and Alexander Furiani. They've also been docked 30 seconds for overtaking under the safety car. But second place overall in this race with a 30-second penalty that'll be served at the end of the race and added on to the end of race time. Now, at the moment, if my maths starts to fail me, that would mean that Richard Cook finishes down in 7th place at this rate.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. And if they hadn't had that safety car earlier on, it could have even been slightly worse damage than that, with some of the big Cobras and other GT5 class cars that have ended up a lap down. But yeah, certainly not ideal for Cook. Of course, actually thinking about it, maybe they wouldn't have had quite so many cars within 30 seconds had the safety car not come out. But either way, Cook is going to lose a lot of positions there, and of course, as we've been alluding to and covering, that might apply to the on track as well as in the post race as well, because well, no one's going to tell Luke Stevens in the Lotus 15 that he's chasing a car that's got a penalty. Firstly, how would they, unless they've got a very bright board on the pit lane? I'm not sure they could even communicate it now, but also, why would they? Because he's on a roll. Just set the first 1 minute 58 of the race. There is Stevens going through turns 2 and 3 with one of the Elans in front of him. A 158.981, the first sub 159 of the race. And it belongs to Luke Stevens.
Absolutely. Delaplanque and Jaspers were battling away for position. Jaspers got himself back ahead overall, and that's now put the Jaguar E-Type now up into 8th place, still leading that GT4 class by quite some distance to the number 27 then of Arnaud Robin. So we'll see well, in a case of Jaspers here, it's just a case of getting it to the line, but he and Delaplanque have been in a bit of a battle all race long, and once again Jaspers found himself behind Delaplanque and now gets the move done to get him back ahead. Yeah,
Delaplanque leading in the GT2 class as well. 9th overall, the last car on the lead lap as it stands, although it looks likely to be put a lap down before the end of the race. But again, one of these multi-class battles that happens so often. Delaplanque doesn't care. He's got an E-Type in front of him. He wants to pass it. It's really that simple. And around this section of the circuit, through 12, 13 and 14, he'll feel quite capable. Then we'll get onto the straight, and the 3.8 litre straight 6 in the E-Type will fire into life, and even past a admittedly ailing Shelby Daytona goes the E-Type, and a car length or two back in favour of the Jaspers E-Type.
On the run down towards turn 1, Emil Bretmeyer and Max Huber still battling away for position over 6th place overall, 109 and number 10 respectively. And have to say as well, that number 51 car of Guillaume still on the back of Luke Stevens right now. We've got yellows out on circuit at the moment. That's at turn 7, but it was only a very brief yellow flag. It's now been cleared. The full green flag racing once again. Seb Perez has now opened up a 15-second lead to Richard Cook, although Cook himself, the car has got a 30-second penalty for overtaking under safety car. So that'll be added to the end of the race. And in the final 15 minutes of this race, doesn't time fly, Adam, when you're having fun?
Yeah, that's happened quite quickly, hasn't it? That's quite impressive. And of course, we've got the joy of doing it all again on Sunday. Admittedly, not quite this late into the night, and with some different cars, but variety is the spice of life, and that's what you always get at a major historic meeting. Classic Formula One cars, GTs, touring cars, just about everything in between as well. Particularly looking forward tomorrow, actually, to the Iberian Historics. I know that they're very exciting. That's one of the categories run by Race Ready, the Portuguese organisational element of this weekend. And the Iberian Historic Endurance, I watched one of the races at this event last year, actually, on the live stream, and the variety on that grid is very impressive as well. And I think they don't have to be FIA Appendix J or K to race in that category as well. So there are some cars that have been fettled somewhat since they rolled off the factory floor.
Settled somewhat, but will still, I'm sure, give us some great racing and only add to what we've already seen this weekend. You can see there some of the big movers and big fallers in the field. One of the biggest there is the number 136 car, currently Moritz Werner behind the wheel of that Alfa Romeo Giulia. 19 places made up in this race so far. Incredible. Well, I should say 2 hours. It's more like an hour and 47 or so. But that's an incredible drive from Werner.
Yeah, very much so, isn't it? Werner in the little Alfa Romeo making up some places. And of course, I can't vouch for this because we've had so many penalties. But one would assume part of that is the fact that Werner maybe stayed clear of that, where everybody else has, or quite a few other people have not. We've seen a number of cars get penalties attributed to them, and those that do stay on the right parts of the circuit will only benefit.
Absolutely. And I'm sure we'll see a little bit of shuffling of the order when everybody crosses the start-finish line. We'll see how they're classified towards the tail end. But Jaspers hasn't quite got away from Delaplanque so far. And it's that battles of the pros and cons that you mentioned there, Adam. Jaspers and Delaplanque still sharing the same bit of track. And perhaps for Eugène Delaplanque in that Lotus Elan, maybe there's a chance to get back past the E-Type Jaguar of Jaspers.
Quite possibly, yeah. You wouldn't bet against it. Meanwhile, Sohail Ayari is out there on circuit. Of course, we've seen that car into the pits twice. We've seen that car receive penalties earlier on with Mr. John of B. But Sohail Ayari has now taken the car and is one of only a few drivers out there lapping in the sub 2 minute bracket. So Ayari a 1:59.977 last time by. And currently down in 18th place and 12th among the GT5 class, which in essence is the Cobra class with the odd Mustang and other big engine stuff thrown in. But yeah, making his way up the order and showing his mettle. And speaking of showing his mettle, that Seb Perez is at it again, a 1:59.113 for him. So again, knocking on the door of the 58. It's not quite the quickest time we've seen, even though it's purple on my screen for some reason. Of course, Luke Stevens has set a 58.981, but Perez consistently lapping in the 59s at the front.
I would assume that's because Seb Perez has set the fastest lap in class. I would assume, because we know that Luke Stevens has the fastest lap of the race, 1:58.981.
Good detectiving. Speaking of those Stevens, I just want to see if I don't think we're watching the car at the moment. We're watching the Deplanque and E-Type battle, aren't we? But look at the interval between second and third place. In fact, what I was about to comment on has already happened, hasn't it? Because Stevens has gotten past Cook now out there on circuit. So Stevens has moved into second place off the back of Cook.
Yeah, so Luke Stevens now doesn't need that 30-second penalty. He's got the move done out on track. May was 2.7 seconds back, so he was managing to keep up with Luke Stevens earlier on in this race. But at the moment, then, just 2.7 back. He will get that position from the 72, albeit without any penalties from his end. There have been so many awarded in this race. We'll sort of let the order shuffle itself about, shuffle into place. When we head to that start-finish line. Jasper's pulled a second clear now of Delaplanque, and Sahel Ayari in the number 69. 0.6 of a second separates himself and the number 260 of Patrick Saury, and also in a Lotus Elan 26R from 1965.
Yeah, plenty of those Elans out there in classic motor racing. There's a huge population of Elan 26R race cars that run in the likes of the CSCC in the UK, aren't there? And incredible machine, has had some serious longevity as a racing car, as so many Lotuses have. Obviously, the running joke, as much as I loathe to repeat it, is lots of trouble usually serious, but there's enough historic examples of them out there to prove that as long as you look after them properly, they will keep going and keep going.
Yeah, and coined that a very famous abbreviation, or rather infamous, but you're absolutely right. In the right hands, with the right treatment, these cars will stand the test of time, and that's the case for the likes of Eugène Delaplanque, Lotus Elan from 1963. You've got Luke Stevens right now in a Lotus 15 from 1958. It just shows you that these cars will run if you treat them in the right way.
Yeah, and of course we're not silly. There is the element of Trigger's broom about it, where a lot of the metal that the car came with is probably long consigned to the realms of history. But in general, I mean, Lotus road cars. I know a good few people who run Elises as a second car. I know one guy who dailies one actually, an S1 Elise as well, so one of the early ones. But they do last. They do last. Again, I think you do often need to be the kind of guy that understands mechanics as well. I certainly wouldn't dare, because a spanner may as well be a spoon in my hands. But you know, if you know your way around a little service and a little bit of impromptu repairs, it should be fine. You know, they are great little cars, and any labor you do have to put into driving or maintaining these cars, they throw back at you in spades with just sheer driving pleasure.
Sheer driving pleasure, absolutely. 7 minutes of the race left to run then, and Seb Perez still opening up that lead at the top to what is now 20 seconds between himself and Luke Stevens. Luke Stevens lapping quicker than Seb Perez at this point by about 1.3 seconds on that last lap, but the gap being 20 seconds right now, and with the limited time we have left, it's just a case now for Seb Perez to make sure that car makes it over the line. But Luke Stevens, take nothing away from the job he's done, getting that car up into second place, lapping in the 158s. Actually has the fastest lap of the race with a 158.981, and really does go well through the first and final sector. It's the second sector where Seb Perez holds the fastest sector time there. And we'll see towards the end of this one, Luke Stevens continue to close that gap, but at a rate of knots that's just not quite enough to catch Seb Perez.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it, to see how it's batting around sector on sector. Of course, the Cobra that bit quicker in a straight line, and Seb Perez really earning his keep at the moment at the front end of that order, doing a brilliant job. Worth noting as well that I think before too long, actually I think he may just run out of time, but I was going to say that Patrick Simon, with his pace, would maybe close in on Delaplanque and Jaspers to try and move up to 9th or 8th place before the end of the race, but he's actually some 33 seconds back from them, so that's not going to be the case. But I think Simon could have comfortably got that car a little way further up the top 10 had that safety car not come into play. And we talk about the penalties, of course, and how they may affect this. I think it's worth noting. No, I'll interrupt
Yeah.
my own point there because Delaplanque is running, Jaspers is not.
Yes, there's a double yellow flag. There was one, a double yellow flag at turn 13. And I wondered if that could have been Jaspers because he lost the place to Delaplanque. Now he's dropping down the order, and there's a big stop in the third sector of where Jaspers' time should be, indicating that he has stopped before the turn or the sector 3 timing line. We also have a double yellow flag at turn 4, so that's the second hairpin beginning at the lap. And in fact, Emil Breitmeier has brought the car into the pits then in this very, very late stage. It's all going off. And actually, the 72, we were mentioning that perhaps that was Stanley behind the wheel. It has changed over to Stanley for the last 5 minutes. So your assumptions were right. And there is the 51 who's found himself into the gravel trap then. Really unfortunate, therefore. Yeah, Gonard in the gravel trap.
That's a huge shame. Maxime Gonard, of course, we thought it was Guillermet, didn't we? Because he stayed in the car. But I stuck to my guns on that. I was convinced that Gonard was in the car, and sure enough, he was. Right at the end of the race, we've had some of the updates come in. Of course, no clue on which Jay Cottingham it is, regardless of the updates, but I am pretty sure it is Jeremy. But yeah, yellow flags out there on circuit for numerous reasons. A huge shame for Jaspers in the E-Type that he's not going to get to the flag. Point I was going to make is that, of course, with the safety car, that's compacted the field, and those that have got those big, 45-second, 90-second penalties in the second half of the race, they will go tumbling through the order. With there being so many of them, we're not going to try and decode that in the last 3 minutes of this race. We'll simply have to see where it all shakes out, but that could be a big shuffle towards the end as we see there at turn 4. The 51 car unfortunately embedded in the gravel with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. I think they'll cover that under local yellows just so the race can get to its conclusion. But what a shame to see that Gonard can go no further, and unfortunately will drop out of the overall top 10.
Gonard now you see falling down the order. It does mean then that the 72 of Harvey Stanley will have one fewer position to sort of deal with at the moment, because at the moment, as far as I can see, Stanley would fall to 4th place as it stands. So he'd be able to keep that 3rd place in class, even with that penalty for overtaking under the safety car. So that might have turned just really good news for Harvey Stanley, but bitter news for Gonard, who's not able to finish this race. And Breitmeier as well, who's come into the pits towards the end of that race. That was a really good battle they were having with Max Hubert as well. I know that was a battle that might have been, sort of dealt with 20 minutes ago, but I would have loved to have seen them both finish, because they put up a great fight for most of this race.
Yeah, absolutely right. Seb Perez, incidentally, we just picked him up at Gancho, so he's on to his final lap of the race now. He's crossed the line with 1 minute and 34 seconds left to go. Perez in the 86 car has been exemplary and now begins this final lap with a beautiful advantage, 24 seconds worth of cushion. That should be enough, barring he hasn't got a penalty hanging over his head, and I don't believe he does. But Perez about to cross the line to take what has been a well-deserved run to the flag here for himself and indeed his cohort in the 86 car. That, of course, being Philip Gadori, who I think will be sat in front of the monitor right now feeling a sense of retribution, given how the Endurance Racing Legends race went earlier on. We'll be able to look back at that and go, you know what? I think we've done all right there after all. The Aston's a little bit dented. We fixed that, and now the Cobra's heading to victory lane.
Yeah, it's a great day. As you said, retribution. So a really good feeling there, as Seb Perez himself is looking to try and wrap up this one in a neat little bow then, as he'll make his way towards the end of this race. Well, he jumped in there as the driver coach to Philip Kadori. Wasn't on the entry list, wasn't on our entry list, but I'm sure Kadori had that secret weapon up his sleeve the entire time. Out of turn 10 we run then, as we'll head our way through in towards turns 11, 12, and then through the final corner at turn 13. We'll see then the 86 make its way through that final corner. The Shelby Cobra 289 from 1963 is looking around the final corner and will power the way towards the checkered flag to take the victory here. A brilliant drive from the duo as they head towards the line. Seb Perez takes the checkered flag, and it is a victory then for Perez and Kadori in the Shelby Cobra 289. We're expecting then Luke Stevens to make his way across the line shortly. Oh, and there's a little bit of drama towards the end of this race, one of them being the number 700, possibly Jose De Rocha there towards the end of the race. But we have across the line Luke Stevens, who takes second place. He wins the class, but he was always closing. Maybe a few more minutes, maybe 20 or so minutes more, and Luke Stevens would have given Seb Perez a run for the money. But as we see the orders shuffle now, with all those penalties being applied, it is going to be an overall podium for the number 3 machine, Armand Miel, in the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. And then it's going to be the number 72 finishing in 4th place. That's Harvey Stanley and Richard Cook. Max Hubert across the line, or will be across the line in 5th place, because Delaplanque is already taking the checkered flag in 6th place. The number 369, Patrick Simon. We saw there they had a bit of a rocky start to this race, but they managed to recover to take 7th place overall, 5th in class. We have the J. Cottingham, number 15, making its way towards the line. James and Jeremy Cottingham in that Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. What a great race we had. A little bit of drama, a safety car to add into the mix for the final 40 minutes or so. And Seb Perez comes out on top, Luke Stevens in 2nd place, and Armand Mill rounding off the overall podium. And even with that 30-second penalty, the 72 managed to keep the class podium there. So big congratulations there to the team at the number 72 for Harvey Stanley and Richard Cook. Adam, it's been a fantastic day worth of racing, and I've got some great news, Adam. You and I get to do this all again tomorrow with our lovely viewers.
Yes, sadly, I have to miss another couple of races in the afternoon because of other things going on. But yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to being back here again with you on the Sunday. So much exciting racing to come on the Sunday, beginning with the 2-litre Cup, as we mentioned, including for the first time historic touring cars and the classic endurance racing series, and the Iberian Historics as well, all coming in. Some brilliant 60s and 70s Le Mans machinery and sports cars joining the fray as well. The returning endurance racing legends, the returning greatest trophy for those sensational cars, a couple of which have made very recent appearances at events like the Goodwood Revival, and then of course the classic F1 as well.
Absolutely, but as nighttime falls here in Estoril, it's Kadori and Perez taking the top spot, Birch and Stevens in 2nd place, Mill and Semama in 3rd place, Cook and Stanley in 4th, Hubert in 5th, Delaplanque in 6th, Beck and Simon in 7th, Verminnick in 8th with Monet, 9th was Jerry Cottingham, 10th place was Sergei Kirchhoff, and then it's for Keen Sori, Robon in 13th, Gwenot and Mar in 14th, Brett Meyer in 15th, Thomas Studer 16th, Ted Tuppett in 17th place, Mr. John of B and Iari in 18th, Fionn and Roland in 19th place, with 20th place being Werner, and then Laurent Jaspers in 21st, Brageau and Gay in 22nd, Bouzouglou and Baudish in 23rd, Fabry and Furiani in 24th, Emberson and Greensall in 25th, Sizer and Webb in 26th, the Chanterac and DeRocha in 27th, Serge Liebens in 28th, have Dayrob in 29th, Little John in 30th, and Hadji Megarian in 31st, and I believe the last of the finishers there. Interesting to note, though, that in GT3 it was won by the 157 of guess who? Nigel Greensill and John Emberson, because towards the end there, the 161 stopped on track. Sergey Liebens didn't finish this race and falls to, I believe that's third in class. That allowed the 104 of Jeremy de Rocha and Francois de Chanterac to move up into second in the GT3 class. The retirement for Jaspers then meant he finished third place in the GT4 class, meaning that the winner of the GT4 class was the number 27, Didier and Arnaud Robon, and they were in the gravel trap. At one point in this race, they managed to recover themselves to take the GT4 victory. Second place in GT4 was then the number 24 car of Francois Fillon and Andre Roland. It's fair to say, Adam, that was a race that had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, in the case of the Rabins, I mean, not just the gravel trap, but also the naughty step, but that can't stop them. They take the GT4 honours, as it were, in their E-Type. And yeah, a lot going on in that race, and a lot of drivers who will bring good momentum into other races in other cars on Sunday here at the Estoril Classics event. Day one is in the books then, and we concluded it. Oh, look, daylight. Remember that, with this fabulous 2-hour race in the 60s Endurance.
We did indeed, and it was initially Michael Birch. The race start was under investigation. There were a couple of penalties handed out, but it was the fact that Michael Birch did not get away. You see that Lotus Elan be gobbled up by the den of cobras, heading our way down towards the first corner for the very first time, and dropped all the way down to what I believe was 8th place at that moment in time. But under the daylight, and when the sun started to set, it seemed like things were really kicked into motion. We saw some great battlings. We saw a lot of Yves Shermama in that Shelby Cobra Daytona off into the gravel trap, where our eventual winner, class winners, Didier Robon, he managed to keep the car moving, keep those rear tyres spinning, do not get beached, and that is pretty much an homage to don't give up, even when it all looks a bit glum, because they've managed to come away with the class victory. Yves Shermama then had some moves on early on in this race as well, and as dusk started to fall around the circuit, it just seemed like the incidents seemed to kick up a little bit more. There was the 72, Richard Cook, had a good opening stint. He was able to open up a little bit of a gap to those behind him as he looked to try and negotiate his way through some traffic. And even with that penalty towards the end for overtaking under safety cars there, they still managed to get third place in the class. And night time fell. What with the refueling, we saw a lot of Max Hubert as well battling away. He had a great fight as well to really speak of then. It was a shame that his rival Grenard was not going to finish the race, because it would have been great to see them really face it off towards the end there. Also great battles as well between Jaspers and Delaplonge for what was at the time 6th place in class, but only one of those finished, and that was Delaplonge, because we had Jaspers retire somewhere out at turn 13 very late on into this race. And the safety car, well, the safety car meant the field was bunched up once again, and Philip Kaduri could deploy the weapon that is Seb Perez, who managed to build the lead time and time again, lap after lap. And all seemed to go wrong. Unfortunately for Maxime Guenard, he found the gravel trap towards the end of the race and found himself out of the race with just minutes to go. But in the end, it was won by the 86 overall by Philip Kaduri and Seb Perez. And I've got to be honest, with a 2 hour summed up in that little 2-minute segment, if that flew by, Adam. I really enjoyed that race.
Yeah, that was brilliant. We were coordinating dinner breaks and stuff like that. Well, we didn't need it, did we? We powered through the race, not realizing fully that we'd got through 2 hours already. And yeah, that was great going from everybody there to lay on a brilliant race. The team here at Estoril, the combined forces of Portuguese organisation Race Ready, and of course the historic racing juggernaut that is Peter Auto, have put on a brilliant first day of action, and we have even more delights, both of the type we saw today and the type we'll see exclusively tomorrow on the live stream, to bring you on Sunday. The Classic Endurance Racing, the Heritage Touring Cup, the Endurance Racing Legends again, the 2-litre Cup, the greatest trophy back out there as well, and the Iberian Historics too. There's all sorts of exciting stuff for us to bring you on the Sunday. And Kieran, I'm going to will my sleep on as quickly as possible because I want to be back here bright and early in the morning for more.
Yeah, set your timers now because yeah, it's going to be a really good day, action-packed tomorrow. Plenty more on the cards, as you've already said. Some familiar faces, some brand new cars to talk about tomorrow as well. I hope you've enjoyed today's action as much as we have. This 2-hour race really was a great. Well, it seemed to really hot up towards the end. The cars all bunched up again, and in the final 10 minutes, we had 2 cars off in the final 10 minutes of this race, off into gravel traps. But if there's one thing that we've learned from Didier Robin in that Jaguar E-Type, even if you do find the gravel trap, keep your foot in because you could still win your class.
Yeah, absolutely. One has to persevere. I mean, if you look back at, you don't even have to go back as far as these cars. You can go back to 20 years ago comfortably and see that often a top 10 at a 24-hour race is gleaned back in those days by perseverance, because even if you're 80, 90 laps down, you could end up in the top 10. We don't have that anymore these days, of course, because the cars are a lot more reliable than they were. But in historic racing, it still very much applies. If you've got a race of this length in cars like this, you've got to persevere, even if there is a misfortune early on. Positions and penalties may follow.
Positions and penalties certainly did follow. This was a race that had quite a few penalties dished out as well. We've already seen track limits today be a big talking point. It was certainly the case today, and I'm sure the drivers will take that learning into tomorrow. But as night time has fallen, Estoril, Adam, it's been a pleasure to share this box with you.
It has been, yes. I'm just waiting to get confirmation though before we fully sign off. Just getting it confirmed now. We are going to wait to see the last podium of the day. So we will give it a few minutes to herd the drivers, as is known to be a very difficult experience. So we are going to show this podium once it's full of drivers to end the Saturday's action here at Estoril Classics.
You and I both know how difficult it is to herd drivers at the best of times. So they'll be just debriefing with everybody. We've both done it, and of course, drivers are keen to talk about their race as well. They're keen to talk about the booze, especially if it was a heated battle. They're more than happy to catch up. And of course, we want to see the trophies being handed out, possibly the champagne as well. But for the Sixties Endurance to round off today's racing here at the Estoril Classics 2023, I've thoroughly enjoyed the day's racing. I hope you all have at home as well, wherever you are watching in the world. I hope your need for classic racing is satisfied until at least tomorrow. I've got some good news because we do it all again. Some familiar faces, some new cars to talk about as well. But more of the same, please, because that was brilliant.
Yeah, and I'm obviously looking forward from my personal perspective, because my juggling act for this weekend prevented me from seeing the F1 cars earlier on. I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. Of course, the pre-1986 F1 cars, 66 to 85. That's the kind of main historic bracket that races these days. I think that's in large part because Cosworth do such an amazing job of still providing and maintaining for the DFV motors, the 3-litre V8 that, of course, powered generation after generation of Formula One car. And that's showcased by the very fact that there is all of one car on that grid for tomorrow. From 21 entered, only one of them isn't powered by a DFV. Very much the soundtrack of Formula One in the 70s was the Cosworth DFV motor, and that's a great era to cover. Incidentally, while we're talking about historic Formula One cars as we wait for this podium ceremony, one of the features this year at a few of the Peter Auto events has been the emergence of 3.5-litre V10 era cars. So you're looking at kind of the early to mid 90s there, post-turbo era at the end of '88 up until they switched to the 3-litre V10s, of course, for 1998 in the Formula One World Championship. But yeah, the V10 era cars are starting to appear in demos here at Peter Auto events, and well, as people can attest to from the Endurance Racing Legends paddock, Peter Auto doesn't typically start running cars in demo sessions at their events unless they intend to take them racing at some point. And that is exactly what is going to be the case, I'm sure, in the future, if enough running cars can be found, and frankly, if enough laptops of a certain vintage can be found, they will soon have a grid of 90s F1 out there for us all to enjoy. And that sounds like a joke, but it is a serious thing. Those cars run on very primitive software, and you need a computer running something like Windows 95 in order to actually run the car. Very interesting era as the kind of the spannersmanship in some respects made way for technology, albeit very early versions of technology. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that if it does come to fruition. Seeing the 3.5-litre cars out there, I think in both my case and yours, Kieran, maybe just slightly before we were compos mentis of Formula One racing, but I've seen a few of those cars out there subsequently in demo runs, and have watched back the footage from that era in the early mid-90s, and they're just incredible race cars.
I mean, yeah, we put on a great display. Unfortunately, there was that. You might not have seen it, Adam, but we had a great battle between Laurent Faure in the Ensign and Mark Hazel in the Williams FW08, but they clashed going in towards Gaucho at turn 10. They put on a really race-long battle, but 3 minutes towards the end, wasn't enough space for two to go through in towards turn 10, and it was Laurent Faure's left front catching the back of Mark Hazel's rear right, and gave Hazel that, sorry, the other way around. Faure had the rear suspension damage. Mark Hazel had to stop at turn 12, and that brought out the red flag and the early conclusion of that race, seeing there was only 3 minutes left of the race to run. But it just allowed Katsu Kubota in that Lotus 72. He just kept out of trouble. He allowed the two cars behind him to battle. He focused on his own race, his own lap times, and was very much well rewarded because the two behind him clashed. Still finished third and fourth respectively because of the red flag. We counted back a lap before the red flag was shown. So even though the two clashed that caused the red flag, they still got to keep the third and fourth place respectively.
Yes, I did see a little bit of that actually, yes, while I was sadly away from this commentary box. But yes, that did look pretty spectacular for both the right and wrong reasons. That classic GP race that we'll have tomorrow. Again, a second running of that race, hopefully with all cars taking part. We'll have to wait and see. Just to say as well, I was gonna make a point. Of course, 1994, they outlawed active suspension and made those cars a lot more analog. Outlawed the traction control as well. I don't know if you know or have seen the story before, but one of the 1994 Benettons was sold on years later. And in fact, I think it was the 1994 Benetton that our friend Nigel Greensall drove in Euroboss. It was sold on, and they rather gave the game away by listing in the in the sales pitch for the car in the listing traction control. And I was like, well, hold on, that wasn't meant to have traction control. And that was always the rumor. That was what Ayrton Senna suspected of the 94 Benetton, and they rather revealed it years later. Damon Hill confirmed it as well by driving Schumacher's Benetton at Goodwood.
Yeah, I mean, it was always the untold secret that there was traction control, but the official report found that it was never used. It existed, but they couldn't prove it was ever used. Therefore, it was okay, which is an interesting way. It will still be on our minds.
When they sold the car on, they go on.
I was going to say, even 30 years later, we're still talking about the Benetton that may or may not have had traction control, but probably definitely did.
Well, I just love the fact that they basically gave the button sequence on this listing. Like, yeah, it has it. You've just got to press this, and this.
Yeah.
But no, incredible era of Formula One racing, as was the 70s and 80s, the cars we have represented here this weekend. And actually, I might not get a chance to talk to you about this on the broadcast tomorrow, because of course the race might be quite hectic. You mentioned Mark Hazel's Williams FW8C. I think it says 1980 in the entry list. It is a 1983 car, because it's the first year post ground effect. It's a flat bottomed car. Something people may not know. Commercial break. We'll get back to this in a minute. Podium is still vacant then. Kieran, I'll just finish what I was going to tell you actually. Obviously okay, no, never mind. I'll save it for tomorrow, my little F1 editorial note, as we see the drivers now coming up onto the podium.
We do indeed, as they'll get their trophies and bottle of bubbly to celebrate as well, as we see way through well-earned beverage. That's what I would say, and trophies to match as well. We have Philip Kaddouri and Seb Perez making their way to the top step of the podium to take the plaudits as well. And it was really a case that Philip Kaddouri deployed the secret weapon. He himself had a brilliant race as well, running up at the pointy end of the order and handed over the car to Seb Perez, who simply wrapped it up in a very neat little bow. A brilliant race for them, for Philip Kaddouri and for Seb Perez, who are today's winner of the 60s Endurance for the Estoril Classics.
There you go. I believe they've played the anthem at this point. Kieran, the champagne will now be sprayed for the last time this evening. Drivers now those that aren't racing tomorrow can fully spray the champagne in the knowledge that they don't need the race suit again, and those that are racing again tomorrow can, well, at least stick it in the wash before they before they go racing again on Sunday. A great day's action, Kieran. It's been brilliant to share this with you, and we're very much looking forward to Sunday. Plaudits again to the duo of Perez and Kadori. Well-deserved race win. I think Kadori can be satisfied with his day's work. He's got some racing to do, of course, tomorrow, because we know he'll be out there again in that wonderful Aston DBR9.
Yes, he will indeed, and I'm sure he's very much looking forward to it as well. As I think the members are being brought back here, they're being presented even more champagne as well. So really good to see then others getting their just rewards as well. Always great to see the emotions on the podium, as well as the shake of the hands, the patriotism on show as well, camaraderie between the drivers as well. It's always great to see, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, no, it really is, and we seem to have missed second place from this one, though, haven't we? They've lost someone, but otherwise fine. I do wonder if I have to imagine, I don't know if the Endurance Racing Legends got their podium earlier on, so if they did, of course, I think a few drivers would have been absent from that one, of course, because quite a few were double dipping.
Yeah, I love the fact that they have to miss a podium to go to the next race. That's and try and aim for the podium there as well. Always a great one about classic car racing as well, because you've got drivers that are so willing to race anything and everything. They will happily miss a podium of a previous race to get themselves onto the podium of the next one as well.
Yeah, and it's a maverick spirit that's not entirely lost from modern competition. For example, in the Euro NASCAR category, Alberto Nasca, he does Euro NASCAR 2 and is also running in the Euro Legend Cup that supports that. Last year, Marvin Dienst raced in ADAC GT Masters and Prototype Cup Germany on the same weekend. I remember once being stood in one garage, him walking into it and going, "Oh, beat, wrong one," and ran off down the other end of the pits because he realised he was meant to be with the other team in that moment. So it still happens, but yeah, the serial ability to race 2 or 3 cars in the same day is something usually reserved to historic racing, and more power to the parties that exploit that opportunity.
Yeah, and we love them for it as well. It's great to see them not only in different cars, but completely different design mantras as well. Always fantastic to see them get on with different sorts of gears and whatnot underneath them, different designs, different ways how the car handles, the different braking zones as well. The fact that they have to adapt for each car, adapt their driving style potentially as well. So yeah, it's great to see them carry on, keep on racing as well, and long may that continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we're going to get at least one more podium. We'll be told when we're done with the podiums for the day. Quite what sequence they're going up in, sadly, is a mystery to us. So unfortunately, we can't tell you exactly who is who on these podiums. My eyesight and my ability to recognise drivers not quite this far-reaching. But yeah, everyone getting the opportunities to celebrate. I think there might be some watches in amongst the prizes here, as well as some trophies and all manner of different things that that the drivers get as rewards for their efforts. And yeah, it's been a great day. That 2-hour race, as you alluded to, really did fly by. And actually, it was something I was going to ask you, Kieran, earlier on. We were talking about, oh, yeah, we're not jealous of them at all. But if you're being completely honest with me, would you drive a Cobra in the dark around a racetrack? Because to be honest with you, I'm not sure I'd want to try it.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Well raised. I'll go with that with you on that one. Yeah, leave it to those who know what they're doing behind the wheel of a Shelby Cobra in the night sky at Estoril. But that has been it's been a great day here at the Estoril Classics 2023, and I'm sure there'll be more of the same tomorrow. Adam, I know you'll be in and out for tomorrow, but just a real look back at the entire day itself. We started off with some 50s classics, and we had the F1 pre-1986s as well, which we ended in this magnificent style, or dramatic style, I should say, when the two podium contenders collided and brought a premature end to the second race of the day. The red flags shortly followed. Then we had also the greatest trophy race as well, with battling all the way through, going on for pretty much that entire race. And how about this for the endurance racing legends? The bit of contact at the start. We may mention that was Philip Kadori in the Aston Martin, but it was a crying shame for 25 there of Mike Newton, who had to really battle his way back through the field. And how glorious was it to see Evgeny Kariv and Ramzan Urusbayev take that win in the Maserati. And of course, we've had the 60s endurance race where Philip Kadori and Seb Perez got on to the top step of the podium overall in their Shelby Cobra 289. Magnificent, glorious racing at the end of the day, and pretty much throughout as well. As from myself, Kieran McGidley, and from Adam Weller alongside, it's been a pleasure to bring these races to you. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for very much more of the same. Until then, take care of yourselves, have a good evening, and good night.